I'm an F-16 fighter pilot. I was part of the first training group. You might be surprised to hear this, but the US hasn't handed over a single operational F-16 to Ukraine. Those came from European allies. What the US did provide were boneyard jets to keep Ukraine's F-16 fleet flying, and they trained this Ukrainian pilot. His name remains classified for security reasons. We studied new principles and new approaches to planning combat and reconnaissance missions. Meanwhile, specialists from the U.S. Air Force's 68th Electronic Warfare Squadron, who helped adapt the F-16 to Ukrainian conditions, had a big surprise in store for the Russians. It was a secret both Americans and Ukrainians kept locked down for months. We resolved the issue of information security from day one. Our unit is one of the most secure in Ukraine. Not even the Ministry of Defense or the General Staff has these kinds of security protocols. And clearly, it worked. The team from the 68th called this the best case in the squadron's history. So now it's time to give some credit to those brainy tech guys and finally pull back the curtain. But let's start at the beginning. Our primary missions include aerial reconnaissance of enemy forces and positions, as well as electronic intelligence. Here's the thing though, the jets Ukraine got from European partners weren't ready for the constant cat-and-mouse game happening in the skies over Ukraine. They had to be reprogrammed to handle Russian threats. The main concern, ours and the media's, was the Krabs Russia's been using. Krabs are a family of Russian-guided glide bombs. Death from above, dropped dozens of kilometers from the front lines. The best way to stop them? Kill the launch platform. But there's a catch. We can't get close enough to take out the launch aircraft. Russian air defense crews aren't sleeping. They live to shoot down an F-16. But the Falcon's new EW capabilities caught them off guard. Right now, we're running complex operations to jam those bombs electronically. At first, the US military didn't acknowledge just how deeply involved they were in boosting Ukraine's F-16s. But now we know. The 68th Electronic Warfare of the US Air Force led the effort to upgrade the jet's EW systems. And it wasn't easy. American specialists first had to study an unfamiliar EW system. Then they had to optimize and adapt a few unique innovations to work inside Ukrainian F-16s. Believe it or not, they pulled it off in just 2 weeks. That's like learning Chinese in 2 weeks. So yeah, the brainy guys who pulled this off deserve a like. Let's get this video into their algorithm feed. Hey, you did one hell of a job, guys. Of course, reconnaissance and EW are just part of what the F-16 does in Ukraine. Mission 2. We run 24/7 air defense patrols. Because there aren't enough ground-based systems to repel mass attacks, we operate in uncovered areas. Here too, electronic warfare is a game changer. Thanks to jamming, Shaheds get lost across Ukraine's skies, sometimes even turn around and fly back, without needing a missile to take them down. But F-16s don't just jam, they hit. This fighter can carry about 10 different air-to-air missile types. That's one of its biggest strengths. In total, it has 9 hardpoints, 1 under the fuselage, 6 under the wings, and 2 on the wingtips. We've already shown the fully loaded F-16V before. But those look very different from the ones Ukraine is flying. Not all hardpoints on Ukraine's F-16s are wired to carry air-to-air missiles. Only 6 of them are, 4 under the wings and 2 on the tips. C'est la vie, as the French say. And yes, we'll be talking about them a bit later. The Ukrainian F-16s we've seen in media so far carry 2 main missile types. The AIM-120 AMRAAM, a radar-guided medium-range missile, and the AIM-9 Sidewinder, an infrared-guided short-range missile. How effective are they? Over 80% of the missiles we fire reach and destroy their targets. Look closely. This F-16 only has 1 AIM-9 left under its wing. That likely means the other 5 already found their mark. And it's very possible that Ukraine is using even more advanced air-to-air missiles. Which ones? That's classified and depends on US political decisions. But when it comes to F-16s going head-to-head with Russian jets, here's what you need to know. At some points, we're coming very, very close. Your subscription tells YouTube our channel is worth watching. Tap subscribe to support us. It's like a high-level chess match. 2 grandmasters who know every move, waiting for the other to slip up. From their actions, it's clear they understand our weapon capabilities very well. They know when to move in and when to back off, and so do we. That's why pilots on both sides try to keep their distance. Modern fighters have powerful radars and long-range missiles. They can shoot each other down from dozens of kilometers away. A pilot's skill is all about timing, knowing exactly when to fire that one deadly shot. But taking out a Russian jet isn't easy. Those pilots are trained, and more importantly, they're scared too. There's a real person sitting in that enemy jet, and they don't want to die either. So, classic dogfights, where pilots can literally see each other through the acrylic canopy, are extremely rare. But that doesn't mean it's a relaxing job. On every mission, Ukrainian jets are in the crosshairs of Russian SAM systems. And getting chased by a surface-to-air missile? Yeah, that's stressful. The danger doesn't stop in the sky. Air bases are regular targets, but we're on combat alert from designated and backup airfields. That network is now very well developed. Ukrainian pilots almost never take off and land at the same base. The Ukrainian Air Force uses a tactic from Western doctrine called ACE, Agile Combat Employment. Early warnings of Russian missile strikes give them time to launch and disperse aircraft across remote airfields. Still, at least one close-quarters air battle did happen over Ukraine. It was on day one of the full-scale invasion, when Ukraine's air defense was partly destroyed and nearly completely disorganized. Over Kyiv, Russian Su-jets clashed with Ukrainian MiG-29s. The full pilot account and footage from that dogfight are in our other video, MiG-29 versus Su-34. But now, it's time to talk offensive missions for Ukraine's F-16s. When you hear that an air raid alert's been triggered somewhere in Russia, it's not just because a few drones are buzzing around. That's part of a well-coordinated operation. Almost every mission over Ukraine involves a full team effort: people, aircraft, and systems. One crew locks onto enemy air defenses or jams them with EW. Another group keeps Russian jets at bay. A third group strikes. F-16s can do all of it. Right now, we're only able to strike at tactical depth, but the effectiveness of those strikes is very high. It's basically surgical. We're like a scalpel. If needed, our bomb can fly straight through a small window. In military terms, the tactical zone usually means 20 to 30 kilometers deep. So, when this pilot talks about surgical strikes, he's likely referring to JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munitions, in 500, 1,000, or even 2,000-pound variants. These glide bombs have a range of about 15 to 28 miles. Or he might mean JDAM-Rs, the extended range versions, which can reach targets up to 45 miles, keeping the jet safely outside enemy air defenses. Another possibility is the GBU-39, also known as the SDB, small diameter bomb. With a maximum range of around 68 miles when dropped from high altitude, it deploys folding wings mid-flight to glide toward its target. Ukraine's been using these kinds of American glide bombs for a while. They were integrated with MiG-29s and Su-27s as early as winter 2022 to 2023. But on the F-16, these bombs are even more effective, thanks to full targeting system integration and the ability to reprogram strike coordinates mid-mission. Along with bombs, Ukraine's MiG-29s and Su-27s can also fire U.S. anti-radiation missiles. Meanwhile, the Su-24 has been paired with long-range Storm Shadow and Scalp EG missiles, and the Russians absolutely hate those. The Su-25? It's been successfully matched with French AASM hammer bombs. We're constantly flying cover missions for our MiGs and Sukhois. Almost every day, we fly more than just one or two sorties. We carry out multiple strikes on enemy positions beyond the front line. To work around compatibility issues between NATO weapons and older Soviet airframes, Ukraine's developed some very creative solutions, including third-party interface systems. Integrating Western weapons isn't just about physical adapters. Each setup needs a unique technical approach. So yes, Ukraine's legacy jets are still doing most of the heavy lifting, but things are changing. We've now received a solid reinforcement in the form of French jets, and they're already helping us a lot. The first Mirage 2005Fs arrived in Ukraine in February 2025. And surprisingly, they've been easier for Ukrainian pilots to master, especially those with time in MiG-29s or Su-27s. That might be thanks to some older French experience. Back in the early 2000s, France ran a 3-month training program for German Luftwaffe pilots who previously flew Soviet MiG-29s. That transition worked. For the F-16 though, you can't prep a pilot that fast. One of the reasons Ukrainian pilots adapted to the Mirage so quickly is because its controls feel familiar. Like the MiG-29, the Mirage has a center stick positioned between the pilot's legs. The cockpit systems are also simpler than what you'd find in an F-16. There's just less electronics overall. Maintenance? It's more demanding than a Soviet MiG-29, but still way easier than a modern F-16. But don't let that simplicity fool you. The Mirage 2005F is not a second-rate fighter. On paper, its performance is close to the F-16 variant Ukraine is flying. The Falcon still wins on payload. It's a beast when it comes to weapons capacity. But in terms of agility, the Mirage is one of the most maneuverable jets in the world. In fact, there's a recorded training kill against an American F-22. Yeah, you heard that right. A Mirage beat a Raptor. Now, to be fair, that was a mock dogfight. The F-22 pilot let the Mirage slip behind and come into gun range. Probably part of a training scenario, but still, the footage is impressive. We haven't heard much yet from Ukrainian pilots about flying the Mirage. What we do know is that the French jets are already performing well in the brutal conditions of the war, including intercepting Russian cruise missiles. Seems like the Mirage deserves a closer look. Want us to do a full deep dive video on the 2005F, including insider info and what it's really doing in Ukraine? Or maybe you have another topic in mind? Drop your ideas below. We'll choose from the most liked ones. The developers of the Stryker had a simple description for their creation: a combat armored vehicle that can operate in snow, mud, and sand. But Ukraine's infamous black soil and brutal weather can prove that America's infantry carrier vehicle Stryker isn't perfect. Of course, that's a downside. Tracked vehicles handle swampy ground better. Still, the wheeled chassis gives you wild speed, and maneuverability no tracked machine can match. On roads or across fields, we're doing a steady 80 to 90 kilometers per hour. Push it hard, and you can confidently hit 100. That kind of speed and agility lets a Stryker crew hunt enemy infantry in a rather strange way. You'll find out why they had to do it like that. Spoiler, it's also because of a Stryker flaw. But for now, please hit the like button so more people can see what American hardware is really dealing with on the battlefield against a strong opponent. Let's go. So, it looks like the Stryker's creators thought of everything. 8x8 formula, modular armor, we'll talk more about that later, a powerful remote-controlled turret, integrated sensors for detecting threats. But the manufacturer probably didn't expect this machine to end up in Vovchansk, currently one of the hottest zones on the planet. In Vovchansk, our main missions were delivering infantry to positions and simultaneously evacuating the dead and wounded. Vovchansk is about 5 kilometers from the border between Russia and Ukraine. After a sudden Russian assault, Ukrainian airborne troops quickly moved out to intercept. Stryker has a hydraulic ramp, convenient for loading and unloading troops, and for carrying out certain specific tasks. With this ramp, it's really easy to load or unload the squad. Within just a few hours, Ukrainian forces had pushed the Russians back and taken up positions in the streets. But what came next turned the city into a trap for the Ukrainian Strykers. Urban roads are a nightmare. When a shell hits the asphalt or explodes nearby, shrapnel flies everywhere. It scatters across the road. We've had runs where we lost 3 or 4 tires in one go. Let's be honest, changing a tire under fire is basically suicide. But the Stryker's wheels have some clever features that make life easier for the crew. A small puncture? No problem. The central tire inflation system can fix that without even stepping outside. But if the wheel's got a gaping hole in it, that's where another technology kicks in. Each Stryker tire contains a rigid polymer insert that supports the vehicle's weight even with zero air pressure. With it, the Stryker can keep moving for 20 to 80 kilometers, depending on terrain. There were plenty of times our tires were blown out, but we always kept moving. Once we got to safety, we could change a tire in minutes, just 2 of us, and be back in action. From experience, these vehicles keep driving even on blown tires, or without any tires at all. Just look at this Stryker. 4 out of 8 wheels are destroyed. These aren't just rubber donuts. They're true pieces of battlefield engineering. But even that isn't always enough to save the vehicle. It's painful to see what a Stryker looks like after combat, but this vehicle isn't built to survive the battle. It's built to protect the driver, gunner, and the 9 infantry riding inside, so they can make it out alive. Of course, there's something worse than shrapnel. A TM mine is a f***ing nightmare. It completely immobilizes the vehicle. TM stands for tank mine. Soviet anti-tank classics. They trigger when something heavy rolls over them. Inside anywhere from 5 to 10 kilograms of explosives. That's more than enough to wipe out a Stryker. Back in Iraq and Afghanistan, it turned out that improvised explosives could rip straight through the bottom of early model Strykers. The original M1126 from the early 2000s had flat bellies like fashion models. And that flat bottom? It was their Achilles heel. Later versions of the Stryker were upgraded with a V-shaped hull. Underneath, they added shock-absorbing elements, reinforced beams, and blast-resistant seats, mounted to the frame, not the floor. That upgrade made the vehicle about 2 tons heavier, from 17 to 19 tons, but far safer for the crew and passengers. The vehicle's hull is metal, but the armor is modular composite. If a section is damaged, it can be removed and replaced. Check out this shrapnel damage. It looks completely different from hits on standard armor. That's the fibrous structure of composite plates. God, do these fibers even stop anything? The metal ceramic plates can stop 7.62 and 5.45 rounds. Those are like scratches to this armor. But RPGs or ATGMs, they punch through and the vehicle burns. Damaged plates or panels can be replaced in the field. No need to strip the whole machine. But if the vehicle catches fire, can you survive inside a burning Stryker? There's an automatic fire suppression system inside. Sensors detect the flames, and cylinders release a fire retardant mixture through the nozzles. And if that system fails, there's a manual backup. You flip the lever and trigger suppression by hand. We haven't found any confirmed cases of this system being used under real combat conditions yet. So if any defense contractor wants to find out what their machines are really capable of, they need to send them to fight in Vovchansk. Before we move on to the Stryker's weapons, please subscribe to the channel. Let more people hear the war firsthand, not through press clippings. Thank you. So, the Stryker comes in all sorts of variants. It's like Lego for soldiers. Look at this stylish Stryker with a laser on top. Pew pew. All the drones are toast. In Vovchansk, that fancy Stryker wouldn't last 5 minutes. Unless the Russians were so stunned by the look they forgot they were at war. So, which Strykers has Ukraine received? So far, 3 versions are confirmed. M1133, Medical Evacuation Vehicle for pulling out the wounded. M1132, Engineer Squad Vehicle for clearing obstacles, detecting and disabling mines. M1126, Infantry Carrier Vehicle, the main version used. There are also rumors about command or recon variants, but nothing confirmed publicly. The standard Stryker uses the M151 Protector RWS, Remote Weapon Station, with either a .50 caliber Browning M2 or an M240 machine gun. We roll up, blast away with everything we've got, then get the hell out. The weapon station can also carry the MK19 grenade launcher, but in this war, the Browning M2 has become the Stryker's signature weapon. 12.7 millimeters. That's a big caliber. Most people just freak out when we open up. The .50 cal punches through light armor, shreds drones, vehicles, shelters, even unfriendly helicopters. We've covered the MA Deuce in several other videos, so we won't repeat its legendary status here. Instead, let's look at how it performs specifically on the Stryker. The Protector RWS has optics, thermal imaging, and a laser rangefinder. It can see day, night, fog, you name it. It's even gyro-stabilized, so the sight stays rock steady even while the Stryker's bouncing across craters. The system is also equipped with thermal smoke to help cover a retreat, or any op that needs it. Everything's run from a control panel. The gunner has a screen. All this makes it possible to land a first shot hit. And if the weapon station fails, you can switch to manual mode and still operate it. Yeah, but that guy's a trainer. He teaches people how to use the system. Whether it actually works like that in real combat? Well, that's another question. A single box of 200 rounds? Not enough. If you let off a burst, you've got maybe 30 or 40 seconds of fire. A firefight is expected to last 5 to 10 minutes. but even a short engagement burns through more than 200 rounds. Can you reload quickly with a big ammo stock? Hold up, there's a catch.
Виїжджать, ховатися.
To reload, you have to get out. And when the gunner's up top, I'm on pins and needles, praying he doesn't get shot. That's the worst case scenario. So let's wish this crew some luck. How do Ukrainian troops solve the low ammo issue?
Це заїжджає не одна, а дві-три машини.
Usually we go in with 2 or 3 vehicles. When one Stryker runs dry, another moves up and lays down fire, while the first falls back to a safe distance to reload and return. If the fight drags on for 30 minutes, that's no longer a skirmish. That's a mini-war. Everything that flies and explodes gets called in, and enemy artillery starts turning the battlefield into a garden of craters, so it's usually better to pull out. But there are exceptions. Remember that clip from the start of this video? Yeah, that Stryker's gunner literally ran out of ammo. While the driver was chasing a Russian infantryman, the gunner went cowboy, firing his personal rifle from the hatch. Too bad he doesn't have gyro stabilization. Now let's ask the real question. What would these guys change about the Stryker?
Тут би ще би крутішу пушку.
Man, I'd slap a bigger gun on here. Or even 2. That'd be awesome. Of course, boys and their toys always want a bigger cannon. But the M1128 Stryker MGS mobile gun system actually exists. It's got a stabilized 105mm rifle tank gun, the M68A1E4, with a muzzle brake and autoloader. Rate of fire 6 rounds per minute. It can knock out modern tanks from the side and rip older tanks right through the front. Boom. People say the gun's a bit of a diva, prone to breakdowns. But Ukraine's army is used to fixing ancient gear on the fly. They could fix a broken heart with duct tape. This version also has a coaxial 7.62mm M240 with 3,400 rounds and a 12.7mm M2 with 400 more. Just imagine what Ukrainian crews could do with one of these. The US has 134 of them in storage, headed not for Ukraine, but the scrapyard. Hey, if you've got a friend who knows a guy who delivers coffee to someone in the White House, tell him to whisper to the president. This is a win-win. Great press and a huge help for Ukraine. Cost? $0 and 0 cents. There's also the M1296 Stryker Dragoon, a souped-up version with a beastly 30mm Mark 44 cannon, designed for US forces in Europe. Not seen in this war yet. Ukraine does have German Marders with 20mm Rheinmetall Mark 20 cannons. Their strength isn't just the big gun, it's the tracked chassis. That's what Stryker lacks. But here's what happened in the Kharkiv offensive.
Показывают, вот, у нас там были...
The Strykers did pretty well. We had Marders too, but they couldn't handle the long distances. Other Ukrainian troops still speak highly of the Marder. You'll find a full episode on it here on our channel. Contradictions? Not really. Every vehicle is designed to be a one-size-fits-all solution for combat. Time and fate decide whether it actually works. The Marder seems ready for anything, but it struggles with range. The Stryker, on the other hand, has full-wheel drive and a rugged 350 horsepower Caterpillar diesel engine that can handle long hauls. It can even tow, thanks to that powertrain, but it falters in harsh off-road terrain. So which one's more versatile? That's up to you. Drop a comment. Which ICV would you buy for your army, Stryker or Marder? Or suggest your own dream ride. Thanks for watching. Let's go. Move, move.
Wait, is this really a German PZH 2000 or a studio apartment on tracks? Because this artilleryman looks way too comfy. He's literally loading a 155mm shell while wearing slippers. But don't rush to laugh just yet. This monster howitzer is created for some serious damage.
10 секунд. Це її...
It can fire 3 rounds in 10 seconds. That's its max rate of fire, and that's really fast. However, there's a catch. This German howitzer was never tested in wars where artillery is needed 24/7. So how well can the Panzerhaubitze handle the brutal demands of the Russia-Ukraine war then? A lot depends on how well trained the crew is. That's why Ukrainian artillerymen went through intense training at German military ranges. It lasted a month and a half, practically without breaks. And it wasn't a walk in the park. It was especially tough for the mechanics who had to learn every tiny detail inside and out to properly maintain the system before and after battles.
Окремо була в них.
They had a separate training program. They went through the course 3 times. And to make things even harder, Most Ukrainian gunners had only worked with old Soviet artillery before, machines with zero electronics, let alone NATO's high-tech systems. So saying they were blown away by the PZH-2000's onboard systems is an understatement. It's like going from driving a car to piloting Darth Vader's spaceship. Hit that like button if you just imagined Jedi faces of shock as they see Vader loading shells into a PZH-2000. But unfortunately, high-tech electronics aren't always battlefield-friendly in heavy rain or snowstorms. There's a real risk they could malfunction due to excessive moisture or dirt. That's why soldiers inside wear special boots and even use a vacuum cleaner. So maybe the next-gen version of the PZH-2000 should come with a free cleaning service. Just kidding, but keeping the system clean and dry is a major task for the crew. But the Panzer has advantages that make you forget about these little inconveniences. According to a former Ukrainian commander, the PZH-2000's undeniable strength is its protection, thanks to homogeneous rolled steel armor. It's called Panzer for a reason. It weighs 10 to 12 tons more than any other howitzer in its class. That extra weight, it's all about crew protection, because training an artillery crew is long and expensive. German engineers also put serious thought into preventing catastrophic ammunition detonations, a nightmare scenario for any crew. The way they designed the ammo storage is fantastic. The propellant charges are kept in separate compartments, just like in a Leopard or Abrams tank, behind armored doors. Even if something hits, the panels blow out, but the crew survives. We've mentioned in previous videos that every Western weapon system in Ukraine is constantly hunted by Russian reconnaissance and strike drones. But when the PZH-2000 was being developed, drone warfare wasn't a massive threat yet. Surprisingly though, this howitzer's armor is proving up to the challenge. It's one of the few vehicles that doesn't need extra cage armor for drone defense because it can handle itself. For a Lancet's shaped charge jet to reach the ammo and trigger detonation, it first has to pierce the side armor, then the side skirts, then hit the track, then get past a road wheel, then go through the inner hull wall. And only after all that, if anything is left of the warhead, might it actually reach the shells. The PZH-2000 has a 5-person crew, and they stay inside at all times. There's no need to step out during battle to load shells like with the Soviet 2S-7 Beyond, another howitzer fighting alongside the German system in Ukraine. And that factor? It literally saved a Ukrainian artilleryman's life when his vehicle was hit. When our driver was killed and I was wounded, the other 3 guys who weren't hurt got out and did exactly what they were trained to do. Now imagine you're a loader on a Caesar howitzer, firing shells when suddenly a Russian recon drone spots you. Chances are you won't just have a kamikaze drone coming your way. You'll get a rain of mortar rounds or cluster shells in your sector. That's a massive risk. But inside the PZH-2000, artillerymen feel a lot safer. The problem with artillery is that we're constantly under fire, and most of the time without armor. Here, I feel secure. I know this thing can take a 152mm shell. Even if it lands just a few meters away, we'll be fine inside. Want to learn more about Western artillery and tech in the war? Subscribe to the channel. But can the Panzer Haubitze handle muddy fields and snow-covered plains in Eastern Europe? We've used the PZH-2000 in rain and snow. It's not like the Pion, where if it rains, you just stop working. In fully automatic mode, this howitzer only needs 2 crew members to keep firing, even though its standard crew is 5. Besides the commander, gunner, and driver, there are 2 loaders, who step in when reloading the ammo rack, or if the autoloader malfunctions. You're sitting in the gunner's seat. Here's the commander's spot. This is where the first and second loaders sit, and over there, that's the driver's seat. On combat missions, these guys feel confident, because their safety comes first. The PZH-2000 is equipped with NBC protection, ventilation, and an automatic fire suppression system. During operation, we close all the hatches. The gun pulls in air through filters, creating internal pressure. This pushes all the smoke outside while firing. If chefs have a secret ingredient in their recipes, Western howitzer manufacturers have a built-in computer, the ultimate artillery assistant that calculates everything and helps deliver the perfect serving of destruction. I input the coordinates here, select the fuse type, and set how it should detonate. If it's a programmable fuse, I enter the altitude for detonation. Then I make corrections. Once everything is set, I hit save, and I'm ready to fire. The Ukrainian PZH-2000 crews have prepared plenty of surprises for the Russians in the form of 155mm shells. Their arsenal includes smart 155mm, M982 Excalibur, Volcano rounds, and even Indian-made 155mm munitions.
700.
This is in Smart 155 shell. We use them against tanks. They're easy to operate because the gun calculates all the coordinates. Everything is automated. A Ukrainian artilleryman who has fired dozens of rounds describes what using these beasts is like.
Максимально ефективна дальність ураження.
The max effective range depends on the shell type. Up to 30 kilometers, the firepower is at its peak. If the shell hits the target, nothing is left standing where it lands. Throughout the full-scale war, Ukrainians have tested various NATO shells. But are Germany's Smart 155 shells as effective as the manufacturer claims? Here's how a Ukrainian soldier recalls using them. We found a spot where the enemy felt completely safe. They thought we couldn't hit them effectively. They didn't even bother hiding. Then we rolled in with Smart 155 shells, and let's just say we gave them a proper nightmare. The results didn't take long to show. For 2 days straight, our crew took out 5 tanks, each with a detonation. And here's how that looks in action. For this Russian tank, its encounter with the PZH-2000 was its last. In another clip, the howitzer engages in counter-battery fire, taking out a Russian Gatsin B along with its ammunition depot. The impact is impressive, but there's a trade-off. Maintenance time. Even after just 2 shots, servicing the gun takes a full day. So is this a deal breaker, or does the firepower make up for it? On land targets, the PZH-2000 has proven itself 100%. But did you know that, in theory, it could have been used for naval strikes? Yep, you heard that right. In the 2000s, the German military explored ways to increase naval firepower without major ship modifications. Engineers even planned to replace the 76mm OTO MELARA compact on the Hamburg frigate with the PZH-2000's turret, which can hit targets up to 25 miles away. Sounds promising, but reality didn't quite match expectations. While test range trials were deemed successful, it's unclear whether it was ever tested at sea. Ultimately, before the Hamburg entered service, the PZH-2000 turret was removed. Since then, Germany hasn't experimented with land-based artillery on ships again. Our take? Weapons should be used for their intended purpose. That's how you get the best results. But what do you think? Let us know in the comments. Before the Russia-Ukraine war, the PZH-2000 had its first combat experience in Afghanistan, firing against the Taliban. But honestly, that was more of a live fire test range than a real war. The commander who trained me in Germany fired just 28 shells from a PZH-2000 in Afghanistan. On my first day in Ukraine, I fired 2 full ammo loads, 120 shells, then went to sleep very satisfied. In September 2006, 3 Dutch PZH-2000s were used in Operation Medusa, securing Panjwai and its surroundings. The following year, the Dutch deployed them to Uruzgan, where they supported the assault on Tarinquout. Meanwhile, Germany was hesitant to send its own PZH-2000s, since German politicians considered the mission a policing operation, meaning troops were only supposed to have light weapons. That changed after 3 Bundeswehr soldiers were killed. Germany finally approved sending 3 howitzers to Kunduz, and on July 10, 2010, they saw combat for the first time, covering the evacuation of an armored vehicle that hit a mine. The Afghan war revealed some flaws in the PZH-2000. The ventilation system struggled in extreme dust, and extra top armor was needed because Taliban forces heavily relied on mortars. The biggest issue? Overheating and dust infiltration, which could shut down the entire system. Germany later introduced an upgraded version to fix some of these problems. But let's be real, nothing could have prepared the PZH-2000 for Ukraine, where it's fighting a far stronger enemy than the Taliban. And yet, Ukrainian artillerymen swear by it. We're very grateful to the Chancellor of Germany and the German people for these ACS. This is a perfect weapon. One such howitzer is worth 3 Soviet ones we used to have. Compared to Soviet-era artillery, the PZH-2000 is king in armor, firepower, and automation. But its downsides? Complex maintenance and sensitive electronics. Even so, it remains one of the best self-propelled guns out there. What do you think is its biggest advantage? Armor? automation, or firepower? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
Let's go, let's go. As you can see, that Russian missile is toast. My first target was a KH-101 missile. You don't forget something like that. Behind me is the NASAMS launcher, right after a successful mission. Some folks think NASAMS stands for Norwegian American Surface-to-Air Missile System. Oh no, that's a myth. It's actually Norwegian Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System. Hopefully that little fact won't cost us a dislike. In fact, maybe drop us a like instead. Everything about this system is unusual. The launch happens straight from the ground, and inside, it's like stepping into an Apple store during Black Friday. Giant iPads, and a mouse that's closer in size to a cat than anything else. Here, the fire control officer identifies a target and marks it as friend or foe. Then control is handed over to the assistant officer who can fire the shot. Yep, this is the heart of the system. Stick around. We'll circle back here, and you'll see why NASAMS really lives up to the advanced part of its name. It's no accident that the US deployed NASAMS to protect Washington after 9/11. That's not a myth either. And after proving themselves in Ukraine's brutal air war, the folks in the White House can now relax. One launch, one kill. Spoiler alert, you can feed this system practically anything, and it'll shoot it and nail the target. But first, let's ask the question on everyone's mind. Why the heck does NASAMS launch from a trailer on the ground instead of a mobile platform like IRIS-T SLM or Patriot? Let's take Patriot for example. Its launcher, M901, usually sits on a dual or quad-axle trailer, pulled by a beefy military truck. But it's not just a truck. It's a rolling missile condo. Each launcher can carry 4 PAC-2 missiles or up to 16 PAC-3s, packed 4 per container. Patriot and its support convoy roll up like a Metallica tour. Big, loud, dramatic, and they leave some serious wreckage behind. Turns out, NASAMS engineers actually chose the trailer format on purpose back in the early 90s when the project began. The base NASAMS configuration was designed to protect high-value targets, airports, command posts, that kind of thing. You can even slap a NASAMS launcher on a rooftop in the middle of a city. In those scenarios, mobility isn't the top priority. The launcher is basically a smart box that stores and fires the missile. Plug it in, aim it, and boom. And if you can mount it on a rooftop, why not stick it on a truck? Spoiler, there's no reason you can't. In Norway, they mount NASAMS on Scania 113 H6x6 trucks. Finland uses Sisu trucks. Spain goes with Iveco. The point is, the buyer decides what kind of launcher they need. Mobile, static, rooftop. It's your party. Ukraine received the towed version, the one that was readily available. The US delivered the first NASAMS systems to Ukraine at the end of 2022 and trained the crews on how to use them. Our instructors left us messages and signed the launcher when we said goodbye. Thanks to our American friends for giving us this air defense system. That's real soldier-to-soldier camaraderie, heartwarming stuff. If only politicians could do the same. And let's be clear, the US didn't send Ukraine some dusty leftovers. This is the top-shelf NASAMS. This is the third-generation NASAMS air defense system. It was one of the first to arrive in Ukraine back in the fall of 2022. A single launcher holds 6 AIM-120 AMRAAMs, advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles. But NASAMS 3 isn't picky. It can work with a much wider menu of missiles, including the agile AIM-9X, and the long-range AMRAAM-ER. The AIM-9X Sidewinder features thrust vectoring control, making it ridiculously maneuverable. It uses infrared targeting and has an off-bore sight capability. In other words, it can smack a target even if it's not straight ahead. The AMRAAM-ER, extended range, uses a combo of active radar and inertial guidance with course correction. Range? Over 50 kilometers, significantly longer than the base AIM-120. Oh, and it's also compatible with IRIS-T missiles. If you've seen our earlier video, you already know these are the cool kids of the missile class. Sleek, deadly, and way too stylish for their own good. What's even more impressive, NASAMS allows you to mix and match different missiles in one battery, short-range and medium-range protection all in one. This lets you fine-tune your firepower depending on the threat. Very IKEA of them. But don't get too excited. AIM-9X missiles cost about $754,300 apiece, and AMRAAM-ERs? a cool $3.9 million. Plus, firing them requires approval from Washington, where political weather changes faster than a key of spring. That's why the head of Norway's Kongsberg Defense and Aerospace, the maker of NASAMS, announced plans for a joint venture in Ukraine. The goal? Start building more missiles locally, using Ukrainian tech. Now that's what we call smart defense planning. Technically, NASAMS can fire almost any missile in its weight class, but how do all those different rockets fit inside one launcher? Well, launch containers are standardized in size and interfaces. Inside, they have universal rails that the missile slides along. Think of it like an egg carton. You can fit a chicken egg, a quail egg, or even an ostrich egg in there. Just replace eggs with missiles. If a missile's too short, an internal adapter holds it snugly in place. Voila. But if it's too long or too thick, sorry bro, wrong launcher. And by the way, subscribe to our channel. That's what keeps us going. Thanks for sticking around. Inside each launcher, there's climate control to prevent the missile from overheating or freezing. Diagnostic electronics constantly check its status. And data is exchanged with the command center via a special connector, so the missile knows exactly when to go boom. But first, the system locks on with radar and chooses the launchers that'll do the honors. The radar detects the targets, then assigns them to the appropriate launchers, and the system initiates the launch. There's just one twist. Unlike most modern air defense systems, NASAMS launchers don't have their own radar. It's external. Is that a flaw or a feature? Let's find out. This is the MPQ-64 radar. It's performed great in all kinds of weather. That's the trick. The radar isn't tied to the launcher or command center. You can place it kilometers away, on a hill, near a forest, or outside a village. Spot threats earlier and keep your command post hidden. Another cool feature, the NASAMS radar is in constant communication with other air defense radars, Patriot, IRIS-T, even NATO fighter jets, if they're all linked via Link 16. True, Ukraine doesn't have Link 16 just yet, but this is all part of what's called a joint airspace system, a sort of combat social network, if you will. If the launcher is the fist and the command post is the brain, then the radar is the unblinking eye. Target coordinates are transmitted to the missile via a digital bus, and boom, the missile wakes up. The final decision, however, is up to the commander. There are 3 workstations here: the Battle Management Officer, the Assistant Battle Management Officer, and the Unit Commander. They always operate as a team of 3. One monitors the radar field, another handles targeting, and the third coordinates with other batteries. When the commander gives the order, launch, pyrotechnic cartridges or gas generators kick in, and the missile bursts from the container, engine igniting right out of the gate, at least for AM-120. NASAMS can operate in full auto mode, but we always use manual mode. The human factor, the officer's eyes, are what matter most. Automation just can't match that. And hey, these guys clearly know their stuff. Once a missile is launched, the container is ready for the next one, and this happens really fast. We probably hold the world record for reload speed, if only we had enough missiles. So yes, despite its humble appearance, NASAMS can vaporize incoming threats in seconds. Our unit alone has over 150 confirmed kills, mostly cruise missiles. And here's the real breakthrough with NASAMS. It's not just about having a super missile, it's the system's flexibility, modularity, automation, and survivability that make it incredibly relevant in today's conflicts, especially one like the war in Ukraine. Plus, it doesn't take forever to train on. We all retrained from Soviet-era systems. No surprise that after Ukraine's experience, the US and its allies began deploying NASAMS even more aggressively in strategic locations. Spain rolled it out at the Kaunas Air Base in Lithuania, then at Imari Air Base in Estonia. Taiwan's lining up a big order too. NASAMS launchers are modular. That means they're built to adapt fast to whatever threat is on the horizon. What does that look like in practice? Our version of NASAMS includes a command post that controls the air defense system, 1 radar unit, and several launchers. Each launcher holds 6 surface-to-air missiles. Modularity means you can build a NASAMS battery with as few as 1 launcher, or as many as 12. And with that many missiles in a single salvo, you can handle even the most massive air attacks. NASAMS is designed to destroy aerodynamic targets like planes, helicopters, cruise missiles of various types, and UAVs. However, NASAMS is only intended to engage targets at low to medium altitude. The engagement radius reaches 40 to 60 kilometers with some AMRAAM-ER missile variants. And that's the ceiling. Most other missile types in the system don't go that far. Unfortunately, this system can't hit ballistic targets. Here's why. A ballistic missile first flies up in an arc and then dives straight down on its target at hypersonic speeds, around Mach 5, which is over 6,000 kilometers per hour. For comparison, the AIM-120 missiles used by NASAMS top out at Mach 4, about 4,000 kilometers per hour. But even that doesn't help, they're only good for subsonic targets flying under 1,000 kilometers per hour. The AIM-120 simply can't keep up with a ballistic missile, and with a 20-kilogram warhead, trying to stop a 4-ton Iskander with it is like trying to derail a freight train with a bicycle. The radar used with NASAMS also lacks the computing muscle to track a ballistic target. That's why, when it comes to intercepting Russia's devious Iskanders, there's nothing better than the Patriot system. Patriot's PAC-3, Patriot Advanced Capability 3 missiles were specifically designed to take down tactical ballistic threats like the Iskander. They use a hit-to-kill approach, no proximity detonation here. These missiles crash directly into the target, like a high-tech battering ram. The PAC-3's range is 20 to 35 kilometers against ballistic targets, and up to 100 kilometers against other types. But even that's not the limit. The upgraded PAC-3 MSE, Missile Segment Enhancement, can go up to 60 kilometers for intercepting ballistic missiles. And Patriot doesn't stop there. It's still a general-purpose system. It can take out the hard stuff, like ballistic missiles, and still have the flexibility to shoot down simpler targets too. So yes, if needed, Patriot can replace NASAMS. But NASAMS cannot replace Patriot. And more than that, Patriot can do both jobs at once. It can play NASAMS for short and medium range threats and still defend against ballistic missiles. Talk about a one-man band. Here's what a Patriot operator says about that. One of the advantages of the Patriot system is the ability to load a launcher with different types of missiles. You can load missiles for ballistic targets, aerodynamic targets, and for jamming countermeasures. Basically, it's a magic missile chest that can take out everything, including Iskanders. Unfortunately, Ukraine only has a limited number of Patriot systems and far too many critical targets to protect, which means sadly sometimes Iskanders still get through. Would you be interested in a deep dive into this Russian missile that's caused so much destruction? If so, drop the word Iskander in the comments, or suggest another topic for us to cover next.
These are the aftermath of strikes delivered by American HIMARS rockets. We always hit with sniper-like precision. Yeah, even if you think you've got balls of steel, a 227mm HIMARS rocket will strike them dead on. At first glance, it might seem like this equipment could be repaired or maybe scavenged for parts, but take a closer look. See those 180,000 tiny tungsten carbide fragments? They sliced through metal like it was paper. Every part of this vehicle is riddled with holes. The chassis, engine, fuel tank, transmission, even the truck's leaf springs, all shredded by the M30A1's shrapnel. This isn't just damaged equipment, it's scrap metal. And as for the enemy personnel, HIMARS is generous to its friends, like Santa with a bag of precision presents. But for enemies, surviving a hit from these rockets would require divine intervention. Seriously, it's like being hit by a celestial shotgun blast. Who could walk away from that? I first saw a fireball, then, in an instant, the entire clearing was littered with bodies. I've never seen anything like it in my life. When this Russian soldier's comrades arrived at the strike zone, it was silent. Too silent. The kind of silence that only comes with death. That's the work of another HIMARS projectile, the GLMRS M30. Its cluster warhead carries 404 M101 dual-purpose submunitions, designed to tear through both armor and personnel. What's left after a strike? Dust, twisted metal, and no survivors. If it's not the most effective system on the battlefield, it's definitely among the top. The sheer power is astonishing. But what makes the American HIMARS so untouchable? Why can't the Russians neutralize it? The first standout feature, HIMARS boasts an arsenal of over 10 different types of rockets. That's right, no other MELARS in the world comes close. Which specific munitions are being sent to Ukraine remains classified, hidden even from the Washington Post. But don't worry, we'll lift the curtain a little. You've already seen the destructive beauty of cluster munitions and tungsten-packed warheads, but the first HIMARS strikes in Ukraine during the summer of 2022 pointed to a different payload altogether. Nearly all Russian targets hit in the first weeks of HIMARS deployment were 25 to 50 miles behind enemy lines. Many Russian ammo depots and troops were annihilated. In just a few days, around 20 major depots were obliterated. Most went up in flames, with their entire stockpile of shells and rockets detonating in spectacular fashion. These strikes were courtesy of the GMLRS with a high explosive warhead, tailor-made for such missions. But how did the Russians let this happen? It boils down to logistics. Russia relies almost exclusively on railways to supply ammunition to the front. The munitions are then stored in depots conveniently located near railway stations. Here's the catch. These depots have fixed and easily identifiable coordinates, and HIMARS rockets, guided by a 24-channel GPS receiver using ultra-secure communication links, don't miss fixed targets. Intel on depot locations is straightforward. Reconnaissance can track the trucks loading up munitions to supply frontline units, and then all you need to do is input the target's coordinates into the computer, press a few buttons, and launch the missile. Now imagine this. Loading these Russian depots takes hours, because, get this, Russian soldiers load ammo by hand. While they're sweating it out, satellites from every nation with eyes in orbit have all the time in the world to capture the scene. There's no way to hide this slow-motion disaster, and so the depots go sky high. Sure, credit also goes to American satellites for pinpointing the targets, but HIMARS was the ace in Ukraine's hand during its first counteroffensive in eastern Ukraine. With the depots destroyed, Russians can't blanket our infantry and artillery with fire anymore. HIMARS fits perfectly into the maneuver warfare doctrine embraced by Ukraine's military. These systems can strike anytime, anywhere. We can execute missions on any terrain, in the field or on the road. It makes no difference. But here's the real kicker. The actual circular error probable for GMLRS turned out to be 2 to 3 feet, far better than the 23 feet guaranteed by Lockheed Martin. In other words, HIMARS rockets are even more precise than expected. That's a game-changing advantage. And hey, if you think that's impressive, hit that like button. This bold plan was born in Kyiv to liberate Kherson in southern Ukraine. The operation became the crowning debut of American HIMARS, and now you'll understand why it would have been impossible without these systems. Kherson was the only city on the right bank of the Dnipro River that the Russian army occupied in 2022. The Russians had dug in, building strong defensive positions and fortifications. Attacking these with infantry and tanks was near impossible. Why? The open terrain surrounding Kherson stretched for miles, offering no cover. Advancing across it was practically a suicide mission. To make matters worse, the Russian grouping in the area consisted of over 20,000 troops. For Ukraine to counter this force, they would have needed 3 to 5 times as many soldiers. Reserves they simply didn't have. But there was a critical weakness. All supplies for the Russian forces in Kherson had to cross a few key bridges, and this is where HIMARS stepped in, taking those bridges under relentless fire control. Hitting a bridge with an MLRS from 40 to 50 miles away is like shooting a thread with a crossbow. But thanks to the unexpected precision of GMLRS rounds, it was possible. The computer shows us when we're in position to hit the target. The commander gives the order, and we launch. However, it wasn't just the munitions doing the magic. Got a job, we're rolling out. HIMARS crews near Kherson worked non-stop for 37 hours straight. Ukrainian officer Koval told the Wall Street Journal about their grueling but crucial efforts. Putin's generals faced an impossible challenge, destroying the HIMARS launchers. The problem? They were like bees, constantly on the move.
Мобільність цієї машини прекрасна.
The mobility of this machine is fantastic. It can go anywhere, and on the road, it reaches very high speeds. That's why we were able to change locations so quickly. By mid-October 2022, movement across Kherson's bridges was almost completely halted. Ukraine used GMLRS M31 rockets with high explosive warheads to achieve this. While these warheads couldn't completely destroy massive bridges, 200 pounds of explosives isn't enough to demolish such structures. The solution was simple. Instead of trying to obliterate the bridges, Ukrainians targeted the roadways, making craters faster than Russian engineers could patch them up. GMLRS rockets punched hole after hole in the pavement, day after day. And guess what? It worked. To avoid a complete disaster, the Russians were forced to retreat to the left bank of the Dnipro. Had they failed to do so, the war might have taken a dramatic turn, as most of the 20,000 Russian soldiers would have either been destroyed or captured. Putin lost face withdrawing his troops from Kherson, but in doing so, he saved his army. Meanwhile, Kyiv celebrated a victory that likely wouldn't have been possible without HIMARS. Ukrainians themselves acknowledge this.
Ми раніше воювали на
We used to fight with outdated Soviet-era weapons. Now we finally have modern, powerful systems that can lead us to victory.
працювати на Хаймарсі.
Working with HIMARS is an honor for every member of our battery. Such precise and advanced equipment brings us closer to victory. By now, every Ukrainian knows the name of this American rocket artillery system. But you're probably wondering, why didn't the Russians shoot down the GMLRS rockets? Here's the thing, the Russians tried to intercept them from day one of the HIMARS mission in Ukraine. Footage from the Kherson operation shows Russian air defense systems launching interceptors, but all attempts to take down GMLRS rockets failed.
То якщо ти нажав, вона
If a missile is launched, there's a 99 out of 100 chance it will hit the target. That's because HIMARS is no ordinary MLRS. GMLRS rockets first climb to an altitude of up to 65,500 feet, then descend on their target at a nearly 90-degree angle, reaching speeds of up to 2,700 feet per second. Given the relatively short range of GMLRS, air defense operators simply don't have enough time to react. All they can do is watch it on their radar as it comes crashing down. For example, operators of the Russian Pantsir S-1 system only have a few seconds to respond and fire, but even then, the system can engage only a limited number of targets at once, 4 within a 45-degree range and 2 within 90 degrees. And let's not forget, a HIMARS container holds 6 GMLRS rockets. The coordinates for all 6 rockets can be set at once. They can target multiple objectives, or all 6 can focus on a single target. On radar screens, 2 or more rockets appear as a streak instead of a point. Operators never know whether they're facing 2 GMLRS rockets or all 6. But what if 2 HIMARS units launch simultaneously? A tactic frequently employed by Ukrainians. For the Russians to reliably shoot down HIMARS rockets, they would need an incredibly dense air defense network. Achieving this is nearly impossible because such concentrated systems would themselves become juicy targets. Even when such duels do happen, they resemble a miniature war. Take, for instance, the Ukrainian attack on Kursk, a city shielded by dozens of air defense systems. The Ukrainian forces deployed a buffet of weaponry: Storm Shadow missiles, mauled decoys, harm anti-radiation missiles, GBU bombs, and HIMARS systems. The strike also involved Su-24 and Su-25 jets, 2 F-16s, 2 MiG-29s, and even FPV drones. The skies were packed. Now imagine the chaos on the radar screens of Russian air defense operators. How exactly this Ukrainian orchestra coordinated its efforts remains a mystery, but the operation managed to hit the largest communications hub in the region. The result? Even Russia's advanced air defense systems couldn't withstand a multi-pronged, diversified attack. To counter HIMARS specifically, the Russians sometimes resort to full-scale GPS signal jamming. But here's the catch: these powerful disruptions also affect their own troops. As a result, such jamming is limited to specific areas and short durations, making it far from a reliable solution for neutralizing HIMARS. This forced Russian forces to relocate their depots and command centers out of GMLRS range. Only then did the US agree to supply Ukraine with another powerful munition from the HIMARS arsenal: ATACMS, Army Tactical Missile System. If you think this should have happened sooner, hit that subscribe button. Here's the kicker. ATACMS takes HIMARS to an entirely new level, transforming it into a tactical missile system with a range of up to 186 miles. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a game changer. Imagine Floyd Mayweather moving up a weight class and still dominating as champion. ATACMS quickly earned a reputation as the ultimate slayer of Russian S-400 and S-300 systems. But what about other rockets in the HIMARS arsenal that have proven themselves in Ukraine? So far, we haven't seen the GMLRS-ER extended range rockets in action. These upgraded versions of the GMLRS can strike targets up to 93 miles away, nearly doubling the original range. We also haven't witnessed the new PRSM, Precision Strike Missile, which boasts an impressive range of 310 miles. These are expected to gradually replace MGM-140 ATACMS tactical ballistic missiles. Fingers crossed for their debut. Clearly, the full potential of the HIMARS system in Ukraine has yet to be unleashed. This is why the Russians are desperate to destroy the launchers themselves to take them out of the game for good. But that's easier said than done. First, Ukrainian crews are exceptionally well trained. Our partners took our training very seriously. Second, HIMARS systems primarily operate at night, swiftly changing positions after firing. Reloading the system takes just 5 to 10 minutes. With our speed, the chances of catching us are next to zero. Third, HIMARS is well protected. The launcher module and fire control system are mounted on a sturdy truck chassis, with the cabin and undercarriage reinforced with armored steel plates. This makes it capable of withstanding blasts from several pounds of explosives. So far, not a single HIMARS has been destroyed. Well, except for a few wooden ones. Wait, what? Wooden HIMARS? Yes. Ukrainians have been deploying decoy models in forests to confuse the enemy. It wouldn't be surprising if Putin is being briefed on their destruction. In reality, around 40 HIMARS systems have been delivered to Ukraine by the US since the war began. The exact number in active service or under repair is unknown. However, we've seen footage of a HIMARS damaged by a mine and sent back to the US for repairs. Notice how the wheel is blown off, but the cabin remains intact, meaning all 3 crew members, the operator, driver, and commander, survived. Here's another clip showing a Russian Lancet drone strike on a HIMARS after it had completed its mission. As we can see, the drone's 6.5 pounds of explosives weren't enough to destroy the system. This launcher is likely headed to the US for some treatment as well. The first possible destruction of a HIMARS occurred 622 days after they debuted on the battlefield. During that time, Ukrainians managed to destroy 767 Russian MLRS systems. Not a bad score, wouldn't you say? But is there anything in the world more advanced than this American rocket system? The Russian Uragan? The Chinese WS-2D? Or maybe the North Korean KN-25, which boasts a confirmed range of up to 250 miles? Drop your pick in the comments, and we'll create a head-to-head battle video between HIMARS and the weapon you choose. You're watching as the Bradley successfully deploys a Ukrainian assault team, ready to take on an enemy trench. With the mission accomplished, the vehicle starts to pull back, only to face some serious trouble. An enemy FPV drone targets the Bradley, but fortunately, it gets caught in an anti-drone net. However, the crew barely has time to catch their breath before a Russian anti-tank missile strikes the vehicle. Incredibly, the Bradley withstands the hit, once again proving its reliability on the Ukrainian battlefield. And that's just a glimpse of what you'll see in this video. One story will definitely give you chills as it reveals the harrowing experience of a soldier who survived inside a disabled Bradley for a full 6 days. But first, let's rewind to what Ukrainian troops felt during their first encounter with this American IFV in 2023. The vehicle impressed us from the very first minutes of combat. When we started taking machine gun fire, it felt like raindrops were falling on the armor. Everything's great. We just keep rolling. And this was before Bradley played a crucial role in Ukraine's southern counteroffensive in the fall of 2023. Ukrainian forces grew even fonder of the vehicle after seeing how it offered superior protection compared to Soviet-era IFV-1s. Its strong armor makes a big difference. Even when the vehicle gets hit, the crew and passengers are usually safe, thank God. In fact, the Bradley's tough armor has saved troops even in mine blast scenarios. There have been instances in our operations where Bradley's armor saved Ukrainian infantry. I personally survived a landmine explosion and a direct hit from a shaped charge to the turret. Looking at the tablet, everything seemed fine. I was relaxed, thinking this vehicle is incredible. We started pulling back and hit a minefield. Suddenly, we were blown up. I looked up, saw stars in the sky, and realized what had happened. Without a doubt, this machine is incredibly resilient. Another field-proven testament to Bradley's reliability came from a Ukrainian soldier during one of the assaults in the summer of 2023. One vehicle took a hit on the left side near the driver. The armor got torn off, but I didn't even realize it had been hit until I got out and saw the damage. The hull cracked, but nothing catastrophic happened. Hit that like button if you're as impressed by the strength of American Bradley as this soldier. However, no matter how durable Bradleys are, the intense fighting on the Ukrainian front takes a toll on these vehicles. But according to soldiers of the 47th Mechanized Brigade, Bradleys are relatively easy to repair compared to their European counterparts. It hit a mine. We pulled it out, repaired it, and in 3 to 4 days, it was ready to perform missions again. Although, because of the harsh realities of the Ukrainian front, Bradleys cannot unleash their full potential. The reason? Mines. A hell of a lot of mines. We haven't yet been able to fully utilize its firepower because all our actions are restricted by the sheer number of minefields. The vehicles can't operate confidently in open terrain when mine clearance hasn't been fully carried out. This limits their movement. Right now, most of the time, Bradleys serve as a cover from a safe distance or to deliver personnel securely. If we operated in areas with fewer mines, I can confidently say we'd advance much further. Yes, tragically, the southern part of the Ukrainian front is very heavily mined. During counteroffensive attempts in 2023, Ukrainian troops often faced the impossible, advancing through minefields without even being able to wait for sappers. All fields are heavily mined with both anti-tank and anti-personnel mines. Unfortunately, we end up clearing these fields with our own feet because sappers don't always have the opportunity to clear a path for us. As one soldier from the 47th Brigade points out, these vehicles could deliver significantly better results in battles on other parts of the front, like Donetsk and Lugansk regions, where the mining situation isn't as dire. Despite the challenges of navigating minefields, the Bradley IFV continues to play a crucial role in countering Russian armor. Its robust armor and firepower make it an effective adversary, even against Russia's most advanced tanks. Take this video from January 2024, which went viral worldwide. Near Avdiivka, a Bradley destroyed Russia's most powerful tank, the T-90M Prorv. What's even more remarkable is that this battle took place at a very close range, as described by the Bradley operator who took out the cutting-edge Russian tank. The distance was about 200 meters, but when we first approached it, it was around 150 meters. No wonder the Bradley is often called a tank killer. If you want to see even more impressive victories featuring Western heavy weaponry, make sure to subscribe to our channel. The Bradley also took down a T-80 near Novokoprovsk using a TOW-2B anti-tank missile from nearly a mile away. This marked one of the longest tank kills in close combat. However, this is more of an exception than the rule, as the Bradley primarily serves to deliver infantry to the front lines and engages Russian IFVs as its main opponents. According to Ukrainian infantry, the Russian counterparts fall short across the board. When you compare it to Soviet-era equipment like IFVs and APCs, they're in entirely different leagues when it comes to protection. Here's an example. The Bradley wipes out 3 Russian MTLBs in just 30 seconds. And in January this year, a single Bradley crew managed to destroy 3 Russian IFVs in one engagement. Unfortunately, the number of Bradleys on the battlefield remains insufficient, and Ukrainian forces too often have to fall back on outdated Soviet models. This is especially frustrating for those who've experienced the American standard of quality. The only thing I'll say is, after riding in a Bradley, you really don't want to get into an IFV again. Soviet models are simply incapable of dealing with the unique challenges of the Russian-Ukrainian war. If we were operating in this theater of war with Soviet APCs, I can confidently say the brigade would no longer exist. With this density and number of mined fields, every IFV hit would mean losing a squad, with either fatalities or severe injuries. Meanwhile, Ukrainians joke about riding their Bradleys all the way to Moscow. But jokes aside, a video from October this year shows American Abrams tanks and Bradleys finally reaching Russian soil. Together, these machines played a crucial role in capturing Russian military positions in Russia's Kursk region, including destroying enemy fortifications with the TOW-2 anti-tank missile. However, perhaps the most incredible story involving this combat vehicle in the war took place during an assault by the 225th Brigade. In this harrowing event, a Bradley IFV became the sole lifeline for a Ukrainian soldier, keeping him alive for 6 long days. Our task was to reach a designated point, neutralize the enemy, and allow our team to take up a combat position. But as our group moved out, we didn't realize that the Bradley's drop-off point was already under enemy control. I saw movement in the bushes, started firing, and tried to direct the fire. Then I shifted slightly back and felt a sharp pain, like a burning sensation. At first, I didn't understand what had happened. I thought it might be shrapnel from the Bradley. I didn't immediately realize I was wounded. He later managed to provide first aid to himself, applying a tourniquet to his leg. However, his left leg was unresponsive, leaving him unable to walk. The situation grew even more dire when he realized he couldn't count on help. His comrades believed he was dead. My comrades assumed I was dead. I could only move using my arms, and eventually managed to reach the Bradley, where I saw that it was already empty. It's hard to imagine what this warrior endured in that moment, but the toughest challenges were still ahead for him. I spent 6 days inside the Bradley. During that time, I tried to figure out if I should try to call for help. At one point, I even shouted from the Bradley, but my comrades thought I was already dead and assumed it was the enemy trying to lure them into a trap. During those 6 days, the Bradley was hit twice by mortars and once by an FPV drone. At one point, the Bradley caught fire, so I kept a fire extinguisher next to me, knowing it could happen again. I decided to crawl out on my own. Over time, I tried to learn the patterns of when enemy and friendly drones would pass overhead. When I finally got out, I was lying outside the Bradley and started crawling. At this point, his goal was to reach his comrades, but the journey was excruciatingly difficult. I crawled for about 3 hours, covering roughly 7 yards. Every 5 to 10 minutes I shouted, telling them it was me. At that point, I didn't care anymore. I wasn't even sure if they were friendly forces, but I just wanted to reach someone. If they weren't my comrades, at least they would put me out of my misery instead of leaving me to suffer. Despite the constant drone activity, the raging battle, and the grueling crawl, he eventually made it to his comrades. When I shouted my call sign for the last time, saying that I couldn't crawl anymore because my leg was broken, I heard the voice of one of my comrades. This soldier was rescued and is now undergoing treatment. He survived thanks to incredible willpower and the toughness of the Bradley fighting vehicle. Could he have survived in any other IFV or APC? Share your thoughts with us in the comments. Don't worry, German engineering guarantees that the Leopard 2 can effortlessly handle water obstacles up to 3.3 feet deep without breaking a sweat. Oops. It seems that Ukrainian tankers managed to drown a German tank. Why? Some kind of military strategy, perhaps? Things didn't exactly go as planned. This swamp turned out to be deeper than 3.3 feet. As you can see, the tank is completely submerged, which means the water here is over 9.2 feet deep. That's the full height of a Leopard 2. You can almost hear the German Chancellor grinding his teeth at this spectacle. But don't count the Leopard out just yet. Enter the Panzer II, an armored recovery vehicle that can pull tanks or any other stranded equipment straight out of the underworld if needed. Of course, it's German-made too. You could probably guess that just by peeking inside. Cozy, right? Hit that like button if you've ever dreamed of having a room like this as a teenager. This machine weighs 40 tons. It can carve a path anywhere. Forest, swamp, you name it. The Leopard 2 was well and truly stuck. But as you can see, it's been rescued. The big question is, did this $12.8 million tank just turn into an oversized paperweight after its little submarine adventure? After all, the Leopard 2A4 comes loaded with high-tech features: a digital fire control system, automatic fire suppression, a wind sensor, a radio, a gunner's thermal sight with a laser rangefinder, an electro-hydraulic gun stabilizer, something akin to an onboard computer, miles of electrical wiring. Oh, and batteries. Not exactly built for underwater excursions. So, what's the damage, Captain? Sure, the tank isn't watertight like a submarine, but don't worry, pumps are in place to handle water removal. Still, seeing is believing. At this moment, the Leopard 2 looks like a soggy cat, though the driver managed to stay almost dry. Incredible! This German beast works like it was designed for underwater missions. Now it's cruising along like nothing happened. Bravo! But it does beg the question, why risk such an expensive machine in the first place? The ability to cross underwater obstacles like this is something we'll need for operations in similar terrain. The crew has leveled up. Now we know how to do it properly. We're practicing these maneuvers because our plans include not just defense, but also offense. I'm impressed with these tanks. Compared to the T-64 and T-72 I used to fight with, this one is leagues ahead. Clearly, the Ukrainians were training to be ready for some serious action. They were pulling off moves that were impossible with Soviet-era tanks. Just a few weeks later, the Leopard 2 lived up to their expectations. Footage shows that this practice was anything but in vain. Within minutes, the crew had destroyed 2 Russian tanks and 4 armored vehicles. The map of the battlefield reveals that the Russians felt secure, with one flank protected by water and the other monitored by their aerial reconnaissance. They never figured out where the Ukrainian tank came from, but we know the secret. Take a close look at the camouflage on this Ukrainian Leopard. Doesn't look much like a soggy cat anymore, right? For a while, the Leopard ruled this field. But did you notice the unusual reactive armor on the Ukrainian Leopard? Actually, it's nothing other than Contact 1, a Soviet-era design. Each block contains an explosive charge with a compression-sensitive detonator. Ukrainian tankers humorously call them chocolate bars. When hit by a projectile, they explode, using their blast wave to neutralize the penetrating jet of anti-tank munitions. By the way, Ukrainians are also mounting these same explosive boxes on American tanks. You can find a full video about the M1 Abrams in Ukraine on our channel. But seriously, what's the deal here? Why are German tanks getting outfitted with outdated Soviet-era protection? The Leopard 2A4 boasts impressive armor. Its frontal armor is equivalent to 640 to 840 millimeters of steel, easily deflecting shots from any Soviet tanks of its time. But that time was the 1980s. Over 30 years have passed since the A4's debut, and modern munitions can now penetrate its defenses. However, newer Leopard 2 versions, A5, A6, A7, and even the A8, have been upgraded with additional composite armor modules and active protection systems. Thanks to Contact 1, even the Leopard 1A5, also deployed in Ukraine, has significantly improved crew protection. This machine was built to outdated standards. It's been a long time since its introduction. These days, with so many shaped-charged munitions in play, we needed extra protection, so they added cumulative defenses to safeguard the crew. Many critics called the Leopard 1A5 a museum piece, but its gun and fire control system are exceptional. Ignoring that potential would have been a mistake. But don't get the wrong idea. Germany isn't sending only outdated gear to Ukraine. Meet the Panzerhaubitze 2000. Or let's stop butchering German and call it the PZH 2000. Hit that subscribe button if you agree it's easier to say. In short, the PZH 2000 is an incredibly advanced and powerful self-propelled howitzer mounted on a Leopard 2 chassis. But instead of tank gadgets, it comes equipped with an 8,060mm barrel. Its armor, however, isn't exactly tank grade. So what do Ukrainian soldiers think about it? Even if a 152mm shell lands nearby, I know I'm safe inside. Among artillery experts, the PZH 2000 is hailed as the world's most combat-effective self-propelled howitzer. And it's not just about the cozy interior. I input the coordinates, the type of shell, the fuse setting, and how it should activate. Wait a second. Is this a co-working space in Palo Alto, California, or a brutal 155mm cannon? I hit save and I'm ready to fire. On position, I just press 2 buttons, fire. The PZH-2000 boasts a record range of up to 42 miles with rocket-assisted shells and a maximum firing rate of 10 rounds per minute. But the real magic? This beast can fire 3 rounds in quick succession at the same target, with each shell taking a different trajectory to land simultaneously. The autoloader operates with the precision of a guillotine. The loader's job? Quickly place the propellant charge. Ready. Fire. 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 Even though its firing positions are usually 10 to 20 miles from the front line, the PZH-2000 is a prime target for enemy counter-battery fire. That's why, as soon as the last shell is in the air, the crew hightails it out of there to avoid becoming the hunted. And the result? The enemy bunker was destroyed. This howitzer leaves no room for survival. The key is accurate target coordinates. Target information comes from various sources: recon drones, fire observers, and we planned to show you the German counter-battery radar Cobra. Finally, a name that makes sense. Cobra can detect up to 40 enemy firing positions in just 2 minutes. It also calculates the impact point of shells and missiles, adjusts the fire of friendly units, and warns about potential counter-battery threats. But operators of the counter-battery radar are a mystery. They don't give interviews, allow video recording, or let outsiders near their positions. Still, we've managed to find out how fire observers work with the PZH-2000. WeWork is part of a recon fire complex. Our tools include an artillery theodolite and a drone. I only see the enemy on the screen. But with Russian jammers often disrupting drone operations, the fire observer's main tool remains their own eyes. A group of 6 is moving into the private sector, 856, distance 1,500. Here's footage of that group being eliminated. It happened quickly, but the fire observers are as much a target as the PZH-2000 itself. 10 grad rockets landed just 100 to 200 feet away from me, but we're used to this now. However, Bakhmut has become world famous for its intense gunfights, where the legendary German MG3 machine gun has proven its worth. It's carried by all the heroes in today's videos, even the PZH-2000 crew. Some Ukrainian soldiers argue that the MG3 is superior to the American Browning M2. Objection, Your Honor. I'm Team Ma Deuce. If you've seen our video about this machine gun, smash that like button. But let's hear from the Ukrainian troops. If it overheats, you can swap the barrel right in the middle of the fight. This is a crucial feature, because the MG3 boasts a fire rate of 1,200 rounds per minute. In prolonged battles, quick barrel changes mean survival. Not just for the gunner, but for the whole unit. Swapping the Browning M2's barrel, on the other hand, takes more time and adjustments. Another point, the MG3 weighs just 25.5 pounds with a bipod, and its 7.62 by 51mm rounds are much lighter than the monstrous 50 caliber. This allows the gunner to fire from awkward positions. Let's face it, you're not climbing onto a fence with an M2. So that's another win for the German machine gun. What else? The bipod is super easy to adjust. Just shift it forward, take it off, and snap it into another notch. The belt links are disintegrating, easy to use. Once it's fired, that's it. But the MG3's effective range maxes out at 1,300 yards, almost half that of the Ma Deuce. One more reason why it's not used to hunt down Shaheeds. However, there is one piece of German weaponry that outshines the Browning M2 in taking down Russian drones. Enter the GEPARD, the ultimate Shaheed killer. This self-propelled anti-aircraft system hails from the 1970s, built on the first-generation Leopard chassis. Look at its cozy retro interior. Those Germans really know how to design a workspace. But how does it fare in battle?
РЛС, радар,
The radar picks up blips and shows the direction the target is coming from. The radar range is 10 miles or 7.5 miles, but you can narrow it to 5 miles. Once the target is locked, we track it until the system gives the green light to fire. Turns out, the GEPARD's old-school radars are perfect for spotting slow-moving targets. Beyond its 2 radars, the GEPARD packs a high-performance fire control system. Then it fires and the target is destroyed. The GEPARD's guns have an effective range of about 3 miles. A few short bursts from its dual Oerlikon cannons are enough to turn a Shaheed into scrap metal. Watch how it works in action.
Есть захват, 400-600. Готовимся. 3900. 833. 3800. Еще. 3700. Еще. 3600. Есть разрешение на огонь. Наблюдать. 70%. Немає збиття. 50%. 70. Немає збиття. 2800. Немає збиття.
Target down. Whew, incredible work. So, friends, what kind of weaponry does Ukraine need more of right now? Tanks? Howitzers? Or maybe more firearms? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Just take a look at this beauty. The British L-119, now being used by Ukrainian forces, has become the main rival to the Soviet D-30. But is Western artillery really fit for a war where the barrel barely gets a break from constant firing? Ukrainian gunners have their doubts. We went to Germany for 6 days of training. We asked, what if we fire 200 shells a day? What should we do? How does the barrel hold up? And the American says, pour water on it. Then he comes back half an hour later and goes, actually, we've never fired that much. We might have told you something stupid. British and American forces usually use their L-118 and L-119 howitzers to support light infantry or air mobile units. The main difference between the two is the type of ammo they fire. L-118 uses 105mm shells that only Britain keeps in stock, but L-119 can fire rounds that are available across many NATO countries. That's a big reason why Ukrainian artillery crews received L-119s. Because it's way easier to find enough ammo when you can tap into the stockpiles of dozens of partners, instead of relying on one country. And in the war against Russia, the rule is simple. The more shells artillery has, the safer the infantry feels. You feel the weight of that responsibility, especially if you've served in the infantry. You know how important it is, when the enemy's coming at you in force, to have support behind you. So giving Ukraine the L-119s was a pretty smart move. Smash that like button if you agree. It helps boost the channel and lets us make more content like this for you. But having enough ammo is only half the battle. Can the gun barrel actually take the stress it's under on the battlefield? The American instructors who trained Ukrainians weren't sure, but the reality turned out to be a lot more interesting. My crew's always lucky. We usually fire 50 rounds a day, sometimes up to 100. Our record? One gun fired 206 shells in a single day. That was during the Wagner breakthrough. We were covering our battalion and holding them off. On paper, the L-118 howitzer can fire 6 rounds per minute for the first 2 minutes, then 3 rounds per minute during sustained fire over half an hour. But what about real combat? Well, pretty impressive actually. During the Falklands War, British forces managed to fire up to 400 shells a day from a standard L-118. So it's safe to say the L-119, which is basically the same gun with NATO ammo, holds up just as well. In terms of performance, the L-119 is often compared to the Soviet D-30 and the two S-1 Gvozdika self-propelled gun, both in the 122mm category. Sure, those pack a bigger punch, but their barrels? Not even close to the condition of a well-kept L-119. The big advantage is the barrel. That's where the accuracy comes from, and that's the biggest strength of this howitzer. And when shells are limited, accuracy is a huge deal. We can hit targets much more effectively than with the older Soviet stuff. Those worn-out D-30 barrels just couldn't deliver the accuracy we needed for fortified positions. Of course, there's a catch. The 105mm shell used in the L-119 isn't as powerful as a 122mm one, which can carry up to 4 kilos of explosives. But still, we take one precise hit over a dozen shots that miss. Soviet barrels may rain down more shells, but that doesn't always mean better results. One underrated perk of the L-119? Its low silhouette. The smaller size makes it harder for the enemy to spot. And if things get hot, the crew can pack up and vanish in no time. It's fast to set up, fast to pack down. The whole process is just smooth and easy. Also, and this might surprise you, the L-119 is way quieter than its Soviet counterparts. That means less ringing in your ears and a lower chance of giving away your position. It's just super quiet. You almost can't hear the shot. It doesn't rattle your skull like the old Soviet gear. Even the Russians have taken notice. Though, maybe not in the way they'd like. Sometimes it's actually kind of nice hearing their intercepted comms. It's coming from somewhere, but we have no idea where. At night, when drones are buzzing above the front lines, artillery positions are easy to spot thanks to the muzzle flash that lights up with every shot. But here's a surprise, the L-119 barely flashes at all. You can imagine the starry-eyed look on Ukrainian soldiers' faces when they found that out. I used to work with the D-30. The L-119's got a few advantages. The D-30 gives off a huge flash at night, but this British one, barely any. You just can't see it in the dark. It doesn't give away your position. Another big plus? The L-119 is noticeably lighter than its Soviet counterparts, a fact that logistic teams are very happy about. Hit that subscribe button if you want more stories like this. Real war, real gear, no fluff. Western armies usually tow it with trucks or high-mobility vehicles, but that's not all. You can sling it under a UH-60 helicopter, or even fly 2 of them at once with a CH-47. And if the chopper can't land, no problem. They can airdrop it with parachutes. Ukraine isn't doing large-scale airborne ops just yet, but artillery units still benefit from how easy it is to move these guns around with a Humvee. Fast, nimble, gets the job done. It weighs 1,900 kilos. The D-30? Almost a ton heavier. This thing you can literally move by hand. 2 people are enough to spin it around. That weight advantage really shines in mobile defense. When Russian FPV drones are hunting you non-stop, or jets are dropping massive bombs in your sector, staying in one spot is just asking for trouble. How fast you move could mean life or death. We're just sitting there with the gun, the Humvee pulls up and boom, cabs incoming, that's it. Your life now depends on luck, or maybe an FPV spots the gun in the Humvee. That's a priority target for them. Distance from the front line used to mean something, not anymore. Thanks to FPVs, even rear positions aren't safe, and the D-30's extra range doesn't count for much. Up front, there's only one rule. You're a target. If you don't want to get hit, hide well or move fast. I'd rather hit the enemy more effectively than sit further back. There's barely a difference between being 12 or 15 kilometers away. Those long-range FPVs hit D-30s just the same, and they can hit our gun too. The L-119 howitzer is pretty easy to maintain and doesn't give artillery crews much trouble. It rarely breaks down and usually only needs serious repairs after being hit by shrapnel, which, let's be honest, can happen to anyone in this war. All we do is clean it and oil it. If something major breaks, we just send it back to the company. The L-119 showed up on the front lines of the Russian-Ukrainian war back in 2022. Since then, they've been used both in defense and to support offensives against Russian positions. They're mostly used against infantry because it takes the shell 30 seconds to travel 10 kilometers, so it's hard to hit moving vehicles. We mostly aim at buildings, stationary equipment, troops, or clusters of enemy forces. But the more skilled Ukrainian gunners don't let that stop them. If drone operators give them the right coordinates, they're quick to fire even at fast-moving targets, like a Russian stormtrooper riding a quad bike. We've hit a Russian tractor with the howitzer, and one spring, we scored a hit on a tank, all moving targets. We've also landed shots on Russian ATVs and motorcycles. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine's allies have delivered around 50 L-119s to the defense forces. From day one, they were deployed to support airborne units on the front lines, but every gun comes with its own age and barrel wear. The more you fire, the faster the barrel wears out, and the less accurate it becomes. To speed up repairs and keep these guns in the fight, Ukraine's government teamed up with global defense giant BAE Systems. The company has opened a local branch to service the howitzers, produce spare parts, and even manufacture new ones. That's a big deal. It gives hope that towed artillery isn't ready for retirement just yet, and still has a major role to play in future wars. In fact, Ukraine's experience has already made NATO armies rethink their assumptions. Before Russia's full-scale invasion, many NATO countries had been gradually phasing out towed artillery in favor of wheeled and tracked platforms. The Cold War was over, armies were downsizing, and new doctrines were being written for smaller local conflicts. Western engineers also aimed to protect the crews operating these guns. That became especially urgent with the rise of counter-battery radar systems, which can pinpoint enemy firing positions with brutal accuracy. The idea was that an armored capsule would keep crews safe, but modern warfare introduced a new threat: drones capable of detonating ammunition stockpiles. And that forced a serious rethink of how towed artillery fits into the battlefield. Unlike big self-propelled systems, towed howitzers are compact, and that means easier camouflage at well-prepared firing positions. Their ammo is stored separately, so a direct drone hit is less likely to cause a catastrophic explosion. Meanwhile, crews can quickly duck into shelters, often dug and reinforced by the artillery teams themselves. Towed systems also have another key advantage. They're much cheaper and simpler to produce than self-propelled guns. That matters a lot during wartime, when you need to replace losses and equip new units fast. And in that context, the L-119 stands out as a very practical choice. It's accurate, relatively affordable, and built to last. In short, it works. What topic should we cover next? Drop your ideas in the comments. We'll choose from the most liked ones.
This machine is a real workhorse on the front lines. Yesterday, I hit about 13, maybe 14 targets. But the Russo-Ukrainian War might be both its first and last time in combat. We're talking about the Polish self-propelled artillery system, the Krab. It was not only the first NATO-caliber howitzer delivered to Ukraine, but also became one of the most numerous artillery systems in their armed forces. But does quantity mean quality? And do Ukrainian Krabs have a future? When these machines showed up on the battlefield, Ukrainian gunners were ecstatic, and it's easy to see why. After dragging around old Soviet towed guns or wrestling with the flawed Mst.S, the Krab looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Its tech and automation were a revelation. The Polish Krab from 2019 has performed incredibly well in combat. It's saved us many times. Super accurate, reliable, especially the suspension system. The electronics. I'm speechless. Best navigation I've seen. And comfort? Electric kettle, heating, cabin air circulation, air conditioning, you name it. The Krab quickly became a star. Not just in the media, but among the troops for how well it actually performs. But it wasn't just the Krab saving Ukrainians. Ukrainians helped save the Krab. Before 2022, the Krab program was small-scale and struggling. Orders were limited, and its future was uncertain. But Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine changed everything. Poland handed over a significant number of Krabs to Ukraine, which not only gave Ukrainian forces a much-needed boost, but also proved the Krab's effectiveness under real combat conditions. The Krab's journey to battlefield maturity wasn't exactly smooth. The first prototypes were built on the UPG-NG chassis, itself based on the Soviet MTS tractor and the PT-91 Tvarde tank. That chassis turned out to be unreliable, microcracks in the frame, engine problems with the S-12U, and a general headache of delays and technical issues. Add funding problems, and the whole project was teetering on collapse. In 2014, Poland made a smart move and partnered with South Korea's Samsung Techwin to supply the K9 Thunder chassis. That decision gave the Krab program a second wind, and by 2015, the updated version went into mass production. Ironically, the Polish part of the Krab today is mostly the electronics, but thankfully, they're excellent. The fire control systems are fast, intuitive, and accurate. Back in the day with Soviet gear, you'd be hunched over this massive book, the fire table. You'd spend 5 or 10 minutes just crunching the numbers to figure out how to fire one shot. Then, you'd fire blind in the general direction, wait to see where it hit, and adjust. It was all guesswork. These systems? Way easier. They're automated. All the fire tables are preloaded into the system for every type of shell. It does the math for you. Just enter the coordinates and let it rip. Back in the day, Soviet MSTS crews had to prep for each shot with paper fire tables and manual calculations. Krab, on the other hand, has all that baked into the system. The Polish SPG uses a digital ballistic computer that automatically accounts for shell type, temperature, air pressure, and barrel wear. With an MSTS, it can take 5 to 7 minutes from calculating to actually firing. With a Krab, just 30 to 40 seconds from stopping to the first accurate shot. That literally means by the time a Soviet MSTA crew finishes their math, Krab has already fired and driven off. Give this video a like. It tells YouTube it's worth showing to more people. But are these features enough to make Krab stand out among the other SPGs used by the Ukrainian armed forces? Krab has 3 main competitors in Ukraine's arsenal: M109, AS90, and the PZH-2000. M109, the all-time American artillery classic, Ukraine mainly uses its upgraded variants. It's got a shorter barrel, which limits its range to around 20 to 30 kilometers. The upside? It's widespread, easy to maintain, and logistics are simple. But in terms of accuracy and rate of fire, it falls behind more modern systems like Krab or the PZH-2000. PZH-2000, meanwhile, is the most high-tech and the most high maintenance. This German howitzer has an advanced fire control system, a firing rate of up to 10 rounds per minute, and a range over 40 kilometers. But it also needs frequent servicing, is sensitive to harsh field conditions, and has limits on sustained firing, all of which became clear in Ukraine's intense battlefield environment. AS90, the British SPG, actually shares a lot with the Krab. In fact, Krab uses the AS90 turret, but most British AS90s still use older chassis with limited lifespan. Their range is up to 30 kilometers. They work well for Ukraine, but they're not typically deployed on the hottest parts of the front. Their age catches up quicker than newer systems, so Krab ends up being a golden middle ground, reliable, accurate, and mobile enough. Not as refined as the PZH-2000, but not as aged as the M109. But Krab's main problem lies elsewhere. We'll get to that in a minute. Because first, let's talk about the real deal, blowing up the enemy. The Krab is always ready to strike. If the system is on and the weather is fine, give it a minute or two, and we're good to go. Krabs are what we call big boss artillery. These are serious guns for serious men. When you're sitting there at battalion level correcting mortar fire, and they tell you, hold up, the Krabs are joining in to drop 2 or 3 shells. It's like getting a reply from the girl you've crushed on your whole life. And now, it's time to drop those 2 or 3 shells. Your subscription tells YouTube this channel is worth watching. Tap subscribe to support us. But firing from this machine is not just about boom and hit. There's this function, MRC. We can fire 4 rounds into one target zone, and they all land at the same time. And that's not even peak performance. The commander of the 40th Brigade once proudly shared a jaw-dropping stat. In a minute and a half, we fired 15 rounds, like it was a machine gun. But wait, there's more. Here's a fun fact. Never step on my mistakes again. And if you ever visit a crew firing 155mm shells, don't ask where they keep the shell casings. Because surprise, there aren't any. There's no shell casing for 155mm. The propellant burns up entirely, pushes out the shell, and that's it. The whole charge gets consumed in the process. No one's counting Krab's total confirmed kills, but the sheer rate of fire speaks volumes. Some barrels on the front have gone way past their service limits. The Poles said it was impossible to fire that much through one barrel. For instance, in Poland, their upper limit per barrel is 2,500 shots. Before I came here, I checked. My barrel had fired 470, but one of our guns here, 7,200. Yeah, 7,200. They ended up putting that gun in a museum, and one of the reasons Krab racks up that kill count, this beauty, Excalibur. Krab can fire not just regular 155mm shells, but also precision-guided rounds. Excalibur has a range of up to 50 kilometers and an extremely tight deviation. Co-developed by the US and Sweden, it can destroy a target with pinpoint accuracy, often with just one shot. We fired it a bunch of times, not just me. I actually trained in Germany on Excaliburs. These are high-precision rounds that hit hard. The deviation from target? Maybe 3 to 4 meters. They're insanely accurate. Only downside is they can be jammed by Russian electronic warfare. Because yeah, they rely on satellite guidance. Ukrainian artillery crews have been actively using Excaliburs in the Kursk region, where Krabs play far from a secondary role. With Russia now receiving military aid from North Korea, it was this very howitzer that became the first to take out their weaponry. But that didn't happen in Kursk. It happened in Ukrainian Donbass. Our commanders told us we were hitting a Soviet Pion, then later said it was a Koksan. They look pretty similar. Big barrels, you know? When they're camouflaged, it's hard to tell what gun it even is. Despite their impressive battlefield record, Krabs have a serious problem, one that could significantly hurt Ukraine's future defense capability. See, the Krab is something of a Frankenstein's monster of Polish defense manufacturing. Its chassis is South Korean. From the K9 Thunder, its turret comes from the British AS-90. The only thing purely Polish is the electronics and onboard software. And as you might guess, repairing this thing is no walk in the park. That's why Poland has decided to switch entirely to the Korean K9 system, which only makes it harder for Ukraine to maintain the Krabs. In fact, the Krabs received from Poland are one of a kind. They're no longer being produced, and upgrading or replacing them in Ukraine will be a serious challenge. Repairs more and more often involve cannibalizing damaged units, which will gradually shrink the total fleet and deepen the problem over time. And let's not forget, this is still a war. Krabs are a high priority target for Russian forces, who are doing everything they can to spot and destroy these howitzers, especially using Lancet drones. They're coming in constantly now. One week, we had 3 Lancets hit our old position. Ukrainians are doing their best to protect the Krabs from aerial attacks. The main threat to this Krab, as well as other artillery systems, is the Lancet. That's why we've put this chain link mesh over it. It's called a lattice fence, and it helps prevent a direct hit from a Lancet. And in most cases, it works, but not always. According to open source data, Ukraine has lost around 30 Krabs, either destroyed or severely damaged. This is all that's left of our little Krab, the one our allies gave us. There were 50 or 60 shells inside when the Russians scored a precision hit. Only the turret survived. Such losses can't be blamed on flaws in the machine or crew mistakes. Unfortunately, they're inevitable under the kind of intense combat Ukraine faces. And the Krab is working non-stop. The Polish people stepped up and delivered their Krabs to Ukraine exactly when they were needed most, and the system has proven itself completely. Not a single day off. We're working constantly. In the hottest phase of the war, these machines are irreplaceable. But the future of the Krab remains uncertain. It's unlikely to become the primary artillery system for Ukraine, and the number of Krabs will only shrink, not just from battlefield losses and wear and tear, but also because Poland is transitioning to a different platform. Still, despite everything, the Krab keeps fighting and destroying the enemy. We've got targets, we've got the will to fight, and we'll keep going. We'll crush the enemy to the very end. Like this video and tell us in the comments, what topics should we cover next? We'll pick from the most liked ones. Operator scanning for target. Azimuth 222. Altitude 2 kilometers. Target acquired. Standby. Missile launch. Target destroyed. What's small, British, and possibly guarding the presidential palace in Kyiv? Meet the Raven air defense system. Word is, it was deployed as an extra shield for one of the most protected spots in Ukraine, the presidential office. Not bad for a system that looks this modest. But what about this strange-looking piece? Kind of like King Charles III's tobacco tin. Does it actually work? Well, the answer might just be written on the cabin door, in tattoos. And wait till you hear what Ukrainian soldiers have to say about it. Stick around, you'll want to see this. Each of our kills is marked here. That's a Zala, an Orlan, a Supercam, a missile, a Shahed. And what's fast, British and hunts drones for breakfast? This is the Stormer HVM air defense system, another British beast on Ukrainian soil. But how good is it when the sky's full of Shaheds and Lancets? Our crew has destroyed more than 70 targets, mostly drones like the Zala, Orlan, and Supercam. Its appearance might be more traditional, but the Stormer still looks like the love child of a tank and a lunchbox.
Ціль знищена, розхід одна.
Both machines could be called baby SAMs or baby-faced killers. But as you can see, these not-so-aristocratic machines know how to get the job done. The secret lies in what the engineers built into them, hidden tricks even their fancy cousins don't have. Some upgrades were only possible in wartime, when those endless general stuffed commissions suddenly stopped mattering. Time to talk about those battlefield-born innovations. Let's go. Imagine a proper English housewife. She's got leftover potatoes, a bit of chicken, a can of beans, some spices from 2008, and maybe even dog food. And what does she cook? Smoked bacon. That's basically how the engineers at MBDA approached it. While they admit the challenge was tough, it took just 3 to 4 months to go from concept to a ready-to-deploy system. They shipped it to the front before the Ministry of Defense could even print out a manual. So what did the Brits have to work with? A pile of missiles. The system provided by the United Kingdom is equipped with ASRAAM-132 missiles. Missiles like AIM-132 are usually mounted on fighter jets, but the Brits flipped the concept, turning this air-to-air missile into a surface-to-air one. By now, we're kind of getting used to this trick, but this time it gets even weirder. 88-kilogram AIM-132 missiles were mounted on pylons salvaged from retired Tornado, Hawk, and Jaguar fighter jets. All of this was installed on a high-mobility transporter 6x6 platform, a Supacat HMT-600 with a 4-seat cabin. Honestly, those cream-colored seats look like they were pulled straight out of a British business sedan. Jaguar, Bentley, Vauxhall. Drop your guess in the comments. To top it off, they added optics and sensors left over from other projects. The result was the Raven Air Defense System, quickly mastered by Ukrainian troops. It's a really simple system, just 4 switches and a fire button. During combat, I pick the missile and hit fire. It drops off the pylon and reaches the target very quickly. Judging by how the control panel looks, there's no doubt this is still an experimental model, but the operator says the missiles fly very fast. So how fast are we talking? Alright, let's reveal what Ukrainians usually keep to themselves. The AIM-132 has a top speed of over Mach 3, but when it's launched from the ground instead of a fighter jet, that speed drops to Mach 2 to 2.5. Still, that's fast enough to get the job done. It's designed to hit UAVs, all types of cruise missiles, ideally, even aircraft or helicopters. The first Ravens arrived in Ukraine in spring 2023. By May 2025, 8 launchers had fired over 400 missiles at enemy air targets. The overall effectiveness? Around 70%. With that speed loss come other trade-offs too. For example, when launched from a jet, the AIM-132 has a range of 25 kilometers. That's actually close to what the much pricier NASAMS can do with its own adapted AMRAAM-C missiles. Before we continue, please hit like right now. It really motivates us to keep making videos about real battlefield weapons, not fantasy toys like Chinese 6th-gen paper fighters. Thanks. Launching from the ground means spending extra energy on acceleration and fighting gravity. So Raven's real-world range doesn't exceed 12 kilometers. As for altitude, the ground-launched AIM-132 is effective against targets flying up to 8 kilometers high. Some specs, however, haven't changed much in the transition to ground launch. For example, the AIM-132 can still maneuver under up to 50 G. That means the missile, both its structure and electronics, can survive forces 50 times its own weight while pulling sharp turns. That's 10 times more than any Russian cruise missile can handle, and 5 times more than most modern fighter jets. So when chasing down a cruise missile, ASRAAM moves like a hummingbird dodging a bulldozer. This is truly one of the best missiles in the world. But even it has one sensitive weakness, its infrared seeker. For a fighter pilot, this is great. It allows for a fire-and-forget launch. Shoot, break off, and let the missile do the rest. No further guidance needed. But the downside is that IR-guided missiles are vulnerable to thermal countermeasures, even though this seeker is a modern one. Maybe that's why Raven's success rate is 70% instead of 90% like the Stormer HVM? Either way, it's time to crack open this royal-looking box. Now, back to the Stormer HVM, which stands for High Velocity Missile. It's the self-propelled version of the Starstreak man pads mounted on the chassis of the light FV-101 Scorpion tank. No, there's no business class comfort here. It's more like an old food truck run by a retired Pakistani uncle. But Stormer uses laser-guided missiles, and those are a whole different story. There's a joystick for laser control. The missile follows the crosshair on the screen precisely. Thanks to this laser beam riding guidance, the target has almost no chance of fooling the missile with heat flares or evasive maneuvers. And escaping the starstreak is nearly impossible. These missiles fly at over Mach 3.5. Now, that speed isn't enough to catch the fastest targets. For Starstreak to turn a drone into Swiss cheese, its max speed should be under Mach 1 to 1.5. Still, that's fast. But Starstreak has more tricks up its sleeve. This missile fires darts. Here's how it works. After launch, Starstreak splits into 3 metal darts. Each one knows where it's going and how to hurt, because each has its own guidance system and delayed action fuse. If one misses, the other 2 almost always hit and literally punch through the target. They follow the laser path painted by the operator. It's like throwing 3 darts at a dartboard at the same time, and doing it multiple times with both hands. While Raven carries only 2 missiles, Stormer in action feels more like firing a revolver. It's got 2 launch bays with 4 guides each, so you load 8 missiles with a max range of up to 8 kilometers, plus 12 more Starstreak missiles wait in reserve. That's very handy. The crew can reload right at the position. Another special feature, Stormer has no radar, which is why it's often called invisible. It emits nothing, so the crew doesn't need to worry about enemy anti-radiation missiles. However, we took down a Zala that was marking a target for a Lancet. Luckily, the Lancet hit just 3 meters away from us. So yes, the enemy can spot Stormer visually, which means in this war, not even invisible air defense crews can afford to relax. At the start of the war, Ukraine's short-range air defense relied mostly on Soviet systems. For example, the Strela 10 tracked SAM is also based on a tracked chassis, but its range is much shorter, up to 5 kilometers, and the max altitude it can hit targets at doesn't exceed 3.5 kilometers. The OSA air defense system has an interception ceiling of up to 5 kilometers. It was one of the key Soviet-era short-range air defense systems used by the Ukrainian armed forces early in the war. The OSA's main feature is its built-in radar, which gives it autonomy. But the radar is so outdated, you could say the OSA is like a grandma with binoculars and a shotgun. She might hit something, but only if it's not moving. Tunguska looks a lot more impressive. It has a range of 8 kilometers, the same as the British Duo. It also comes with twin 30mm autocannons in addition to missiles. However, Tunguska is a nightmare to maintain and weighs 34 metric tons. That's 3 times heavier than the British systems. But the Tunguska crew is protected by welded steel armor. It can stop 7.62mm rounds from all sides, and the front plate can withstand 12.7mm rounds from long distance, although that's not guaranteed. So how are the crews of the British air defense systems protected? That's a fair question, since with their limited range, both the Stormer and Raven are forced to operate dangerously close to the front lines. Let's start with the Stormer, which is based on the Scorpion, technically a light tank. Once we rolled out into position, stood there for maybe 5 minutes, and then the artillery started hitting us. A shell exploded right in front of me. I saw it, hit the gas, and ran. And it runs well. It can go almost 80 kilometers per hour, and it's pretty maneuverable. To be honest, Stormer's armor is like British humor, subtle and not great in every situation. The hull is made of aluminum, 20 to 60 millimeters thick. It protects against 7.62mm bullets, light mines, and, as you just heard, even shrapnel from a 152mm shell. But Raven doesn't even have that. Its only armor is the crew's prayers. So let's sum it up. These 2 weirdos complement each other like a pair of rowdy Brits at a pub. One throws darts, the other throws insults, but both hit the mark. The Stormer appeared in 1997 when drones were still mostly sci-fi. It was originally designed to hunt helicopters and close air support jets, and yet it's adapted pretty well to the drone era. Its main downside? The missile needs to be guided by laser all the way to the target, which means the crew must stay in position longer, increasing their risk. The Raven was created as a response to the new reality of war, where the skies are packed with UAVs. Because it's a mashup of different systems, Raven earned the nickname Frankensam. What's truly impressive is how quickly that concept was brought to life. Since Raven uses fire-and-forget missiles, its crew seems to be safer. Or are they? Let us know in the comments. What matters more for a modern short-range air defense system, speed or armor? Or maybe you have your own idea for how to fight drones? Share it below. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. When you hit that subscribe button, you help us convince His Majesty the YouTube algorithm that this channel is worth recommending. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, right below me you can see the German infantry fighting vehicle, the Marder, nicknamed the German Martin. And on the rear of this IFV, you can spot the red and white flag of the 100th Separate Mechanized Brigade, the unit that has these German vehicles in service. Thanks to them, today we'll get to talk to the guys who actually fight in this beast. Volodymyr, you're the commander of this Martin's crew. First off, you're leaning right now on its gun.
MK-20 machine cannon. That's the designation. It's a 20mm weapon, fires both HE frag and AP rounds. A brutal piece of kit?
And what about maintenance? How often does it jam? Does it jam at all? And how hard is it to deal with when it does?
Depends on how you lubricate it. If it's graphite grease, yeah, sometimes it jams. If it's proper gun oil, it runs smooth. It also depends on the ammo manufacturer. If it's cheap or shady ammo, you'll get jams. But with good rounds, no issues.
And this isn't the only weapon on the module. Over here, you've also got the MG3, a German MG-42 modernized. So, still German steel. MG3, chambered in 7.62 millimeters, right?
Right.
We've seen you lay down fire with it. Support the channel with a like and subscribe. The rate of fire is insane.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. And of course, 7.62 millimeters, we've seen your ammo stowage. You're packing a serious load.
500 rounds, give or take a bit more.
Now, your main combat task. As an IFV, you've got to deliver infantry into the fight. Suppress enemy positions so no one interferes while they dismount within line of sight.
Yeah, just hammer them.
And then pick them up after. You've got room for 7 troops inside? Now about armor. The manuals say, frontal projection was designed specifically to withstand the Soviet BMP-2's 30mm autocannon. On paper, it's supposed to hold against 30 millimeters. But in practice, how does it feel?
This one's got extra armor kits, about 5 tons added. These external plates you see, that's the add-on armor.
Factory issue, or is this a later modification?
No, that's an upgrade. With it, the vehicle weighs about 35 tons now, from 32 up to 35. Average is 35 tons.
And with that weight, not exactly light, how's the mobility?
Good. Handles well.
Worth noting the German obsession with detail. Beyond things like locks and latches being proprietary, they even thought through small practical stuff like these anti-slip squares and rectangles on the hull. Thanks to them, you don't slip and eat dirt. Now, you might say, Serhi, how bad is your balance that you're falling on something so basic? But trust me, in winter, in fall, when mud or ice shows up, this whole thing gets slick as glass. You're trying to sprint onto it in a rush. And you're sliding, falling. With these grip plates, you feel solid and confident. Everything is in the details. And now, Mikola, you're the driver mechanic of this fantastic machine.
Yeah.
So, how fast? You pin the speedo? How much?
Most of the dial.
You've pushed it to 60 kilometers per hour?
Yeah, 65 to 70 kilometers per hour.
Transmission. I get it's both automatic and manual, right? You can switch modes?
It's got 3 gears plus automatic.
And pedals? You've got clutch in there, I assume? Gas on the right?
No clutch. Yeah, gas on the right, brake on the left.
Wait, then how the hell do you drive it like a manual?
Well, let me explain. You put it in second gear. It drives like an automatic, just won't go beyond second. Same if you slot third, it won't go higher than third. Automatic mode, of course, gives you full speed.
And this panel to your left, especially that big red one. What's that?
That's the fire suppression system. Works automatically. If it doesn't trigger, you rip this seal and force it manually.
Thanks, Mikola. By the way, we ended up in matching t-shirts. Very thematic shirts.
For the machine?
Yeah, for the machine. This here is your workplace. I'm sitting right in front of you. Pretty cramped in here, gotta say. I'm guessing you and the vehicle commander have to be best buddies because you're basically pressed against each other in these tight conditions. Otherwise, you're throwing elbows all day. No cinema seat arguments here about who gets the spot. You just have to sync with each other. Right then. I see you've got periscopes. Triplexes?
Yeah, 3 of them.
How's the visibility?
It's all right, but for shooting, you've got to look through this sight. Flip it open, look through, fire.
Got it, got it.
And this is the night vision. Can't switch it on now. Would blind us.
Yeah, as commander, I've got plenty of optics here too. Like this one, for example.
That's night vision. Night sight, thermal imager, and this one's daytime vision.
So you're slave to this as your gunner, basically mirroring me? We're synced up, yeah?
Yeah.
So, basically, I can take control myself. Or you can fire. You're sighting through this eyepiece, right? From here.
Yes.
And the trigger. That's this button here.
This one is single fire with the cannon, and this one's burst fire.
And how do you switch over to the MG3? Yeah.
Well, you switch on the autocannon, switch on the MG, and then it's all bursts. No single shot on that.
So this is your main control panel. More or less clear now. MG, that's the machine gun. AC, that's the 20mm cannon. Got it.
Well, you've got 2 ammo boxes here. This one is HEFRAG, and this one is armor piercing. I just switched it, so it's probably AP loaded now.
Yeah, makes sense. Damn, what a brutal sound.
So here are 2 boxes. This one's HEFRAG. No, wait, the AP is on top. That box is loaded. The HE frag is the bottom one. 2 boxes. 2 belts feeding in. 1 and 2.
And one last question. These numbers here, that's the round counter, right? Or what?
You can set how much ammo you want in the load, like 50 rounds, for example. You plug it in, and it'll burn through that.
Basically, it's like a safety measure. Tells you how much you've got left. So, as you figured out, the crew is 3 men. The driver, sitting here. The commander's seat is right next to the gunner. Very close to the gunner. Critically close to the gunner.
Close enough to kiss?
Close enough to kiss, as the gunner says. And what am I doing climbing out? Fine, I'll crawl back. When it comes to small human details, you might not notice at first. There are rear-view mirrors hidden right here the whole time. Yaroslav. You can see yourself in them, right? That's Yaroslav, our cameraman. Thanks to German Rheinmetall Tech, you're seeing our cameraman Yaroslav and the 100th Mechanized Brigade. They can haul infantry and crush the enemy. Tell me that's not a hell of a machine. Right now, I'm inside the troop compartment of the Marder 1A3 IFV. This is a German infantry fighting vehicle. Its name translates as Martin, And today, I'll be talking with the crew. We'll try riding it, test how it moves. We're heading out now for live fire exercises as part of the crew. Was it hard to learn this vehicle?
For the operator, not really. This is my workstation. I control the turret from here. It rotates a full 360 degrees, both left and right. Ammo is fed in right here. This is the lever we use to feed it.
So you actually load the cannon from this very spot?
Yes, right here. Instructors train us well. They help, they explain everything. It's easier to work when you have that sense of unity, a kind of brotherhood. It's still an IFV, just like ours, but I like the gun more and also the armor protection.
Why the gun? What makes it better?
It's simpler to operate, easier to load, fewer jams, and the rate of fire is much better.
Behind me now, the Marder crew is loading up the vehicle. And today, we'll be going into live fire. Fire!
Well, how was it? All good?
Good. What's happening right now?
Firing the cannon at targets.
So they fired once. What's next?
First shot is for correction. Then we adjust, get a more precise aim, and fire in bursts.
Strangely enough, inside the troop compartment, the cannon fire doesn't sound that loud. You can actually sit here without ear protection, and it's fine. Overall, for the infantry and back, it feels surprisingly comfortable to ride.
Yeah, it's good inside. On top of the armor, it's rougher, of course. You get tossed around more, but for infantry in here, it's good riding. Safe, too. I've heard of it taking an RPG hit, and if it rolls onto an anti-tank mine, it can handle that as well. It's a really solid vehicle. Strong armor, good maneuverability. In the crew, I'm infantry. We do trench assaults, house clearing. I've got 6 kids, 3 girls, 3 boys. I promised them I'd take them to the sea in Hennichesk. Gotta keep my word.
Is it hard to aim with this cannon?
No, the gun hasn't been zeroed, so we need to calibrate it. We locked onto a target. The round landed off to the right and a bit high. We adjusted, recalibrated, and lined up on the target. The second shooter hit the target dead on with his very first shot.
Firing session complete. Heading back to the start line. How did we do today? What's your impression?
I think we did well. We had solid hits. You feel that rush of adrenaline. Makes you want to keep learning because the enemy isn't standing still. He's got to be stopped.
On the tracks of this machine, you can see these rubber pads. They're put there so the vehicle can roll down regular roads without tearing them up. Under the hood, it's got a 600 horsepower engine, and it pushes this beast up to 65 to 70 kilometers per hour.
It climbs a 60-degree slope, no problem. Powers right up, doesn't even feel the load. On flat terrain, it drives perfect. You can even spin it around in place. The machine's got both an automatic and manual transmission. 3 gears forward, 3 in reverse.
So what do you have in there? A steering wheel or levers?
A wheel! You drive it like a car. Only when you're backing up, you're turning the vehicle left, but you've got to turn the wheel to the right.
We asked the Marder's driver to explain to me how to control this IFV, and I'll try driving it myself. I've got zero experience driving IFV's cars, yes. So let's see how easy it is to pick this up. Tell me what I need to do.
You drop this lever down and push it in. That starts the whole machine.
Wait, what am I pressing wrong?
Slow down before potholes.
The feeling you get in this thing is that you've got a monster in your hands. It chews through any obstacle, splashes straight mud on your face. Rain just passed through here. You can feel the raw power of German armored engineering.
During training, the troops studied this new machine. They got familiar with its layout, its systems, learned what it's capable of. And now, today, they're completing exams in full and are ready to carry out combat missions. From my side, I'll say this. Either the training program worked perfectly, or it just so happened that the men came in motivated, with the sense they already knew this machine.
And how did the exams go today?
Very well. Not a single failing grade, only S and A's. I can say with certainty, I trust the men who passed this training. I'd go into battle with them. They're that well prepared.
Есть захват, 406. Готовимся. 3900. 833. 3800. Еще. 700. Еще. 3600. Есть разрешение на огонь. Стрел. Есть батя, перезахоплення.
Another target eliminated, another few Ukrainian lives saved. We may not know their names, but we do know the name of their protector, Flugabwehrkanonen Panzer GEPARD.
Bring on the Flügelkampfheimler!
Or simply, the GEPARD anti-aircraft tank. And hold on, looks like it's still busy.
Yes.
Another one down. Not bad, but not a record yet. If not for the war in Ukraine, hundreds of 45-year-old Gepards would be rusting away in junkyards. And that's the best case scenario because practical-minded Germans usually just melt down outdated machines. The Bundeswehr officially retired Gepards in 2011, claiming they had critical flaws that made them unfit for modern warfare. You'll learn about those soon, but despite this, armies worldwide still want similar systems. And Ukraine is snapping up Gepards wherever it can find them. Let's start with the basics. This machine comes in twos. 2 radars, 2 cannons, 2 engines. Seems like German engineers built the Gepard for every possible scenario. Your like helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. This radar mounted on the back of the turret in travel position is the search radar. When in use, it deploys and spins at 60 RPM, maybe not as fast as a German washing machine, but just as silent and reliable. It has an effective range of 9.3 miles. Once it detects a target, it feeds the data to the tracking and targeting radar, which locks onto the target in a 200-degree arc. You can see it mounted on a swivel bracket. Both radars operate independently, come with electronic countermeasure protection, and feature built-in self-diagnostics. Once the data is processed, the fire control system calculates the perfect firing moment. Here's how that plays out. Locking on, tracking, and firing. Sounds simple, right? Not quite. The operator is just being modest. The true brains of the system is the onboard computer, which works so fast it actually needs to be reined in. That's the operator's job. to authorize each shot because you can't just fire away if the target is over a city or a sensitive site. We only shoot them down over open fields or water. But the onboard computer isn't just an overachiever, it also has veto power. If it detects a faulty shell, it blocks the firing sequence. Seems like a good thing, ensuring no dude rounds get chambered. However, some reports suggest the computer is a little too sensitive. But that's not why the Bundeswehr retired the GEPARD. The issue is that this system was designed back in the early 1970s. The original concept was to shield armored columns on the move and defend stationary targets against helicopters and low-flying aircraft in all weather conditions, day and night. The problem? Modern air-to-ground missiles outrange the GEPARD's 2.5-mile effective range. Take the Vichur anti-tank missile, used by Russian Su-25T attack aircraft and Ka-50, Ka-52 helicopters. It has a 5-mile range. The Ataka-D system, up to 6 miles. The Kh-39, 9 miles. This means that in a modern battlefield scenario, the GEPARD isn't the hunter, it's the prey. Even its turret-mounted smoke launchers wouldn't save it. Just buy it a little time before the inevitable. But in Ukraine, the GEPARD found a second life, hunting drones and subsonic cruise missiles. It detects and destroys them with ease, and it does it with style. Just listen to the voice of its twin, 35mm Oerlikon autocannons. These Swiss-made beauties have a service ceiling of 13,000 feet. They won't touch ballistic missiles, but when it comes to swarming kamikaze drones, they're absolute killers. Near Odessa, a single GEPARD took down 10 targets in a short period. No wonder the muzzle brake on these twins looks like a crown. Their combined rate of fire? A blistering 1,100 rounds per minute, 550 per barrel. But here's the catch. The GEPARD carries just 640 rounds total, and reloading takes an agonizing 20 minutes. That's why the operator often switches to controlled bursts, single shots or 10 to 12 round bursts. Fortunately, that's more than enough to take down a Shahed drone. For example, taking down a UAV at a distance of 3 kilometers required just 11 rounds. That's efficiency, and in this war, every round counts. Let's add one more detail. If a shell misses, it self-destructs. And these cannons aren't just for aerial targets. Imagine those terrifying shells, each weighing between 1.2 and 1.65 pounds, ripping through 115 millimeters of armor, and turning the target into Swiss cheese. On top of that, the GEPARD moves pretty well, hitting speeds of up to 40 miles per hour. Its 10-cylinder engine is a thirsty beast, guzzling about 150 liters per 100 kilometers, but it delivers an honest 830 German horsepower. Meanwhile, its onboard systems run off a second engine that sips a modest 20 liters per hour. But most importantly, the GEPARD has fantastic off-road capabilities, thanks to its tank chassis. This proved to be a major advantage in combat, especially during the battles of fall 2022. It's built on the Leopard 1 platform. However, Ukrainian forces have largely stopped using GEPARDs near the front lines. For one, its armor is much thinner than the Leopard 1. The 30mm steel plating at the front is enough to stop bullets and shrapnel, but won't handle anything bigger. And with just 15mm of armor on top, it's not built for today's battlefield. Because modern warfare has changed. The skies over the front line are now swarming with FPV drones, each carrying a shaped charge. These little buzzing killers are an even bigger threat to armor than attack helicopters or jets. Any vehicle rolling out on a mission risks taking multiple FPV hits in just minutes. And let's not forget the Lancet kamikaze drones, real vultures of the battlefield, striking Ukrainian vehicles from dozens of miles away. They've become a nightmare for armor. We've covered the brutal realities faced by Western tanks, Abrams, Leopard, and Challenger on this battlefield in several videos. It's clear that the role of tanks and armored vehicles is undergoing a massive rethink. We're keeping a close eye on these changes, so subscribe to our channel, not just to support us, but to see more Western weapons in action. So the GEPARD is used wherever it's needed, but at a safe distance from the front lines. Even in the rear, though, there are far too many places that need protection. and Ukraine only has about 55 of these systems. Given its effective range, that's nowhere near enough. And then there's the issue of ammo shortages. At first, Switzerland refused to supply 35mm Oerlikon rounds to Ukraine, citing its neutrality. Then it went even further and blocked their re-export. Eventually, the issue got sorted, and Ukraine recently secured a deal for 180,000 rounds. But Rheinmetall still hasn't delivered on a 300,000 round order placed all the way back in February 2023. Despite all this, Ukraine is doubling down on these shells, since they're not just for the GEPARD. They also go into the Cheetah, the Dutch variant of the GEPARD, which comes with an upgraded radar and fire control system. On top of that, Ukraine has also received Skynex systems, straight from Germany. This platform, developed by Rheinmetall Air Defense, is designed for stationary defense. It's not a self-propelled system, but it can be transported and deployed where needed. Right now, Skynex batteries are protecting airfields, critical infrastructure, and other strategic sites. A Skynex battery consists of 4 Oerlikon Mk3 35mm cannons, a command post, and a radar station that detects targets and directs the guns. It has a slightly longer range than the GEPARD at 16,500 feet, but let's be honest, what really matters is how it sounds. Listen to these beauties. Pure firepower in stereo. The Oerlikon Mk3 also has an insane rate of fire, 1,000 rounds per minute. To keep this beast under control, Skynex uses 7-round clips to prevent it from going full berserk. And finally, its biggest trick, the AHEAD airburst rounds. Each of these rounds carries 152 tungsten projectiles, each weighing 3.3 grams. When detonated near a target, they create a cloud of shrapnel that shreds everything in its path. That makes Skynex an even deadlier drone killer. But what about crew safety? Surprise! It doesn't even need a crew on site. The Skynex firing unit is fully unmanned. The operator stays safe inside a separate command post, while the system's radar can detect targets from up to 31 miles away. That means they see incoming threats minutes before they enter the kill zone. Still, that doesn't make their job any less thrilling. But can Skynex be mounted on a chassis to create a mobile air defense system? Absolutely. The system is based on Skyranger 30/35 from Rheinmetall, which is expected to become a key part of Europe's air defense network. Its effective range, 5 miles. Just days ago, Rheinmetall delivered a prototype of the Skyranger 30 to the Bundeswehr, mounted on a Boxer armored vehicle. This setup helps standardize components across the fleet, making maintenance easier. The Skyranger's cannon will also use airburst rounds for even greater effectiveness against drones. The Skyranger can also be mounted on Leopard 1 or Leopard 2 tank chassis, but what's the better setup for today's battlefield? Wheeled or tracked? Or is it best to keep the crew completely separate in a remote command post? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
That was one rough encounter between a Dutch YPR 765 and an anti-tank mine on the Russian-Ukrainian front. The vehicle burned out completely, but the crew made it out alive. Another hit APC got a bit luckier. A tank managed to tow it off the battlefield. So, is the armor really that ineffective? Not quite as bad as it looks. It actually holds up against an ATGM hit. That's my commander's seat right there. The missile hit it directly, and nothing. We evacuated. Everyone made it. They did finish it off afterwards, sure, but it held. So what's the final verdict on the YPR 765? More pros or cons? Ukrainian soldiers tell the full truth about this Western APC. You could call the YPR 765 the Dutch cousin of the M113. They look alike, and they play a similar role on the battlefield. Back in the mid-1970s, the Royal Netherlands Army was looking to replace its aging French AMX VCIs with something more effective. That's when Dutch designers took a hard look at the upgraded version of the American Armored Infantry Fighting Vehicle, made a few tweaks, and thus, the YPR 765 was born. It proved so popular that by the 1990s, the Army had around 2,140 of them in service. Smash that like button to help more people see this video. Today, there are 17 different variants of the vehicle, used for troop transport, fire support, and medical evacuation. On paper, it sounds like a solid machine. But what about real combat? In the Russia-Ukraine war, The YPR-765 was sent straight into hell. Crews fought in the Battle of Bakhmut and took part in Ukraine's southern counteroffensive. And soldier opinions are divided. This soldier, for example, had trouble navigating rough terrain without getting bogged down. There's an automatic gearbox for switching drive modes. In heavy mud, it can't gain speed. It just doesn't shift, stays stuck in first gear. The engine's maxed out. It overheats, and you're crawling at like 5 to 10 miles an hour. With something like a BMP, it's got a manual gearbox, so you can power through in second or third. Here, it's out of your hands. Sounds pretty disappointing, especially since the YPR-765 was built to operate in environments full of water hazards and swampy terrain. The designers expected it to ford rivers and float like a cork. That's why the vehicle's front has a wave-cutting structure installed. There's extra armor bolted on top. Between the layers, there's polyurethane foam that helps it float. In the front, there's what we call a float. It breaks the waves. That's what lets it swim. And because of the extra armor, it's about 3 tons heavier than the standard M113. Another cool detail for tough terrain missions is actually built into the body. If the troops are covered in mud, they can easily slip off and fall while riding on the outside. To prevent accidents, the designers added a special coating on the metal. Thanks to that, muddy boots don't slide off the armor like it's an ice rink. It's made specifically for areas with lots of water and swampy ground. When the ramp drops, soldiers go in and out with wet, muddy feet. Armor is super slippery. That's why it's coated with a texture, like Gravitex, so it's not slick. You'll find the same kind of anti-slip coating on Germany's Marder IFV. We've done a full video on that one too. Check the link in the top right corner. Now, back in older conflicts where artillery was the biggest threat, the fact that the YPR struggles to pick up speed in mud might have been forgivable. But the Russian-Ukrainian front is a different beast. Dozens of recon drones buzz overhead, scanning for targets to pass to FPV operators or kamikaze drones. And if you're crawling along at 10 miles an hour, your chances of dodging anything are next to zero. We have tons of contact. Close combat happens, but more often it's remote warfare. Drones, artillery, grads. But honestly, artillery's not as dangerous as drones. That's what really limits this vehicle. You can't get closer than 1.5 kilometers. That's already pushing it. The troops have to walk the rest. Even with electronic warfare systems on board, there's no 100% guarantee you'll survive. The Russians have the numbers advantage in every type of munition, so they're not shy about using them. If they spot a YPR, they'll happily launch 40 BM-21 Grad rockets at its location. Sure, BM-21s aren't as accurate as HIMARS, but let's be honest, no one wants to test their armor while standing under a rocket shower. Everything has to be lightning fast. Sometimes, during an operation, we had 11 runs in just a day and a half for the wounded and the dead. And only one vehicle was doing all the work. The Russians hated that. They were ready to hit us with grads or anything they had just to stop us. They keep trying to take us out, but they can't. Another major threat to the YPR? Chaotic minefields scattered across roads and open terrain. About 23% of Ukraine is now mined. What's worse, in fear of a Ukrainian breakthrough, the Russians have blanketed the south with anti-tank and anti-personnel mines, and didn't even bother marking them on maps. That means every ride in an armored vehicle could be your last. To avoid casualties, a local guide rides with the crew, someone who knows which paths are still safe. This seat's usually for the guide. You're driving to a spot you haven't been in a while, and here, roads can change in a matter of days. One section gets remined, another gets blown up or burned down. The whole landscape can shift. So even if you were there a month ago, that road might now be a trap. A guide joins you, someone who's fighting in these very trenches and knows the current terrain. And don't forget, subscribing to this channel helps more people see this story. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff. Now picture this. You're driving along a road that could blow your tank sky high at any moment. Enemy FPV drones are circling overhead. Shells are exploding all around. Making it back alive from that kind of hell sounds like something only a superhero could pull off. But this crew fought in Bakhmut and lived to tell the tale. We were retaking positions and dropping off infantry. Everyone was involved. At that point, I don't think any vehicles had been hit. We rolled in, got the job done, and rolled out. But their luck ran out later. While evacuating fellow soldiers under fire, their YPR was rocked like a boat in a storm. The shockwaves slammed the vehicle, but the armor held. Despite serious damage, the crew managed to survive and return. There was one time I thought, this is it. But thanks to this vehicle, its armor really held up. The back doors were blown apart, but the whole crew and the lightly wounded guys we were evacuating all survived. One of the golden rules in war: if you want to live, suppress the enemy so they can't shoot back. Some versions of the YPR-765 are built for just that. You can mount a machine gun or a grenade launcher, and let's be honest, it feels a lot better knowing you can fire back instead of just soaking up hits. Lobbing grenades over enemy trenches is a great way to kill their morale and keep them from lifting their heads to aim that RPG or ATGM at you. This one's equipped with an MK-19 and a fully automated weapon station. Inside, there's a screen with a targeting system, rangefinder, and night vision. You can fire both day and night, and the turret rotates a full 360 degrees. Thanks to its advanced electronics, the YPR-765 can open fire around the clock. The thermal imaging sight helps spot and lock onto enemy targets, making every shot count. That's crucial in modern combat. No wasting grenades guessing where infantry might be hiding. The gunner follows one rule: see the target, eliminate it. These are 40mm live grenades. They're loaded into this box, then fed into the launcher. You can load them manually or automatically from inside. Firing can be done in bursts, single shots, or manually, right from the monitor module. Another major advantage of the YPR-765, the gunner doesn't have to stick his head out of the hatch like in the old days. With FPV drones turning every exposed crew member into a moving target, that's basically a death sentence. But the Dutch beast gets around that. All firing is remote controlled from inside using a joystick and display. It feels like playing a video game, except there's no respawning, and you've got one shot to get it right. This is the monitor where we do the actual aiming. The joystick doesn't move. It's fixed. You control everything using buttons right on it. Despite the risks and stress of operating the YPR-765, Ukrainian crews hold the line with grit and even some humor. We're pretty sure this soldier lives by one motto: see the target, ignore everything else. And something tells us anyone who ends up in the sights of his grenade launcher won't forget that moment, if they survive. No matter what's going on, you've got to focus on what's in front of you. Doesn't matter if it's shooting or shaking, you aim and do your job. Like we say, you gotta rain it down. Rain it so hard they can't lift their heads. In Ukraine, YPR-765s are pushed to their absolute limits. One machine, like the one in our story, might make 11 combat runs in a single day. And its armor is constantly tested by the full arsenal of modern Russian weapons. But there's another twist: the troop capacity. In Western armies, the YPR-765 is rated for 7 soldiers. In Ukraine, as many as you can squeeze in. We loaded up to 8 people, honestly. It's designed for 7, not counting the crew. Just the dismounts. But 8 fit just fine. There was even a case where we packed in 11. We were doing an evacuation and crammed in 11 wounded. Ukrainian troops used to rely solely on Soviet-era vehicles. But today, NATO armor fills the ranks. The pace of combat leaves little time to train on new gear. But fortunately, the YPR-765 turned out to be easy to pick up. That gave crews a head start, letting them roll out on missions without delay. I trained on BMP-1s and BMP-2s, but when they handed our company a YPR, I just got in and drove off. No problem. On the Ukrainian front lines, the YPR-765 has proven itself. Solid armor, but also some real drawbacks, especially with its automatic transmission. Still, when resources are tight, like they are for Ukrainians, this kind of armored vehicle is far from useless. Got an idea for our next Weapons of Victory episode? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We'll pick from the top suggestions.
Sweden is usually known for Volvo, Eurovision, and the Nobel Prize. But for Ukrainians, Sweden means weapons. And the CV-90 infantry fighting vehicle has already gained a solid reputation on the front line. The BMP-1 we used to work with was a tin can. But the CV-90? That's a solid, reliable machine. But in the chaos of the Russian-Ukrainian war, is being good and reliable enough? The CV-90 is the brainchild of Hägglunds, a Swedish company now owned by the British giant BAE Systems. And they didn't cut corners. This machine is precise, high-tech, and built to perform. Our gunners say it's a surgical tool, highly accurate, deadly precise. It can even take on tanks. First off, it's surprisingly spacious. Despite having similar dimensions to Soviet BMPs, the absolute antithesis of interior space, CV-90 offers way more room for troops. Second, it's safe. Compared to the BMP-1 still crawling around in the Russian army, the CV-90 has twice the armor protection. And then there are the seats, built to absorb shock. They reduce the impact of mine blasts or other explosions, something that could mean the difference between life and death. Another major safety feature is the Barracuda system, a high-tech camouflage net that drastically reduces the vehicle's visibility. It protects against night vision, thermal imaging. It makes the vehicle about 70% less visible than other machines. It hides the heat signature and even helps conceal it from the naked eye.
And does this actually help in combat?
Oh, absolutely. I'd say 70% of our survivability comes from this protection.
So how do the enemy spot a CV-90?
They don't. It just looks like a wrecked, gray, burned-out vehicle. And that's just the beginning. The CV-90's capabilities don't stop there. They only get better. With enemy drones swarming the battlefield, speed is everything in the Russian-Ukrainian war. A fast vehicle can complete its mission and get out before an FPV drone locks on or artillery zeroes in. And when it comes to speed, the CV-90 has zero issues. With a top speed of 43 miles per hour, this thing is practically a Formula One car in military terms. Speaking of F1, its suspension is based on active damping technology, just like in high-performance race cars. Oh, and see this button? Support the channel's growth with a simple like. It has the best suspension. No Russian or Soviet model comes close to this adaptive suspension. It adjusts to the terrain, softens or stiffens as needed. In real life, this looks like this. This smooths out off-road travel, boosts speed, and improves mobility. The mobility is incredible. We pushed forward to enemy positions, hit nearly a meter of mud, dove in, powered through, and got the job done. So, sounds perfect, right? A dream machine? Not exactly. Sometimes an advantage can also be a drawback. Tracks, oil maintenance, road wheel replacement, that's all on the driver. But for real repairs, you need a specialized mechanic. Hit subscribe for more honest reports from the front lines. Despite all its perks, CV-90 is a high-tech machine that needs specialists. And not every Ukrainian brigade has the tools or know-how to maintain something built with F1 technology. Running gear is the heart of any combat vehicle, and CV-90's maintenance demands far more skill and tools than a Bradley or Marder. Of course, if you want simplicity, you can stick with Soviet-era armor, fix it with a crowbar and some creative swearing. But Ukraine's 1,500-kilometer front line means skilled personnel are just as critical as firepower. And there's another challenge looming: standardization. Sweden and Denmark operate different versions of the CV-90, and Ukraine is getting both. That means extra logistics, extra parts, and extra headaches. It's basically two separate vehicles under the same name, with different components needed for each. But that's a problem for later. For now, Sweden's CV-90s are ready to hit the battlefield. The Russian-Ukrainian war is one of the first serious tests for the CV-90 in full-scale combat. As of now, multiple Ukrainian units are using these vehicles. Here, fighters from the 93rd Mechanized Brigade are perfecting their skills on the Swedish machine. And in this video from the 14th Mechanized Brigade, a tank and a CV-90 move in close to enemy positions, delivering firepower before the infantry assault. Overall, the Swedish IFV is performing well in combat, which really annoys the Russians. They've been desperately hunting CV-90s since summer because they can't take them out. They'd send two T-90s just to deal with a single CV-90. Early on, they kept mistaking them for tanks and intercepted communications. They'd fire two Grad rocket barrages, hit them with 120mm mortars, artillery, everything, just to stop one CV-90. And yet, sometimes Russian efforts do pay off. In this footage, an enemy FPV drone hits a CV-90 on the battlefield. But as you can see, the machine took the hit, and the crew survived. Here's a closer look at what those impacts leave behind. Just yesterday, we got hit by an FPV. See the damage?
And these are parts from whatever hit you, right?
Yeah, looks like some DIY job, see? Even wood pieces. Every loss hurts Ukraine because there are only about 50 CV-90s in the Ukrainian army, and that's one of this IFV's biggest issues in the war. There simply aren't enough of them to dominate the battlefield. Each CV-90 is treated like a treasure, often kept in reserve while other vehicles take on more routine tasks. Which raises a big question. Is there a more practical IFV for Ukraine? Let's start with a battle-proven alternative, the Marder. The biggest advantage Marder has over CV-90? Numbers. Ukraine has around 200 Marders, nearly 4 times as many as CV-90s. Essentially, the Marder is from the previous generation compared to the CV-90, so it falls behind in technology. Armed with a 20mm cannon, its firepower is weaker than the CV-90's 40mm gun. It was originally designed as an anti-aircraft gun, so it can fire in bursts, single shots, 4-round bursts, 8-round bursts. It also has armor-piercing sub-caliber rounds, high-explosive fragmentation rounds, and tracers. The CV-90's modular armor is also superior to the Marders. The same goes for its engine. Overall, the CV-90 outperforms the Cold War-era Marder in quality, but Germany sent far more Marders to Ukraine, which is a crucial advantage in full-scale war. And of course, no video about Ukrainian armored vehicles would be complete without mentioning Bradley. When comparing CV-90 versus Bradley, the Swedish IFV still comes out ahead. Better firepower, armor, and a more powerful, quieter engine. That stealth lets the CV-90 get dangerously close to enemy positions before striking. This is thanks to its quiet engine and Susi rubber tracks, which are lighter, quieter, improve mobility, and offer better protection against explosions and fire. Up to 200 meters, it's practically silent. That means it can complete its primary task, getting the crew as close as possible without being detected. No engine noise, no infrared signature, no night vision detection. They dismount safely, and from there, they can open fire. Western stealthy vehicles are terrifying for Russian troops, who struggle to react when hit by surprise IFV raids. And of course, we can't skip comparing the CV-90 to the most common IFV of the Russian army, the BMP-2. The BMP-2 is one of the most frequently seen vehicles on the battlefield in Ukraine, but its thin armor has been a nightmare for its own crews. Even a basic RPG or small shrapnel can rip through the sides or roof. This is a vehicle more dangerous to its crew than to the enemy, but its strength lies in sheer numbers. Obviously, the CV-90 can wipe out multiple BMP-2s, but in the end, will quality really beat quantity? The Russians don't count losses in men or metal, and Ukraine refuses to play that game. That's exactly why CV-90 and similar IFVs should form the backbone of Ukraine's armored forces. The BMP-2's only advantage is its price. Cheap production and upgrades allow Russia to crank out far more units than Western countries. A Soviet BMP costs under $1 million depending on upgrades, while a CV-90 sits at around $10 million. This price tag makes the Swedish IFV one of the most expensive on the market, forcing potential buyers to weigh the pros and cons. But people should always come first. Soviet BMPs are cheap machines for cheap crews. Here, it's completely different. This is expensive tech, but the most valuable thing inside it is the people. By the way, the only Russian IFV that comes close to the CV-90 specs is the BMP-3. It packs a 100mm gun, but in every other aspect, the CV-90 is miles ahead. Better armor, better automation, and overall better tech. Only its engine power and 70 km/h top speed can somewhat compete. So, what's the bottom line? The CV-90 is an excellent machine, but slow production is a serious issue. It outperforms its Western rivals and leaves Russian APCs in the dust, but high cost and complex maintenance prevent it from becoming Ukraine's go-to IFV, at least for now. Localization could change everything. In August 2023, Ukrainian President Zelensky and Swedish PM Ulf Kristersson signed an agreement to produce and maintain CV-90s in Ukraine. Since then, there's been radio silence on the project, but let's hope this initiative gets back on track. and we'll see Ukrainian-built CV-9s rolling out. So what do you think? Will the CV-90 become Ukraine's main IFV? Will it be replaced by another model? Or do you have a different prediction? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We've got a busted brake hose here. Because of this, the vehicle stopped and won't move any further. Oops. Looks like the French Caesar just ran into some trouble in the Ukrainian rear. And in combat, a breakdown like this could be your last because kamikaze drones don't wait around. But don't be too quick to write this machine off. After all, its biggest ace looks like this. So, does Caesar bring more pros or cons to the battlefield? Ukrainian artillery crews spill the truth. Ukraine received two versions of the French Caesar, the 6x6 Mark I and the 8x8 Tatra chassis. This war has been the toughest test for these howitzers. Before Ukraine, French Caesars were mostly used in low-intensity conflicts against weaker opponents. But now, Ukrainian crews are fighting a far stronger enemy in every possible terrain and weather condition. And sometimes, the weather fights back. Take this Caesar 8x8 struggling through a field packed with thick vegetation. There were a lot of branches. One of them got caught and ripped the brake hose. The factory didn't think of adding any protection. Unfortunately, this isn't a rare occurrence. It happens way too often in Ukrainian combat conditions. And this mechanic has seen it all. How often does this kind of breakdown happen? Winter's coming. There'll be mud and frost. This will be happening almost every day. Fixing this burns through valuable time. Time the crew doesn't have. The front line is always shifting and enemy drones never stop hunting. That means repairs can't be rushed. On average, 20 to 30 minutes. If it's winter and full of mud, maybe an hour or even an hour and a half. Still, thanks to Ukrainian mechanics, trained by French instructors, these guns stay in the fight. Even with brutal terrain and freezing conditions, they manage to keep the Caesars firing when it matters most, and the crews know exactly who to thank. If it weren't for these guys, this machine wouldn't have fired even half as many rounds as it has. They work in the shadows, but without them, nothing moves. And trust me, these machines need a lot of repairs. Show some respect for these unsung heroes. Hit that like button if you appreciate their hard work. The effectiveness of Caesar depends not just on its firepower, but on the entire crew working together, from mechanics to gunners. And in war, that teamwork saves lives. The better they operate, the more Russian targets get wiped off the map, and the safer Ukrainian infantrymen are at the front. And as every soldier knows, nothing lifts morale like the sound of artillery backing you up. Both we and the enemy understand. Our work directly affects the guys on the front line. We know they're exhausted. So when we fire, we might just save them. Sure, the Caesar 8x8 has its weak points, but that doesn't mean it's ineffective. Its firepower alone is a major game changer on the battlefield, slowing down Russian advances where it matters most. It's a good machine, just not ideal for our conditions. It's delicate, very sensitive, but it hits the enemy dead on, and it'll keep hitting. When comparing the Caesar 8x8 to the older Caesar 6x6 Mark I, the 6x6 surprisingly handles Ukraine's rough terrain better. Its biggest advantage, the wheelbase. It makes it super maneuverable. And maneuverability is everything in modern artillery warfare. Once the Russians spot a firing position, the crew has only minutes to relocate or risk getting obliterated. See the damage? Here's the windshield, the doors. 1, 2, fragments. There's a big one lodged right there. To keep the crew safe, French engineers reinforced the cabin and added bulletproof glass that holds up well, even under fire. It's solid, reliable, you can see right here. The armored glass and doors held firm. They protect against shrapnel. For Russian drone pilots, the Caesar is a high-value target. They use a two-step attack, first a recon drone to locate it, then a kamikaze drone to take it out. And this Ukrainian crew just spotted one in the sky. Enemy bird in the air. That's a recon drone, Zala. And if a Zala is flying around, there's a 90% chance a Lancet is nearby too. At $4.3 million per unit, the Caesar is worth every penny, which is exactly why the Russians spam kamikaze drones to take them down. Here's a Lancet fragment. They're made of literal sticks and glue, but there's just too damn many of them. With drones constantly buzzing overhead, Ukrainian crews heavily camouflage their Caesar howitzers and fire from concealed positions. This strategy significantly improves their chances of survival compared to firing out in the open. And here's how that works in practice. Not long ago, we rolled up to a firing position and started working. The first incoming round landed 200 meters from us. No big deal. We kept firing, but then the strikes got closer. That's when we packed up and disappeared underground. As a result, if a Caesar does take damage, it's usually just minor. You can take a look, just some shrapnel marks. Once repaired, these howitzers go right back into action. And trust me, they've got plenty to brag about. The Caesar's 155mm gun can hit targets up to 24 miles away. Think the Russians enjoy that? A Ukrainian soldier answers, "They're finally realizing we can reach them where they thought they were safe. They're not acting so cocky anymore." If you want more first-hand feedback from Ukrainian soldiers on Western weapons, make sure to subscribe to the channel. During offensive operations, Ukrainian crews pushed the Caesar to its limits, hammering Russian positions non-stop. One crew alone fired up to 200 shells per day, double the recommended limit, which risked blowing out the barrel. Personally, I fired 184 rounds that day. It was during the offensive, intense work. But for the Caesar, 100 rounds a day is nothing. Compared to Soviet-era artillery, which Ukrainian forces used before, the Caesar is in a league of its own, and that's reflected in the results. It has automatic aiming. It's nothing like old Soviet systems. We've taken out so much enemy infantry, ammo depots, vehicles, and artillery. One of the biggest advantages of the Caesar is how fast it can set up, fire, and escape before Russian counterattacks land. Caesar can roll into position and fire in under a minute. Wrapping up the mission and leaving takes 3 to 5 minutes. Ukrainians have built their entire strategy around this mobility, ensuring crews never stay in one place for long, which makes it significantly harder for Russians to locate and target them. We operate on the principle, move, fire, move. Never stay in the same spot for long. This hit-and-run strategy pays off, with plenty of destroyed Russian forces to show for it. A Ukrainian artilleryman breaks down the priority targets. Enemy artillery units, counter-battery fights, equipment in staging areas, and enemy infantry. We've confirmed at least 10 destroyed targets so far. One lucky Ukrainian soldier managed to take out a major threat, a Russian 2S-19 self-propelled howitzer that had been harassing Ukrainian positions for months. We hit a lot of targets. In the fall of 2023, near the Shakhtarsk sector, we took out a 2S-19 self-propelled howitzer in just 2 shots. It's our biggest rival in counter-battery fights. That precise shot cost the Russians a $620,000 artillery piece. It was completely blown apart, nothing left of it. But while firepower is a huge advantage, Caesar's real superpower lies inside, in its high-tech fire control system. It allows gunners to enter target coordinates before they even arrive at a firing position. We get the target coordinates, the system knows our location, we drive up to the position, deploy, and the gun automatically calculates the vertical and horizontal angles. This automation saves critical time in combat. It's modern technology. Our only job is to enter the coordinates. I can do that while we're still moving, and the system will adjust based on our final position. And most importantly, no complex manual calculations are needed. The system handles all the math. All the crew needs to do is input the data correctly. The computer calculates everything based on the shell type and propellant. We don't need to do any calculations ourselves. We just need to know how to use a computer. With this caliber, hitting within 50 meters of the target is considered a successful strike. Caesar also comes with 2 screens, one inside the vehicle and another on the back. What's the point of having both? A Ukrainian gunner explains, for adjustments, left, right, up, down. We handle everything right here. The Russia-Ukraine war has become a testing ground for new military technologies. The side that adapts faster and integrates these innovations first gains the upper hand, and Caesar is keeping up. In January 2024, France launched an artillery coalition aimed at strengthening Ukraine's firepower. During the event, it was revealed that Caesar would soon undergo testing with AI-powered fire control. According to Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Defense, using artificial intelligence could reduce the number of shells needed for ranging and hitting targets by 30%. AI integration into Caesar's fire control system is a game-changing development. Instead of just handling basic ballistic calculations, the system could process real-time battlefield data and analyze drone footage for precision targeting. With firepower and cutting-edge tech, Caesar has proven itself a key player on the battlefield. Out of all the self-propelled howitzers we've received, Caesar is the best, at least from what I've seen and worked with. Caesar was the first Western artillery system delivered to Ukraine in summer 2022, and it quickly earned a reputation as one of the most effective systems in the war. It holds its own against other NATO howitzers and outclasses Soviet-era systems in mobility, accuracy, range, and electronics. That said, Caesar 8x8 is not perfect, especially when it comes to mobility. It falls behind its predecessor, the Caesar 6x6 Mark I, in rough terrain. But the biggest future upgrade for Caesar is AI-powered fire control. Who do you think will lead the race in AI-powered artillery? France, China, the US, or Russia? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
To be honest, me and the gunner were just sitting there not understanding what had happened. It was just like whoosh whoosh, and the commander was shouting, "Are you guys alive?" This Australian MRAP hit a Russian anti-tank mine and blew up. Luckily, the crew survived. Today, we'll try to figure out, was this just a lucky break? Or is the armor actually tough enough to take such a powerful blast? After all, sometimes even tanks don't survive a close encounter with Russian TM mines. As always, the full truth about this Australian beast comes straight from Ukrainian soldiers. Ukrainians use the Bushmaster all along the front line, from Donbass to the Kursk region. Its main job, safely delivering troops to the front under enemy fire. Bushmasters on this front line are mostly used like taxis. They only transport the troops and provide some cover. A 7.62mm round, well, it might be scary for infantry, but against vehicles, it's not much. Because of its massive size, this vehicle is an easy target for Russian grenade launchers, FPVs, and ATGMs. When we set off on a mission, if a shell hits nearby, we know we'll survive, even if it's a direct hit, and I didn't spot it myself. The Bush can withstand 2 shots from an RPG. Before we continue, give this video a like. It motivates us to make more thrilling content like this. To stop this giant, Russians aim at the driver's side, hoping to disorient the crew or even flip the vehicle. What they didn't account for is that the Bushmaster's steering wheel is on the other side. At first, the Russians thought the driver sat on the left, but this is an Australian vehicle. When they finally figured out the driver was on the right side, they started shooting to the right. To let the crew return fire and support friendly forces, the engineers installed a combat module on top of the armored vehicle. It can be equipped with a heavy machine gun or a grenade launcher. It's a remote weapon station. We pull out the joystick and monitor. The machine gun loads remotely from the ammo box. You see the target right here in the sight. You can fire during the day or night. It moves up, down, left, right, just like an aircraft or a video game. You aim, you shoot. You can fire from the module remotely or manually with your finger on the trigger. But the real game changer is being able to spot the enemy at night and fire preemptively. There's a day and a night camera. The module rotates 360 degrees. Sometimes you're out on a mission in daylight but get delayed, and by nightfall, you just flip on the cameras and you can see every heat signature. The thermal cameras also help the driver navigate around shell craters or fallen trees while en route to drop off or evacuate troops. You can switch the thermal settings to cold or warm mode. Set it to cold, and low-lying areas or pits show up black and people show up white, or reverse it. Make the forest white and people black. Super handy tool. Because of drones constantly buzzing overhead, Ukrainian soldiers have to move as fast as possible in their armored vehicles. Linger too long, and that buzzing turns into an explosion. Bad weather doesn't help either. During one ride, this crew almost flipped the Bushmaster. Well, we almost flipped it. We were bringing the guys back from a mission and we hit this bump. The vehicle leaned over hard. It was fall, rainy, muddy. We nearly tipped the whole thing onto the left side. But we managed to save it, pop the doors open, and let the troops out nice and quiet. Honestly, it's no wonder. The Bushmaster weighs a whopping 15 tons. Trying to control a beast like that at high speed is like riding a furious Texas bull and praying it doesn't throw you into a ditch. It's pretty powerful. Plenty of speed. It usually cruises at around 100 kilometers per hour. You don't go faster here. This is Donetsk region. The mud's so bad it's pointless to push it. You'll just end up losing the vehicle in a swamp or ditch. And let's not forget, this thing weighs 15 tons. Not exactly easy to keep under control. The engineers anticipated that the vehicle would be used in rough weather and off-road conditions. That always comes with the risk of losing control or flipping over. So, the Bushmaster is equipped with a multifunctional winch, a literal lifesaver when things go sideways. There's a winch. Why is it in the center? Because it can be rigged to the front of the vehicle. You hook it up. If there's something to latch onto, it'll pull you out, and it can be unhooked and reattached to the rear as well. If you're stuck, just look around for something solid, and the winch will haul you out. The vehicle weighs 15 tons, but the winch is rated for 20 tons. One of Bushmaster's biggest advantages? Its size. Western militaries typically use it to carry 2 crew members and 8 troops. In Ukraine, though, that number is often higher. It hauls not just infantry but also ammo, essentials, and even materials for building fortifications. And maybe most critically, it evacuates the wounded. Usually it's 5 or 6 guys. That's the assault group. But sometimes you'll end up picking up 15 or 16 people on the way. Once we stopped, climbed out, and there's this guy just standing there. And we're like, how did you even get in here? No one knew. Maybe he was hanging off the back step the whole ride. Subscribe to our channel. It tells YouTube our content deserves more views. According to the manufacturer, the Bushmaster is built to withstand small arms fire, grenades, shrapnel, and mines. The hull is V-shaped to deflect blasts and protect the crew. But can it handle Soviet tank mines, which litter the roads of the Ukrainian front? The armor can handle an anti-tank mine, no problem. Sure, it'll blow off a wheel, maybe cause other damage. But the crew, the troops, the cargo, they all make it out fine. Once a bush survives a tank mine, shrapnel and machine gun bullets are practically background noise. Today, we're rolling out, getting ready. See a flash, boom, hit, just a pop, and that's it. The hatches are closed. It holds. It was machine gun fire. Didn't work out too well for the Russians. Or maybe it was just fragments. The Bushmaster also outperforms the old Soviet-era armored personnel carriers. Unlike them, it doesn't fall apart or burst into flames from the inside after a hit. The armor here is much better than on the BTRs and all Soviet equipment. You're driving, and all you hear is ding 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 and nothing else. Just muffled explosions in the background, which means the armor is doing its job. There are no issues, as long as you've got a decent driver. But before ending up on the front lines of the Russo-Ukrainian war, the Bushmaster had already seen serious action in Afghanistan. Its prolonged use in operations against the Taliban helped identify and fix several of its early flaws. For example, Australian troops were initially skeptical about the V-shaped hull. Some jokingly referred to the Bushmaster as a big cage that limited visibility and maneuverability. But after witnessing how it absorbed IED blasts, they changed their minds fast. The vehicle earned a reputation as a team member in its own right. Respect for the armor truly set in after 6 crew members hit an IED and survived, though they were seriously injured. And that wasn't a one-off. David Nicholson survived 4 blasts in a Bushmaster in southern Afghanistan back in 2011. He served with Combat Team Alpha under the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment. Here's how he recalls one of those missions. The Australians were tasked with cutting off a weapons supply route used by insurgents through a dusty valley. The whole area was rigged with Taliban improvised explosives. After a long day of patrolling on foot, the troops loaded into 3 Bushmasters. As they passed through a quiet village, too quiet, they began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, someone hurled a Molotov cocktail at the last vehicle, narrowly missing the gunner. Moments later, a massive shaped charge IED launched from a wall. The blast lifted the 15-ton lead vehicle onto 2 wheels. It briefly teetered, balanced on its hind legs, then slammed back down with a crunch. You black out for a second or two, then you're dizzy, nauseous, sometimes throwing up. Dust is everywhere, in your eyes, your nose, your mouth. The taste and smell of explosives hangs in the air. The adrenaline is off the charts. They returned to the patrol base in the damaged Bushmaster, in complete darkness. The vehicle crawled forward with shredded front tires and a mangled steering system. The explosion had destroyed the outer cargo compartments and cracked the bulletproof windows. But the Bush was still running. As field experience in hotspots shows, the Australians clearly see long-term potential in the Bushmaster and are investing in its continued development. The Army is currently testing 2 new MRAP variants, one equipped with an electric drive and another with a drone countermeasure system. The electric Bushmaster is about 2 metric tons lighter than the standard model and features fast charging, think Tesla style. It runs on 2 lithium-ion batteries and an electric motor, giving it a range of roughly 100 kilometers. In the future, engineers plan to install a larger battery that would extend the range to 350 kilometers. The idea for the second version of the MRAP was born from lessons learned in the Russo-Ukrainian War. This version is fitted with a drone jamming system from the US company D-Drone. Thanks to smart jamming, it can protect the vehicle both while stationary and on the move. According to the manufacturer, the process is nearly fully automated with the help of artificial intelligence, improving drone detection accuracy and minimizing false positives. While electronic warfare systems are a no-brainer for modern combat, we're still a bit skeptical about electric motors on the battlefield. What do you think? Do EVs really have a future in war zones? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Back in September 2022, the Bushmaster became a symbol of Ukraine's successful counteroffensive in the Kharkiv region. According to Ukraine's former Minister of Defense, units equipped with these armored vehicles were the first to reach the Oskol River. Here's how soldiers thanked Australia for the gear that helped liberate their towns, in a pretty touching moment.
We're grateful to the people and government of Australia for providing these to us. They were a great asset to us in liberating the areas around Kharkiv. Together, we're working towards the victory. Slava Ukraini! Героям слава!
You can watch a video about these events on our channel. Check the link in the top right corner. On the Ukrainian front lines, the Bushmaster has once again proven its worth. Its armored capsule saves lives, and that's not anecdotal, it's a consistent fact. Western armored personnel carriers have finally shown their full potential in this war, where every day is a test of survivability. So, what would you like to see next? A deep dive into the BAT UMG, Husky, or maybe the Iveco LMV? Pick your favorite or suggest a new one in the comments. We choose our next stories based on your votes.
What is this? A self-propelled artillery piece? A tank? Or an APC with a cannon? It's the French AMX-10RC, a wheeled reconnaissance and fire support vehicle. Ukraine received it for the first time in 2023 and quickly deployed during their counteroffensive. But has it proven effective against the Russians, who laid plenty of devious traps?
Це снайперська гвинтівка на
It's like a sniper rifle on wheels, at least from an artillery perspective. As soon as Ukrainians got the chance to train on the AMX-10RC, new crews headed straight to a French training center. However, circumstances demanded speed, as the counteroffensive couldn't wait for the Russians to finish building their 3 defensive lines. This required cutting down the training program drastically. Ukrainian crews mastered the AMX-10RC 6 times faster than their European counterparts. According to the French, we completed in a month what usually takes them 6 months, and for the driver, even less time. Within a week, I was already driving it on the track. Once back home, the crews jumped straight into real combat. The vehicle's seen action. We've done 35 missions with it so far. On the battlefield, Ukrainians use the AMX-10RC for a variety of tasks, taking out command and observation posts, destroying fortified platoon positions, repelling assaults, suppressing the enemy, and supporting infantry. A 105mm gun with a high explosive shaped charge and armor-piercing rounds helps get the job done. The RC in its name stands for Roue Canon, or gun on wheels in French. It fires accurately if the gun calibration is done right. When the crew spots a target, the priority is to neutralize it before the enemy can aim their own gun or send an FPV drone your way. The AMX-10RC lacks an automatic loader, so success hinges on the skill and professionalism of its crew. 6 seconds and a shot. What kind of impact does that rate of fire have on the enemy? A soldier who's seen the firepower of this combat vehicle on the front lines has the answer. After the first shell hit, 8 Russians were killed and 4 wounded. The crew's seamless teamwork halted the enemy assault, minimized Ukrainian losses, and boosted morale. Hit that like button if you respect this crew's precision. To carry out their missions effectively, Ukrainians use the AMX-10RC not just for maneuvering, but also for firing indirectly from covered positions. You can adjust the elevation angle thanks to its hydropneumatic suspension. This setup allows the vehicle to strike targets up to 6 miles away. Ukrainians have even equipped the vehicle with an artillery goniometer for added precision. With the additional equipment we've installed, we can fire from concealed positions. The French never intended this vehicle for such use. French instructors argue that the Caesar's self-propelled artillery is better suited for these tasks. But with limited numbers of Caesars in Ukrainian hands, creative solutions are a necessity. Firing from a covered position also helps camouflage the AMX-10RC and protect it from enemy drones. Here's how it works in practice. You can adjust the suspension to show only the turret. Another major perk of the suspension is its high maneuverability, off-road capabilities, and speed. The designer made it so the AMX-10RC can reach up to 50 miles per hour on roads and 25 miles per hour off-road. It has hydropneumatic suspension that can lower or raise the vehicle. There are 4 fixed positions, ranging from the standard to the highest. There's even a suspension mode for paved roads, rough terrain, and crossing trenches. One of the biggest advantages of wheels is their quieter movement compared to tracked vehicles. This makes it easier to stay unnoticed. While the heavy use of aerial reconnaissance by both sides reduces this advantage, it doesn't eliminate it entirely. A wheeled tank. It can approach any enemy position, and they'll only hear the engine. They won't realize it's a tank. Despite its effective use, even a well-trained crew isn't immune to challenges. The Russians, anticipating a Ukrainian offensive, sought to destroy the AMX-10 RC. While this exposed its weaknesses, the risks involved were extremely high. When we got into position, mortar started raining down on us. One of our wheels was damaged by an anti-personnel mine. Fortunately, the crew was unharmed and completed their mission. The 6x6 wheels are both a strong advantage and a critical weakness. Wheels don't fare well against mines and shrapnel, which can severely impact the vehicle's mobility. The tank's weak spot is its wheels. They're immediately torn apart by shrapnel. That affects speed and maneuverability. All the advantages of this tank disappear instantly. After the first engagements, Ukrainians realized that the AMX-10 RC should not be used like a conventional heavy armored tracked tank due to the high risk of losing the vehicle irreparably. We try not to use it for breakthroughs because it's not a tank at all. It's more like an APC, maybe not even that. It's lightly armored, but because of its cannon, everyone assumes it's a tank. The AMX-10 RC features aluminum bulletproof armor capable of withstanding fire from heavy machine guns all around. With additional protection, it can endure fire from small caliber weapons. However, it's unlikely to survive a traditional tank battle or a hit from a large caliber shell. So the story we're about to share is more of a stroke of luck than the norm. During our first deployment, it was terrifying because we took a direct hit to the tank. Somehow we got lucky. The sides did their job. Thank God we made it back. The war in Ukraine isn't the first conflict where the AMX-10 RC has seen action. It has been in service with the 1st Cavalry Regiment of the French Foreign Legion since 1981. Over that time, it's proven itself in Africa, the Balkans, and Afghanistan. We even found some comments from a French commander about the AMX-10 RC. But before we dive into that, hit that subscribe button. Your support means the world to us. Thank you. Here's what a French commander has to say about the long journey of this reconnaissance tank with the soldiers of the Foreign Legion. It has been part of every major conflict France has been involved in around the world. According to him, the AMX-10 RC's main role is reconnaissance and supporting other units, not leading tank assaults. And what's the most important factor in reconnaissance? Staying unseen by the enemy. Naturally, the commander highlighted the machine's camouflage abilities. You have smoke launching systems. When you face problems in an urban environment, we use them to get out of tricky situations. At the start of this video, we mentioned how this vehicle is reminiscent of a tank, and that's no coincidence. The similarities go beyond just having a cannon. They also extend to how it's operated on the move. It's fun to drive because there's no steering wheel. It's just like in real tanks. You turn by controlling how fast the wheels rotate in one direction. For tracked tanks, it's the same principle when making turns. Both Ukrainians and the French agree on the vehicle's strongest features: maneuverability, speed, and rapid fire. Let's focus on that last one, particularly how the commander uses a joystick to manage the crew and direct fire effectively. When I take the joystick, I take priority control of the tank and oversee everything in the turret. If I'm unsure what the gunner intends to target, I take over. He can't fire or use the laser without my command. This means the commander can prevent mistakes or take control in critical moments. In our opinion, that's a fantastic advantage. Do you agree? If we compare the use of the AMX-10 RC in Afghanistan, it proved highly effective against fortified Afghan houses harboring terrorists, thanks to its powerful cannon. Losses were not entirely avoidable. During combat in January 2011, one vehicle was damaged by an improvised explosive device near the village of Châteauray, following searches by a French unit in a suspicious house. 4 crew members sustained minor injuries in the explosion. Thankfully, they were evacuated by helicopter to a French military hospital in Kabul. Of course, the wars in Afghanistan and Ukraine are entirely different in scale. However, battlefield experience shows that with proper deployment, The AMX-10RC has a future on the front lines. As intense combat continues in Ukraine, we may yet see new and interesting uses for this reconnaissance vehicle. And here's why. In May 2024, France became the first country to commit to training an entire Ukrainian brigade. Some 2,300 Ukrainian soldiers entered French training centers, equipped with armored vehicles and artillery. Among the arsenal were 18 AMX-10RC reconnaissance vehicles. France's motivation is clear: to create a cohesive brigade and draw lessons from Europe's largest war since World War II. We have combat experience, but only in the context of expeditionary wars, conflicts abroad. We have no experience in peer-to-peer battles between two modern armies. According to Ukrainian media, the brigade has already returned to Ukraine, but it's too early to assess its deployment. We hope to have stories to share about these soldiers and their AMX-10RCs soon. It's been nearly 45 years since the AMX-10RC was first introduced. In that time, it's seen action against poorly equipped terrorists and faced a formidable enemy in the form of Russian forces. This is outdated equipment, but it's effective in modern warfare. It's better to fight with old weapons than not to fight at all. The concept of a wheeled tank remains controversial. While it offers rapid operational mobility and significant firepower, these vehicles have a narrow specialization. The AMX-10RC was never meant to replace traditional tanks. It was designed for different missions, yet it has clear advantages, as proven on the battlefield. For Ukraine, which lacked sufficient equipment for its counteroffensive, the AMX-10RC was far from redundant. What do you think? What missions is the AMX-10RC best suited for? Artillery fire, rapid raids, or infantry support? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Imagine you're one of the lucky few among 10 crews in the world carrying out combat missions in Swedish Stridsvagn 122 tanks. Fighting in such a vehicle is definitely an honor and a responsibility. But is it really better than the more common models? How does the Stridsvagn 122 perform in combat? And why are the Russians paying so much attention to it? You can't talk about this tank without mentioning the German tank industry. Because the Stridsvagn 122 is a licensed copy of the German Leopard 2A5. In the early 1990s, the Swedish Army decided to abandon the development of its own main battle tank and purchase a foreign one instead. There was a competition, and the winner was the German Leopard 2A5. It was then modified to meet Sweden's needs. And that's how this unique vehicle came to be. By the way, unlike the Germans who named their tanks after predators, the Swedes didn't care much about naming. The STRV 122 project was simply called the tank. That's how Stridsvagn translates from Swedish. Still sounds intimidating if you don't speak the language. And once the full-scale Russian-Ukrainian war began, the STRV 122 and Leopard 2A5 met on the same side of the battlefield, creating a unique opportunity to compare them. The Swedish one. I personally like it better. At first glance, the combat characteristics of the Swedish tank aren't that impressive. The STRV 122 is heavier, more expensive, and its 120mm Rheinmetall gun with a .44 caliber barrel looks inferior to the Leopards, but that's just at first glance. There's nothing better in the world. The STRV 122 has several advantages over the Leopard that are especially important in Ukraine's combat conditions. Let's start with maintenance. Ukraine's armed forces operate dozens of Western vehicles, each requiring special treatment. You'd think these 10 Swedish tanks would complicate maintenance and logistics even more, but actually it's the opposite. The Swedes are more pragmatic, even down to what technical fluids are used. They're standardized. You can pour the same stuff into different components. The Germans? Every component needs its own oil. Here, it's one type for everything. The armor is stronger too. The crew has better protection. The next advantage is the armor. The Swedish tank weighs a full 62 tons, which is 3 tons more than the Leopard 2A5. But this isn't due to design flaws. It's thanks to upgraded armor. The STRV 122 has one of the best armor systems among all Leopard 2 variants. It's equipped with additional armor modules on the turret roof for protection against cluster munitions and top attack rounds. In other words, this tank is well suited for the realities of the Russia-Ukraine war with its FPV drones. The armor is based on Germany's MEXAS system, but strengthened with Swedish modifications. The design of the STRV-122 tank was adapted for combat in environments with lots of forests, rough terrain, and the risk of mines. So the slightly higher weight of this tank shouldn't really be considered a drawback, especially considering that the Leopard 2 A6 already weighs the same as the STR-122. However, in some aspects, weight still matters.
Leopard краще.
In terms of maneuverability, the Leopard is better. It's no secret that both tanks use the same chassis. The Rank H SWL 354 transmission and the MTU MB V12 engine with 1,500 horsepower, but the STRV got a reinforced running gear. Specifically, strengthened shock absorbers and torsion bars, modified suspension to account for the extra weight, and crew seat dampers to protect during mine blasts. These changes were made for better endurance in the harsh conditions of Northern Europe and due to the mine threat. That's what makes the Swedish tank a bit less maneuverable. Before we jump back in, quick shout out. Want to support the channel and get some cool perks? You can become one of our dearest sponsors. We've got 3 levels. You'll get early access to our videos, and we'll make sure to reply to your comments first. Plus, you'll get personal shoutouts, just like our recent legends, Ranked Scrub, Albert Grimes, and Dryfrog. Huge thanks for the support. And the best part? Top-tier sponsors get access to exclusive content, like unfiltered stories from International Legion fighters. Raw, brutal, but seriously inspiring stuff. Now let's talk about a classic Swedish feature, crew comfort and care. We already saw this in the CV90 video, and the STRV-122 is no exception. The Swedes also have this funny thing, a multi-cooker. No way. Yeah. Where is it? Right here. I can't pull the whole thing out, but here's the pot. You can pour water into it. Really? Yeah, and the Germans don't have anything like that at all. So that's how it compares to the Leopard. But what about the tanks it fights against? Even though its gun is technically weaker than the Leopard's, the STRV-122 can still easily destroy Russian tanks in battle. Due to design features, Russians need to fire a so-called warm-up shot to heat up the gun. Meanwhile, the Swedish tank can hit its target with the first shot. There were 2 cases where, from 3,800 meters, armor-piercing sub-caliber rounds hit a T-72 with the very first shot. First shot, wherever the sight is aimed, that's where the shell goes. The rounds for this sniper are Swedish too. For example, the SLPRJ M95 armor-piercing round with a tungsten core. It's designed for increased effectiveness against modern armor. Uniquely, in the US, this type of shell usually has a depleted uranium core, but the Swedes rejected that option for environmental reasons. By the way, Sweden once had its own nuclear program, but like Ukraine, gave up its nuclear weapons. That's a topic for another video. Impressive combat success with just 10 tanks speaks for itself. Russians are actively trying to destroy these Swedish tanks, mostly in their propaganda. Russian media claims that the occupiers burned all 10 of the tanks Sweden gave Ukraine. Well, here it is, safe and sound, one of those 10. According to open data, these tanks have survived at least 14 hits from various weapons, and only 1 was destroyed. An unknown number were abandoned due to damage. But even damage to a tank like this is a serious loss. Ukrainian soldiers are doing everything they can to protect their vehicles. They came stock, just as they are. That's how we got them. They were getting pierced easily. So we started buying metal ourselves through volunteers, welding it on. There, on the back, are the remains. We welded it ourselves, bought it ourselves. Then Ukrainian armored factories came and installed Contact One for us. That's the anti-drone cage. Russians were the first to come up with those, right? Everyone used to laugh at them. Ukrainians, Europeans, Americans. And now everyone's using them, even on Israeli tanks. And these upgrades pay off. Even saving one tank is worth days of work to make it safer. Of course, sometimes even the cage doesn't help, and a direct hit forces the crew to abandon the tank. But in most cases, it's effective protection. About these cages, we've seen them save us from Lancets, FPVs, ATGMs, everything. Yeah, sometimes it just depends on luck. While the cages work well, the tank's standard armor also holds its own. This tank was hit by Russians. Where did it hit? On the right side. An anti-tank guided missile came in here, and everyone came out alive. Maybe the crew had to operate during the day, which made them easier to detect and hit, because at night, the chances of spotting and hitting a STRV-122 are much lower. That's why one key difference between the German and Swedish tanks is how they're used. The German doctrine is to shoot from a distance and only target vehicles. They're more maneuverable, and they believe they can dodge and use carousel tactics to speed things up. They think they won't get hit, but that's not true. Despite using similar components, the night vision device is better in the Swedish model, and when combined with the Barracuda camouflage system, this tank becomes unmatched at night. There's nothing better in the world, but for a specific task, it's a night hunter. It has a powerful thermal imager, a powerful night sight. It's built to spot the enemy before the enemy spots you, and to fire the first shot before they do. But both tanks have one trait that really annoys the Russians: how quiet they are. The Leopard and STRV-122 are so silent that there are even Russian claims that Leopard 2 crews don't even need to start the engine to quietly shell Russian positions. Of course, that's pure fiction. Still, no Soviet tank, including the T-80, can match their low noise level. But history could have taken a different turn for the STRV-122. These tanks could have become much closer than just targets. Fun fact: in the 90s, Sweden actively experimented with Soviet equipment. One of the candidates for what became the STRV-122 was the T-80. For testing, the Swedes received a T-80U. Trials lasted from October 1993 to January 1994. Compared to the older STRV-103 and STRV-101, the Russian T-80U was, in the Swedish military's opinion, better in terms of mobility. During the 3 months of testing, both trial machines reportedly never broke down. However, in terms of firepower, the 125mm gun on the T-80 didn't offer an advantage even over the existing Swedish tanks with 105mm and 76mm guns. Additionally, it turned out that the T-80U wasn't adequately equipped for night combat due to poor electronics. So, as a night predator, the T-80 clearly didn't make the cut. Overall, the STRV-122 is performing very well on the front. But to preserve these machines, they need to be used according to their intended role. It's ideal for night hunting in wooded areas, like its German sibling. But the Swedish tank should avoid frontal daytime assaults and close combat. If it just had a more powerful gun, then yes, it would definitely be better than the Leopard 2 A6. This is a unique tank that deserves attention. But for now, the German Leopards have the advantage in numbers and versatility. Despite its superior tech and crew protection, the STRV-122 serves more of a support role, while the more numerous Leopards are leading the battlefield charge. It's definitely a great machine for the Swedish army, but considering the scale of the war in Ukraine, 10 tanks aren't nearly enough to make a major impact. Still, Ukrainian tankers are getting the most out of this small unit and taking out the enemy. What topics should we cover next? Drop your ideas in the comments. We'll choose from the most liked ones.
Too heavy, it's underpowered, and it keeps getting stuck.
Is this really the harsh truth about the British Challenger 2? Well, these are just clips from a Ukrainian training ground where tank crews were testing their machines in extreme conditions. Some experts argue that the Challenger 2 falls behind other Western tanks, ranking only 5th on the list. But when it comes to comfort, it leaves the competition in the dust. After all, how many tanks do you know that come with a built-in coffee maker and even a toilet? Yes, there's an electric kettle and a multi-cooker. Our loader can not only make us coffee, but also heat up food. There's also a supply of drinking water, storage for rations, and even a toilet. The toilet in the Challenger 2 isn't just a quirky addition from British engineers trying to make a tank feel a little more homey. It actually has a very practical purpose. You see, the Challenger 2 was designed at the end of the Cold War, when the main threat was nuclear weapons. In the event of a nuclear strike, the crew had to remain inside for up to 3 days without stepping outside. And not just because it was cold out. Soviet tanks could take advantage of the chaos and break through defenses. So the tank's toilet wasn't about luxury, but about survival. Along with radiation protection systems, it was part of ensuring the crew could stay operational. And of course, it's a nice perk for long missions far from base, in case the war really did reach the heart of Europe. You could technically live inside it, not very comfortably, but you could. By the way, earlier British tanks like the Chieftain and Challenger 1 also had toilets. Rumor has it that Russia's new Armada tanks have them too, but that's according to Russian media. And well, you know what that looks like. In Ukraine, the only unit operating Challenger 2s is the 82nd Air Assault Brigade. Alongside 14 British tanks, these paratroopers also received 40 Marder IFVs, nearly 100 Stryker APCs, and 24 M119 howitzers. These are experienced fighters, and their tank crews already had familiarity with Soviet T-Series tanks. A Challenger 2 crew consists of 4 members: the commander, driver, gunner, and loader. The loader's workspace? A tiny triangle where he either stands or sits. At first glance, it seems like the loader, who also moonlights as a barista, has the best gig of all. After all, there's an old army rule: stay close to the kitchen and far from command. Smash that like button if you think that's the first thing every soldier should learn before taking the oath. But comfort isn't the only thing about the Challenger 2 that impressed Ukrainian tankers. After training, the brigade went straight into battle, taking part in Ukraine's 2023 counteroffensive in the south. That's where the first loss occurred. According to one version, a Ukrainian Challenger 2 was immobilized by a mine, or even 2, since double-stacked mines are commonly used in this war. After that, it was finished off by kamikaze drones. My colleague, who was operating this machine, hit a mine, but the tank took the TM mine just fine. Most likely, they're talking about the TM-62, a class of Soviet-era anti-tank mines with a pressure fuse. It contains anywhere from 15 to 24 pounds of explosives. Here's what it looks like when it detonates. Pretty intense, but not necessarily enough to breach the armor of a British tank. What it can do is wreck the tracks. Another version suggests that the Challenger 2 came under heavy Russian artillery fire. Either way, this marked the first combat loss of a Challenger 2 in history, but the crew managed to escape before the ammo detonated and survived, thanks to the tank's smart internal layout. For safety, the ammo and propellant charges are stored separately in containers. There was a fire in this tank, but the crew made it out because everything is kept apart. And while Ukraine's 2023 counteroffensive didn't deliver the expected breakthrough, less than a year later, Ukraine pulled off a stunning operation, this time inside Russia's Kursk region. Before that, Ukrainian tank crews trained hard, practicing tactics for breaching Russian fortifications and maneuvering through Dragon's Teeth. Then the moment of truth arrived. It was morning, but already light out. We were approaching the border, and the tanks were covering us. Geolocation data from footage confirms that in the first 24 hours of the Kursk operation, Ukrainian armored units advanced 6 to 7 miles deep into Russian territory. Another 100 meters, then hide. This wasn't a walk in the park. Every single mile of Russian territory was fortified. If you want to dive deeper into the Kursk operation, check out our full breakdown on the channel. The last time British tanks fought in these areas was back in 1919, when the British government sent around 60 Mark V tanks to support anti-Bolshevik forces. 5 of them are still around today, and they're in Ukraine. Look at the size of these things. But in reality, the Mark V is just a lanky teenager compared to the Challenger 2, which measures 27 feet 3 inches in length and 11 feet 6 inches in width. Its height, around 9.7 feet. Even next to modern tanks, this thing is a giant. The Challenger 2 is classified as a heavy tank. It weighs 64 tons without additional armor. With extra protection, that number jumps to 78 tons. Yep, Challenger 2 is one of NATO's heaviest tanks. Its turret and hull are covered in second-generation Chobham armor, known as Dorchester. The specifics of its composition are classified, but we do know it's a multi-layered mix of armored steel, ceramics, composite plastics, and Kevlar. This armor works against both heat rounds, which pierce armor with a concentrated jet, and APF-SDS shells. In fact, there's a recorded case of a Challenger 2 taking 15 direct hits from ATGMs, without the armor being penetrated. On top of that, reactive armor modules, row more, can be installed on the turret, hull sides, and lower front plate. With those attached, its width increases to over 13 feet. At this point, you might be wondering, can this beast even move? Good question. Challenger 2's Perkins engine is the weakest among NATO tanks. 1,200 horsepower compared to 1,500 horsepower in the Abrams and Leopard 2, both of which are lighter. That makes it slower. It maxes out at 37 miles per hour on roads and 25 miles per hour off-road. But the lack of power really shows in rough terrain. Its ground pressure isn't much different from the Abrams or Leopard 2, but when it gets stuck in situations those tanks could power through, the Perkins engine just doesn't cut it. That said, it has a solid operational range of 280 to 340 miles, meaning it can go the distance. And as for driving it, not as hard as you think. The driver operates the tank while practically lying down. It's got an automatic gearbox, 2 pedals like a car, and 2 levers. Just switch it on and go. Super simple. But surviving in battle isn't just about armor. Maneuverability is key. Along with 6 forward gears, the Challenger 2 has 2 reverse gears. However, the manufacturer never mentions its actual reverse speed. That's why we make these videos, to find out what they don't tell you. So hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out. Now, let's get to it. It moves in reverse much faster than Soviet tanks. You roll in, fire, and back out fast. And now, for the exact speed, 15.5 miles per hour in reverse. You'll see how we figured that out soon. That means Challenger 2 can quickly retreat from a firing position without turning around, reducing the risk of return fire. To make things even tougher for the enemy, it can deploy a smoke screen from 10 launchers mounted along the sides of its main gun. Compared to the T-80BV I used before, the stabilization and optics here are on another level. The gun controls are handled with the right thumb on a button panel that looks like something from an old-school gaming console. The turret rotates a full 360 degrees in just 9 seconds, allowing the tank to fire in different directions while still moving. Constant forward-reverse movement makes it incredibly difficult for enemy ATGMs or tank gunners to land a direct hit. Meanwhile, Challenger 2 remains deadly accurate. The thermal sights here are insane. We can spot vehicle exhaust from about a mile away and tell if it's a truck or a tank. We even see rabbits in the forest. By the way, the driver has a rear-view thermal camera to avoid getting lost in the chaos. While he's maneuvering, the commander is already identifying the next target, and the gunner is waiting for the smoke to clear. The commander, positioned above the gunner, has a fully stabilized panoramic sight with a laser rangefinder, an independent targeting system, and full backup gun controls. From the moment of firing to when the smoke clears and the gunner can see through the sights again, less than a second passes. On Soviet tanks, it takes about 5 seconds. That's why the aim-fire hit cycle only takes about 8 seconds. And while Challenger 2 uses manual loading, the loader earns his comfortable seat next to the coffee maker by keeping up with the fast-paced action. A well-trained crew with an experienced loader can take out up to 7 targets per minute. And not just fire off rounds, actually hit targets. The key to this accuracy? A rifled barrel. Unlike smoothbore tank guns, Challenger 2's 120mm gun has spiral grooves inside the barrel, making the round spin for better stability and higher accuracy. In fact, Challenger 2 is the only modern tank with a rifled gun, and it's considered one of the most precise tanks in the world. This 120mm rifled gun is insanely accurate, but also delicate. You need to service it regularly and calibrate the sights, but if you do, it lands shots from over 3 miles away with no problem. Actually, the L30A1 gun, measuring 55 calibers in length, can hit targets up to 5 miles away. That's a solid 8 kilometers when firing HESH rounds. These high-explosive squash head shells were once considered the go-to weapon for taking on Soviet tanks. When they hit a target, they first flatten like a cow pie against the surface, then detonate, causing shockwaves and fragments on the opposite side. That makes HESH rounds great, not only for taking out tanks and vehicles, but also for smashing through concrete fortifications. But Challenger 2 was designed for tank combat, so it's not equipped for dealing with enemy infantry. There's no fragmentation or shrapnel shell in its arsenal, and you can't just grab one off the shelf, because its gun is rifled. That means it can't fire standard NATO rounds. Tough luck. However, Challenger 2 isn't completely helpless against infantry. Do you know of any machine gun in the world that can fire continuously for 20 minutes at 500 rounds per minute? Well, here it is, the only one of its kind. Meet the L94A1, chain gun, mounted to the left of the main cannon. For some reason, when people praise the British gun, they forget about this beast. And that's a shame, because this is an engineering masterpiece. Its secret weapon? A cooling system that sucks in cold air while also acting as a smoke extractor. It's meant for close quarters combat, though it's unclear if it has really proven itself in this war yet. So yeah, the lack of infantry fighting rounds is a big downside for Challenger 2's super accurate gun. But there's another issue. Its rifled barrel wears out faster than a smoothbore, meaning it needs to be replaced more often. And the UK has stopped making tank barrels. Not only that, they've stopped producing barrels for any artillery at all. And now, for the final headshot, the UK has completely shut down its only tank factory. No, this isn't a joke. The reason? The next-gen Challenger 3 will use a smoothbore Rheinmetall RH-120 gun. Yep, the same one on the Abrams and Leopard tanks. In fact, Germany's Rheinmetall will handle a big chunk of the work upgrading Challenger 2 into Challenger 3. At first glance, Challenger 3 is basically just a Challenger 2 with a German gun. Same armor, same chassis, same 1,200 horsepower Perkins engine, and the same 6-speed transmission, plus 2 reverse gears. And how do we know Challenger 2's reverse speed is 15.5 miles per hour? Because that's exactly what's listed for Challenger 3. So yeah, Challenger 3 is really just a heavier, slower version of its predecessor, but with a German cannon that's 800 pounds lighter. Hell of a ride. I love it. But honestly, does that even count as a new tank? Drop your thoughts in the comments. What should Challenger 3 have besides a new gun? An autoloader instead of a minibar and toilet? A different engine and transmission? A built-in shower? Or maybe you've got a better idea. Let us know. Oof, this old FV-103 Spartan's seen better days. During urban combat, the Russians took out its biggest strength, the tracks that let it hit 60 miles per hour. With the vehicle immobilized, Ukrainian troops had to abandon it. But what if you paired that speed with an M2 Browning? It's simple. Surprise the enemy, lay down suppressive fire, and let the assault team do the rest. Spartan is a British veteran that's made its way back onto the modern battlefield in Ukraine. But maybe it's time he retired? Let's find out. Today, about 1,000 FV-103 Spartans are still in service around the world. And while they're over 50 years old, they've been far from idle. After the full-scale invasion, the UK donated 35 Spartans to Ukraine from its own reserves. But as the saying goes, you can never have too many armored vehicles, especially when you're fighting the Russians. That's why Ukrainian volunteers crowdfunded $6.5 million in just 36 hours to buy 60 more Spartans. When your country's at war, those birthday gift funds turn into a 50-call surprise for the enemy. Help us bring you more. Like this video to support the channel. The Spartan wasn't originally designed for storming enemy positions or dropping troops right on the front lines. Its job was to support other units behind the scenes. In the early 1980s, Spartans were mainly used to transport air defense teams, equipped with British man pads like the Javelin and Starburst. The Javelin was phased out in the 90s. Thanks to its compact size and off-road speed, engineers also used it to quickly deploy support teams. But the Russian-Ukrainian war has flipped more than one military doctrine on its head. So it's no surprise to see the Spartan not just in the rear, but right in the thick of it. Here's what one Ukrainian soldier had to say about how they use it. Our job is to move in unnoticed, complete the task unnoticed, drop off the assault team unnoticed, get in, get our guys out. That's our main mission. Because of the constant shortage of armored vehicles, Ukrainians use Spartans for everything. Troop transport, fire support, supply runs, and medevac. And that's where one of the Spartan's biggest strengths and weaknesses comes into play: its size. On the plus side, being small and nimble makes you harder for Russian drones to spot and hit. It's also way easier to hide than, say, an old Soviet APC. Case in point. One of its advantages is that you can tuck it under a tree and you're covered. These days, with all the enemy's aerial recon, the name of the game is hide, hide, and hide again. But with small armored vehicles comes one big, glaring downside: limited interior space. That means less comfort for the crew and fewer troops in the back. The base Spartan is built for 7 people total, including the crew. But leave it to Ukrainian engineers to have their own ideas about field upgrades. One of its main drawbacks was supposed to be its limited capacity. Take a look at what the 24th Brigade did. They fully rebuilt it, and now it's a stadium in here. There's loads of space. Wow, sounds impressive. But do these upgrades actually hold up in combat? Not just on paper? Before we answer that, your subscription tells YouTube our channel is worth watching. Tap subscribe to support us. When we were pulling guys out from a position, we could fit 12, even 13 people. On the way back, there's no gear inside, so you pack them in like Tetris. In Ukraine, the Spartan has picked up another critical role: medical evacuation. It's a mission where every second counts, and getting a wounded soldier to medics quickly can be the difference between life and death. We had a recon guy, badly wounded, almost 6 feet 5 inches tall. We laid him down right here. We didn't even need to use the bench. Getting a casualty to the med station is not just about driving skill, and it's also a test of the vehicle's armor. Enemy drones, ambushes, RPGs, or even worse, anti-tank missiles can pop up at any moment. And this is where the Spartan shows its biggest weakness: protection. The armor, it's aluminum. The idea is that the Spartan punches through fast, maybe takes a few hits and keeps moving. The front of the vehicle is its strongest angle. It's sloped to increase the chance of enemy rounds bouncing off instead of punching through. That's the theory anyway. The front armor is the strongest. The vehicle is rated to withstand 14.5mm rounds from 200 meters away, and that's largely thanks to the angled front plate. If a shell explodes nearby, Spartan's armor is more than enough to protect the crew from the shockwave and deadly shrapnel. In one case, a Russian Lancet drone detonated right next to a Spartan, and when it kept moving, the Russians followed up with a mortar strike. The result? Dented armor, but the crew walked away unharmed. This vehicle meets Western standards. The most important thing is keeping the crew alive. If the machine gets taken out after that, well, that's just how it goes. But let's be real, if that Russian drone had hit square in the side, the story might have ended much worse. The same goes for most modern munitions with a serious warhead. Still need convincing? Let's rewind to the Gulf War. A British Challenger 1 accidentally fired on a friendly FV-103 Spartan. It happened at a distance where thermal sights couldn't clearly identify the target. 2 British soldiers were badly wounded. They got insanely lucky. Could have been much worse. Thankfully, the Spartan comes with life-saving systems for exactly these moments. And they actually work. You've got the ventilation system here. There's lighting. There's also a fire suppression system. That lucky break in the Gulf War probably also had to do with the long range of the shot. Plus, the Spartan has a clever bit of engineering that adds protection up front. And it might surprise you. The engine and transmission themselves act as an extra layer of armor. I think the transmission and engine help protect the commander and driver if a round hits the front. And here's another nice touch. The Spartan has storage boxes for all the tools and gear you might need during a mission, and even that can double as protection. Everything in these little boxes can be used as extra armor. If you throw some wrenches in there, congratulations. You've got improvised ballistic plating, a small but very useful feature added by the engineers. External sensors mounted on the armor help the driver keep track of key system indicators while on the move. When the driver pops out of the hatch, he can still monitor the readings: oil temperature, pressure, coolant levels, and so on. These 3 little lights right here signal any critical issues. But unfortunately, no vehicle is all upside. The biggest drawback of the Spartan is its age. Finding spare parts for this Cold War relic is no easy task. It takes some serious hunting across the globe. For the machines officially transferred by the UK, there aren't enough spare parts included. And for the ones bought by volunteers, spare parts should be there. At least that's what the sellers promise. To make up for the Spartan's age and weaknesses, every vehicle had to be upgraded and fitted with modern electronics. This one's got an onboard Harris communication system. It comes as part of the kit. Great brand, one of the best. Thanks to skilled Ukrainian hands and routine maintenance, these machines not only gained extra life, but became a lot more comfortable inside. Over time, rubber seals lose their grip, so we gave this hatch a quick spray with silicone. Now it stays dry even in the rain. And in mobile defense operations, the Spartan's speed has been a real asset, allowing fast movement not just on paved roads but across muddy terrain, which makes up most of the front line. He can hit 60 miles an hour. Of course, it all depends on the terrain. If the road's full of potholes, sure, you'll feel it. But in extreme situations, it'll get you there. The suspension holds up. Ukrainian troops use the Spartan for fast raids, hitting Russian forces when they least expect it, and quickly taking over enemy positions. The vehicle's compact size makes it easy to conceal, while its tracked platform allows for a stealthy approach. The road wheels are rubberized, and that's one of its perks. It's quiet, no metal clanging, and the tracks have rubber pads too, which helps reduce noise. But tracks also bring their own headaches. If the tension isn't set correctly, it can lead to breakdowns or even a complete halt. And that's not just a Spartan issue, it applies to any tracked vehicle. You need to keep an eye on the track tension. One British instructor gave us a tip. You can check it with your fist, because you don't always have a proper measuring tool with you in the field. The factory version of the FV-103 Spartan comes with an L-37A 17.62mm machine gun, mounted on the commander's hatch. But in an assault, that's about as useful as firing a pistol at a tank. That's why Ukrainian crews have upgraded it with a heavy-hitting Browning M2. Recognize that American classic? Click the link in the top right corner to learn more about its role in today's war. Mounting a Browning M2 on the Spartan is a bold but debatable decision. With the L-37A1, you can fire from inside the vehicle. Not so with the Browning. People who've used it in combat say one of the big drawbacks is the lack of protection. You have to expose yourself to fire it. You can't operate it from inside. Reloading is also a challenge. Imagine doing that while dodging shrapnel or a buzzing Russian FPV drone. Eventually, you'll run out of rounds, and it happens fast. Then you've got to change the ammo box, which is no small task in combat. In peaceful European countries, the CVRT series is already heading into retirement. But in Ukraine, things are different. The shortage of equipment means anything that still runs is heading to the front line, even if it's over 50 years old. On today's battlefield, the Spartan isn't a dusty old veteran. It's an active duty soldier. Its biggest strengths are speed and agility, ideal for getting troops in or wounded soldiers out. But its armor doesn't match up to other Western IFVs like the M113. And while you might want to add extra protection to the Spartan, the engine likely can't handle the extra weight. So if it were your call, which vehicle would you pick for the job? Spartan, M113, or BMP-1? Let us know in the comments.
To most high-end weapons coming from the US, but there's one area where even America falls behind. Not to China, Britain, or Russia, but Sweden. We're talking about self-propelled howitzers, and not just any howitzer, one of the best wheeled artillery systems in the world. Now, it's proving its worth on the battlefield in Ukraine. This is one of the best self-propelled artillery pieces out there.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
So what makes Sweden's creation stand out, and how is it performing on the front lines? Archer didn't have the smoothest ride to the battlefield. It all kicked off in 1995, but things moved at a Swedish pace, steady and measured. After a few years of tinkering, it wasn't until 2003 that Sweden's Defense Procurement Agency finally shook hands with Bofors to develop 2 prototypes. Fast forward to 2023, and Sweden has 48 Archers, 24 in action, and another 24 chilling in storage, waiting for a one-way ticket to Norway. But fate had other plans. Instead of heading north, 8 of them were sent to Ukraine, where this beast finally got to do what it was born for.
It is one of 8 Archer systems delivered to Ukraine by Sweden, and it has finally arrived for the first real battle test in the harsh conditions of eastern Ukraine.
So what makes this howitzer so unique? First off, Archer is the undisputed king of rapid deployment. In just 30 seconds, we set up, fire, and in another 30 seconds, we're packed up and moving again. Imagine a 30-ton machine that can stop anywhere, fire off rounds, and be gone in under a minute. A nightmare for the enemy. Catch me if you can. Second, it's all about automation. Archer was designed to be the world's first fully automated artillery system. The crew is only involved in reloading. Once we load up the rounds, we head out and the machine does everything else by itself. We don't step out. While moving, we get targeting data. As we approach the firing position, we input the target, and within 10 seconds of arrival, we deploy. Another 5 seconds to adjust, and we're ready to fire. At this rate, the next-gen Archer might not even need people, except for refueling. And third, the crew stays safe inside the armored cab, even in the heat of battle. The crew never has to leave the armored cabin. The shells are preloaded into a magazine, just like bullets in a rifle. On top of that, sometimes you need to hit a target instantly before the enemy can react. That's where Archer shines. Archer isn't just fast, it's smart. It has a built-in function that lets it fire 4 shells along different trajectories, but they all hit the target at the exact same moment. With this software, we can program it so all 4 rounds fly different paths but land at the same time. That kind of precision puts Archer ahead of most self-propelled howitzers in the world. It's setting the standard for modern artillery. Its predecessor? The legendary Paladin. These 2 machines serve different roles, but they have some similarities, like crew safety. Paladin's armor keeps its crew protected from incoming fire, and the M109 is well known for being one of the most comfortable artillery systems, with heating and air conditioning inside for long missions. But in the end, they're built for different tasks. Paladin is all about raw firepower, while Archer is a surgical tool for precision strikes. There were days we barely had time to reload before going right back into action. What's the most you fired in a day? My personal record? 192 rounds. Another big difference, the Paladin is tracked, while Archer runs on wheels. That changes how they're used in combat. And here's a twist, Archer might soon replace the M109 in the US Army.
What?
For years, the Army has been looking for a replacement for the M109, which has been in service since 1963. Their last attempt, the XM1299 from the IRCA project, didn't work out. So they started searching for ready-made alternatives. Now, Archer, a howitzer nobody was paying attention to just a few years ago, is suddenly a top contender, the ultimate underdog story. And unlike the competition, it has a real combat experience. That's gotta be worth a like, right? But even Archer has run into some challenges in Ukraine. And it's not about the machine itself, it's about the people. Training to operate it is seriously tough. We trained in Sweden for 2 months. No days off. It was intense, but we had great instructors and translators. We got lucky with the team. Wake up at 6 a.m., breakfast at 7, then training, camouflage, driving, firing, maintenance. What they taught us in a month and a half normally takes 6 to 10 months. On the one hand, this means Ukraine now has some highly trained artillery crews, but on the other hand, there aren't many of them. If even one team is down due to illness or reassignment, it can affect missions. The same goes for maintenance. The fewer people who know how to service Archer, the harder it is to keep it operational. But the long-term upkeep is still a question mark. It's a tricky system. You have to understand it. You can't just... Before the gun commander could finish, a new target came in, and it had to be something big, because Archer has been firing less due to ammunition shortages. Since its specialty is taking out enemy artillery, this target was definitely worth the shot. So how bad is the ammo situation? It's critical. There aren't enough shells. And if Western aid continues at this pace, how much longer can Archer stay in action? There's plenty of work for Archer, but in terms of firing, we're running low. So you're firing less? Yeah, we're prioritizing only the most important targets now. The Archer takes out an enemy gun and moves to a new position. By the time the shell reaches its target, the Swedish howitzer is already on the road, maybe even getting confirmation of the hit from a safer spot. And let's be real, it never misses. But Ukraine isn't relying on Archer alone. If you want to see how Ukrainians are using Western weapons against Russia, make sure to subscribe. Speaking of heavy hitters, Ukraine is working on its own Archer-style howitzer. Meet the BOHDANA, another self-propelled system making an impact on the front lines. BOHDANA is a decent howitzer, but this one is just on another level. If you were firing from, I don't know, a 2S1 or BOHDANA, would it be harder to hit the target compared to Mista B? Nah, this gun has better range. Depending on the type of shell, it shoots farther. When it comes to range, Archer has the advantage. It fires about 6 miles farther than BOHDANA, which makes a big difference in artillery duels. And accuracy, that's where Archer truly shines. We've called Archer a surgical tool, while BOHDANA is more like a sledgehammer. Usually, it hits the target with a second shot. The first one can be slightly off if the barrel isn't warmed up, but once it is, the gun fires consistently and accurately. But here's where BOHDANA has the edge: production numbers. Sweden only built 48 Archers, while Ukraine is now rolling out 20 BOHDANAs per month. That's a huge advantage in a war where Ukraine needs firepower across an extended front line. It's great to see our country finally producing weapons at this level. This gives us what we need to fight properly. Chances are, these two howitzers are working side by side in Ukraine's 45th Artillery Brigade, where the Archers were deployed. This brigade has come a long way since 2022. Before Archer, the 45th was the only brigade operating the massive 2S7 Peon, a 203mm monster with a range of 29 miles. Each shell weighs around 240 pounds. Cluster shells are slightly lighter. Now, Archer is taking over the same counter-battery role. Our job is counter-battery fire. We locate enemy artillery positions using drones, then take them out. Outdated equipment and ammo shortages forced the 45th to modernize. And now Archer is handling the brigade's toughest missions. I think they're not particularly happy about it. So, what can Russia throw at Archer? Their Peon, or the Mista S, Russia's most common self-propelled howitzer. These two have faced off many times in Donbas, but it's never been a fair fight. Take a T-72 tank, slap a big gun on it, and you get this, Russia's self-propelled howitzer. Its maximum range is just 15.5 miles, not even close to Archer's, making Mista an easy target. Take this May 2024 encounter. It was Mista's last ride. And here's another perfect Archer target. 3 Soviet-era D-20 howitzers lined up like bowling pins. A job for Archer's automated fire control system. 3 shells, 3 direct hits. A few minutes later, Russia's losses just went up again. Once Archer has its sights on a target, the hit probability is nearly 100%. So, what do we take away from this? Archer outperforms most self-propelled howitzers in range, speed, mobility, and automation. It's easily one of the best, if not the best, artillery pieces in the world. Its only weakness? Production numbers. With just 48 in existence, Archer isn't ready to become a global artillery powerhouse, but we'll be watching its future closely, and making more videos about it, of course. Now, what do you think? Which howitzer could surpass Archer in the future? Mista? BOHDANA? Maybe the German RCH-155, which we'll be covering in an upcoming video. Drop your pick in the comments. Fire! Self-propelled howitzer BOHDANA is striking Russian positions. The result? Nothing left but rubble. This is Ukraine's first 155mm artillery system, firing NATO standard shells with deadly accuracy. But is it really as effective in this war as it seems at first glance? We had a situation on the firing position where the guys were using the loader to extract a shell, but the belt got stuck. And in combat, when you don't have time to take it apart and fix it, it can make things a lot worse. It could even lead to tragic consequences. Get ready, as Ukrainian artillerymen are about to spill the unfiltered truth. The good, the bad, and the explosive about this beast of a howitzer. Right now, BOHDANA is the only modern artillery system in the world being built in the middle of a full-scale war. It was originally manufactured in Kramatorsk, eastern Ukraine, but after Russian Kh-22 missile strikes, production relocated to a secret location. According to President Zelensky, Ukraine's defense industry can now produce up to 20 BOHDANA self-propelled howitzers each month. Smash that like button if you're impressed by Ukraine's resilient military-industrial complex. Since its creation, BOHDANA has been mounted on 3 different chassis: Krab, MAZ-6317, and Tatra. All 3 have been battle-tested in this war. Here's what a BOHDANA driver thinks about them. On the highway, when we're relocating, it can go up to 50 miles per hour. In Ukraine's fast-moving battles, speed is crucial, and BOHDANA delivers on that front. The best thing about this gun is that it's wheeled. It can fire quickly and relocate. This maneuverability is what keeps the crew alive. With high mobility, Ukrainian gunners can strike Russian forces when they least expect it, increasing their chances of taking out more targets. We can sneak in, fire off some rounds, and get the hell out of there. Once the mission is complete, the crew can leave the firing position in comfort. Here's how one crew member describes the ride inside BOHDANA. BOHDANA is like a Mercedes, a really smooth ride. A solid chassis isn't just about comfort, it's about keeping the crew alive. Because, make no mistake, BOHDANA is a high priority target for the Russians. I think it's their dream to record a direct hit and take out a BOHDANA. We've caused them a lot of trouble these past months. Russian drones are constantly hunting it down, keeping Ukrainian artillerymen on high alert. We got a call from the observation post. Enemy drone overhead. Time to move before a Lancet locks onto us. Here's how the crew, who take BOHDANA into battle almost daily, describe the armored capsule. The armor, the thick glass, being inside an armored vehicle is a huge advantage. It won't save you from a direct hit, but at least it protects against shrapnel. And they're right. One time, a Russian Lancet kamikaze drone hit BOHDANA's windshield dead on. But the armored capsule held strong, and the crew walked away unscathed. After some repairs, the howitzer was back on the front lines, and the challenges kept coming. What goes around comes around. BOHDANA rains fire on the Russians, and in return, they're constantly trying to take her down. Just recently, we had a close encounter with some Russian shrapnel. With their lives on the line, the crew had to abandon the howitzer and retreat. But once the danger passed, the driver went back for it. Here's how he remembers that night. Getting out was brutal. Shells were still coming down, and they were watching us. I had to go back at night to get the vehicle. One of the tires was blown out, and we had no way to change it, so we just drove on the flat. Another major threat to any vehicle in this war is mines. We doubt BOHDANA could withstand a direct hit from an anti-tank mine, but smaller ones? That's a different story. It might just save the crew's lives. They've done everything to ensure the crew survives an explosion. It's armored, the seats have safety belts. When it comes to protection, it's built really well. We're always showing how armor keeps soldiers alive. Hit subscribe so you don't miss more intense frontline stories. But armor isn't BOHDANA's only strength. Let's take a closer look at its biggest advantage, the 155mm gun, fully developed and produced in Ukraine. Its stated firing range is 26 miles with a high explosive shell and up to 31 miles with a rocket-assisted projectile. Hitting those numbers requires near-perfect conditions, but it is possible. Our longest shot was 25 miles, and it hit the target. Typically, Ukrainian artillery use the first round to adjust their aim, and the second one lands right on the target. When we talk about accuracy, sometimes the second shot lands within 10 yards of the target. The biggest challenge for crews operating the first two versions of BOHDANA was the lack of an automatic loader. That issue has been fixed in the latest version, but before that, gunners had to load every shell by hand. Here's how one of them remembers it. If you load 100 shells in a day, your back turns to stone. You come back feeling like your whole body is locked up. Reload speed directly impacts the number of rounds fired, which, in turn, determines how many enemy targets are destroyed. Here's what one Ukrainian artilleryman thinks. If there's no need for adjustments, we can fire 4 rounds per minute. If corrections are needed, the intervals between shots are 2 to 3 minutes. The type of shell also plays a huge role in taking down targets. Different rounds pack different levels of firepower. It depends on the type of 155mm shell. Some have shrapnel that spreads up to 1,300 feet, only 650 feet. Western shells have proven highly effective in this war. Ukrainian gunners who fired hundreds of them confirm this. We mainly use high explosive fragmentation rounds, but when we got cluster munitions, we used those too. Both types have about 90% accuracy. The Russian-Ukrainian war is brutal and relentless, so artillery crews never run out of targets. But their main job is to cover their infantry during offensives. We work every day, every hour, covering our troops. The moment the enemy starts moving or launching an assault, our infantry immediately calls for artillery fire. As they say, an artilleryman's sweat saves an infantryman's blood. When no assaults are taking place, gunners focus on taking out Russian supply depots and troop concentrations. We've hit ammo warehouses, fuel storage sites. As for enemy personnel, there's no way to count how many rounds we fired and how many of them have fallen to our hands. Sometimes, a single mission leads to an unexpected bonus. The most interesting moment was when we targeted their electronic warfare systems. Turns out, they had a self-propelled howitzer hidden just 50 to 100 meters away. We took that out too. Russian artillery and heavy equipment are also prime targets, making it much harder for them to push forward. We took out enemy guns, disabled a tank. It's counter-battery work. And of course, we keep hitting their infantry as well. BOHDANA's long range allows Ukrainians to strike deep into enemy territory, disrupting operations and slowing Russian advances in key areas. We're not just hitting the enemy's front lines. We're taking out their rear bases and supply routes too. That's a game changer. One of the most unconventional uses of BOHDANA happened during the artillery strikes on Snake Island before Ukraine's landing operation. The The howitzer was mounted on a barge and fired directly from the water. It was strange floating down the Danube on it, but shooting? Totally normal. Ukrainians also tested their domestically made howitzer on Russian territory, using it during the offensive in the Kursk region. It's proving highly effective in the Kursk operation. Very accurate, very powerful. The results speak for themselves. With intense fighting along the front, artillery pieces like BOHDANA are in constant use. Otherwise, the infantry would bear the full weight of the war. Easily 40 to 60 shots per gun per day. To ensure every shell lands where it should, Ukrainian crews pair BOHDANA with drones for precision targeting. We fire based on drone feeds. The drone spots the target, sends the coordinates to me. I relay them to the battery, and after the shot, the UAV adjusts the aim. Regular maintenance is critical. Without it, there's a real risk the barrel could crack at the worst possible moment. To keep it in top shape, you have to clean it as often as possible. The more, the better. But it depends on how much firing we do. Right now, we'll clean it, do a scheduled maintenance check, clean the breech and sealing ring, and then it's ready for new targets. Compared to the outdated systems Ukraine once relied on, BOHDANA represents a huge leap forward. The difference is massive compared to towed artillery, especially Soviet-era ones. This is our own 155mm gun, self-propelled, accurate, and long range. The upgrade is undeniable. The biggest leap is in the onboard electronics, which makes the crew's job much easier. Unlike Soviet systems, here you need to understand electronics and hydraulics. The gun commander and crew have to be familiar with all the readings on the onboard computer. And, of course, the speed of automated deployment is a huge advantage for modern self-propelled guns like BOHDANA. From the moment we get the command gun to combat mode to the first shot, it takes 3 minutes. You can't do that with a towed gun. When compared to Western artillery, BOHDANA still has room to improve, but it's on the right track. In terms of range, it's behind only the Archer. The Archer fires over 25 miles. Ours reaches up to 25 miles. If you want to learn more about how the American M109 or the Swedish Archer have performed in this war, check out the link in the corner. Ukrainians who operate multiple Western self-propelled howitzers have noticed that some of them have navigation issues. They joke about it, explaining how they still rely on old-school methods like a compass and aiming circle. Even if the satellites go down, we do everything the old way. We line up and fire. I've heard that Western systems sometimes struggle with navigation. We don't have that problem. We've got a compass and an aiming circle. The 2S-22 BOHDANA is a solid artillery system that Ukrainians are putting to the test in the toughest battlefield conditions, and they're already improving it based on real combat experience. In this high-intensity war, it has strengthened Ukraine's firepower on the front lines. Most importantly, its 155mm shells can be produced in cooperation with Western partners. No need to scour the world for leftover Soviet 152mm rounds. Do you think NATO countries might buy this howitzer for their own artillery units? And which country would be the first? Poland, Lithuania, or maybe France? Drop your prediction in the comments.
We figured out how the Russians are managing to destroy American M777 howitzers on such a massive scale. Any guesses? It's decoys. Just look at these beauties. They even puff out smoke to make it look like they're firing. Russian Lancet drones dive at these fake targets like starving fish going after a shiny lure. The Russians are pulling out all the stops to track down and take out American howitzers. Hold it! Ready to fire! And it's no surprise why. First off, if our howitzers don't fire, our infantry's in for a tough time. Bernard Montgomery, one of the most famous World War II generals, once said that the harder the battles and the longer the war goes on, the more infantry depends on artillery. The war in Ukraine couldn't prove that more. Fire! Here's what a real M777 looks like in action. Ukrainian artillery crews lovingly call it 3 axes. But from a drone's perspective, good luck telling a decoy from the real deal. Hit that like button if you think these fakes are genius. Another reason why the Russians are so eager to hunt down the 3 axes is their incredible effectiveness. According to a brigadier general from the General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces, the M777 howitzer has an efficiency rate of 80%, the best performance among all the artillery systems supplied by Ukraine's allies. Curious about how other Western artillery systems are doing in Ukraine? Check out our separate video on that. But what do ordinary Ukrainian artillerymen have to say about the M777? Its error margin is within 10 feet. We're lucky, we don't usually need big adjustments. Now, you might have heard arguments online claiming otherwise. Some say the circular error probable for the M777 is measured in dozens of feet at a range of 15.5 miles. For those unfamiliar, CEP is the radius within which 50% of rounds fired at the same target are expected to land. Apparently, Ukrainian gunners didn't get that memo because they're hitting much more precisely. When we fire without adjustments, by the end of the day, we usually have video confirmation of direct hits. Even with minimal corrections, we're talking 95% accuracy on target. The thing is, while expert opinions on CEP might sound reasonable, they often come from the comfort of a couch. Real-world practice shows a different story. And just look at this grouping. With 3 shots, we can take out 2 targets, both in completely different locations, on entirely different terrain. Still, we've analyzed the actions of Ukrainian M777 crews and think we've figured out the secret behind their incredible accuracy. And yes, that red button is part of the answer. But let's break it down step by step. First, despite the high intensity of the fighting, Ukrainian gunners stick to optimal barrel management. The M777 can fire 5 to 7 rounds per minute. But at this rate, the barrel will start to wear out after just 2 minutes. It's extremely intense. Several dozen M777 barrels overheated and had to be sent in for repair. Now, Ukrainians are careful to avoid this. We fire strictly at our targets. No unnecessary shots. If we deploy, we work briefly but effectively. Each barrel has a lifespan of approximately 2,500 rounds before replacement is needed. The 3 axes fires 155mm shells, and for most modern heavy artillery systems, a sustainable firing rate is about 2 rounds per minute. Stick to this, and your barrel will last until its scheduled replacement. But accuracy isn't just about firing discipline. Another key advantage of Western artillery systems lies in their ammunition, its quality and variety. That's the second reason behind their phenomenal precision. The M777 can fire any NATO standard shells, including high explosive, cluster, smoke, illumination, and even specialized mine-laying rounds. We use cluster shells against infantry or light vehicles. High explosive shells are also used on vehicles, and we hit bunkers with regular explosives. The maximum range of standard high explosive shells is 15 miles, packing nearly 24 pounds of explosives. For comparison, Soviet and Russian 152mm shells carry only 10.5 to 15 pounds of explosives, meaning Western shells are significantly more effective. For extended range strikes, special rocket-assisted shells are used, with ranges reaching 25 miles. These shells have an additional boost from a base bleed gas generator or a compact solid-fuel rocket motor. One standout is the M982 Excalibur, guided by GPS. In the early months of the war, these rounds sent shockwaves through Russian forces. An alternative to the Excalibur is the Precision Guidance Kit M1156. This smart fuse can be installed on regular 155mm shells, transforming them into precision-guided munitions. The PGK features a GPS receiver and fins that adjust the shell's trajectory in flight. These innovations in ammunition and firing strategies are what make Ukrainian M777 crews so devastatingly effective. The Pentagon recently dug up some M712 Copperhead-guided shells from the 1970s and handed them over to Ukraine. These were the world's first guided artillery rounds. At least 3 of these laser-guided shells were used by Ukrainians during the Kursk operation to take out a metal communications tower. We'll be keeping an eye on where they pop up next. Precision-guided munitions help Ukrainian forces conserve ammo, as fewer shots are needed to take out a target. However, these rounds are also dozens of times more expensive than standard shells, so they're reserved for high-value targets. On top of that, they allow for strikes on moving targets. Last winter, we hit a Sansepec heavy flamethrower system. I also remember hitting a tank from a distance of 14 miles back in October 2022. Yes, precision munitions can even hit an open window. Of course, the Russians use electronic warfare systems to jam GPS signals, but this is a never-ending game of cat and mouse. There's no permanent winner. Still, even the best and most advanced shells can't replace skilled personnel, which is yet another reason why M777s have performed so well in Ukraine. In the early months of the war, the US, Canada, and Australia delivered over 100 M777s howitzers and nearly 190,000 shells to Ukraine. There were concerns about how quickly these systems could be deployed, but training didn't take long. Experienced soldiers were sent to Germany, where they were trained by skilled instructors. They sent us to Germany for training, where American crews taught us. Ms. Before this, I worked with the Soviet-era D-10 for almost 3 years. I started with the Soviet D-20, then used a captured Russian MSTA-B, and now the 3 axes. Part of the quick learning curve may also be attributed to the simplicity of the M777. Most of the systems provided to Ukraine lack the automated fire control systems that enable sniper-like accuracy with standard rocket-assisted shells. So how do they manage without it? The answer lies in a clever Ukrainian innovation, the Kropiva Combat Control System, which integrates reconnaissance and fire control across different units into a single information network. According to NATO classification, this system falls under the C2 command and control type. Using the Kropiva system requires only 3 key inputs: the target's coordinates, the artillery battery's location, and the meteorological conditions. These are entered into a tablet with specialized software, and the firing direction and range to the target are calculated automatically. That's right, the Kropiva Combat Control System includes a ballistic calculator for the M777. Even the Pentagon can't quite wrap its head around how this was done without hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. So the Kropiva system is another big factor in Ukraine's artillery success. Now it's time to reveal the purpose of that mysterious red button. But first, make sure you're subscribed to our channel if you haven't already. It's a light switch. Insert 2 batteries and it illuminates the scales for nighttime use. Think this is trivial and doesn't affect the outcome? Imagine driving your car at night with no dashboard light. And what's that weird curved stick used for loading the howitzer? Turns out that's another important tool. Stay tuned for more on that. This is the standard tool for loading shells included with the howitzer. The curve is designed to make loading easier when the angle of fire is steep, like at 800 mils. We've highlighted these small details for a reason. Nearly all Ukrainian M777 operators have prior experience with Soviet-era artillery systems, which often lack such conveniences. That said, the M777 has its own quirks, some of which became apparent in Ukraine. It's delicate. You've got to clean it often and check everything carefully. In Germany, we covered theory, from barrel replacement to changing a wheel. But here we ran into weather issues. It rained, then it froze almost immediately. The first winter in Ukraine was a major test for the M777. Nighttime temperatures in the steppe dropped to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, causing seals to fail rapidly. Western instructors accustomed to operating the howitzer in hot climates had little advice to offer. However, Ukrainian gunners adapted. They began covering and heating the 3 axes using Webasto heaters from truck engines. After 2.5 years of use, Ukrainian mechanics have developed a unique expertise in repairing M777s, even those damaged in combat. Our howitzers have taken hits from Lancet drones, Grad rockets, and Krasnopol shells, but we always managed to fix them. We shared our knowledge with Canadian mechanics, and they were shocked at how much we know about the M777. If we can't repair something in the field, we send it to the factory. The M777's durability in combat is also tied to protective measures. Alongside the decoys you saw earlier, anti-drone nets remain effective against kamikaze drones. Against Russian counter-battery fire, Ukrainians rely on electronic warfare systems, laser detection sensors, which warn of guided munitions like Krasnopol, well-fortified positions, and frequent relocations. To date, we haven't lost a single M777 permanently. Another advantage of the M777 is its lightweight. Thanks to its titanium alloy construction, it weighs just 9,250 pounds. Allowing it to be towed by a light truck. The Russian MSTA-B, often considered its competitor, weighs 15,500 pounds, requiring a much larger vehicle for transport. The M777's success in Ukraine has been so notable that BAE Systems announced it's resuming production of howitzer frames and has signed a contract with the US Army. This raises an interesting question. Should the M777 be considered American, with 80% of its components made by American companies? Or British, given its developers' origins? Or maybe Ukrainian? After all, BAE Systems plans to repair and eventually manufacture the 3 axes in Ukraine. Let us know your take in the comments.
You strap this on the barrel, and this on the donkey, and off you go for stronger stabilization. Serious gear, 1 donkey power. Nope, you didn't mishear that. Ukrainian artillery crews are using the Italian OTO MELARA howitzer, one that can be towed by a donkey. Animal lovers, relax. Unlike the Russians, Ukrainians don't drag poor animals to war. Donkeys here have been replaced by pickup trucks. and even old Soviet Lotus. It's well balanced. It doesn't push back. Pulls just fine. Sure, dragging it uphill in a Lada might be tricky, but on a flat road, the Lada can tow it no problem. But hey, is there really room in modern war for a gun that's over 70 years old? Let's break it down. Italy built over 2,300 of these howitzers, which have served, and still serve, in the armies of about 30 countries. Why so popular? Simple: mobility, reliability, and firepower. Let's take it step by step. But first, hit that like button. You're here anyway, might as well help boost this video. Back in the 1950s, OTO MELARA got a contract from Italy's Ministry of Defense to develop a light mountain howitzer. The goal? Give mountain troops a solid artillery piece for alpine combat. At that time, Italian units were still stuck using Czechoslovak Skoda 75/13S. And the first thing that came to mind looking at those was, how old are you, Granny? Not without reason. The Skoda was a World War I design, with a pathetic range of just 6 kilometers. When the fresh MELARAs rolled out, they were immediately put through brutal field tests. About 1,000 rounds fired, then shoved into a cryo chamber at -34°C to see if they'd crack. And to test mobility, they even dropped the howitzers from planes. The grand finale, simulated mountain assaults, and the MELARA nailed it. This 105mm howitzer became a real bestie for the gunners. Sure, it's been around for 70 years, so fair question. Shouldn't it be in a museum by now? Well, Ukrainians beg to differ. Their combat experience with these guns even impressed the Italian instructors. They, the Italians, are just in shock at how we're using these things. They don't run them like we do. This crew operates just 5 kilometers from the front line. And ever since they got their hands on the MELARA, Russian troops started sweating a bit more. We work at different ranges. Could be 1 kilometer, could be 2. And we can fire at the full range it allows, from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers depending on the sector. To silence Ukrainian artillery and smash fortified positions, the Russians keep dropping heavy bombs into this sector. If your howitzer becomes a priority target for enemy aircraft, that says a lot about your crew's accuracy. Could be over 10 times a day, or maybe none at all. Depends. But lately, they've been sending these guided bombs almost daily. When you've got guided bombs flying at you, sitting around and waiting isn't much of an option. So Ukrainian crews tested just how fast they can pack up the MELARA and bug out to a new position. According to the original Italian design, this howitzer can be broken down into 12 parts, each weighing up to 130 kilograms. You could airlift it with a UH-1 Huey, fit it into an M113 APC, or if you're old school, strap it to a donkey. Sounds neat, but how's that in the real world? Turns out Ukrainians can break it down in minutes. 10 minutes. And if it's urgent, we've got strong guys. You just grab it and go. Roll it out. Totally doable. We'll pull it. If relocating isn't an option, the MELARA's compact size makes it perfect for camouflage. A few camo nets, some branches, and it basically vanishes from enemy drones buzzing overhead. First off, it's really hard to spot from a drone. Plus, we hide it well. That's a huge advantage. Second, it doesn't flash. No muzzle signature. We can fire day or night. Other guns give off a huge flash. This one doesn't. So we can work 24/7. That no flash firing, massive plus. Keeps the crew alive and makes each shot invisible at night. The British L119 howitzer has the same feature. We've got a whole video about it. Links in the top right corner. At first, not everyone was sold on the MELARA. Some gunners were skeptical. They were used to Soviet-era artillery, then gradually shifted to NATO gear. Here's what they figured out. We were on the fence when they first switched us. We used to run the EMS-to-B. Then they gave us this MELARA. Size-wise, it's 5 times smaller. But once we got into the fight, she proved herself. Way more accurate, easy to handle, very mobile. She made us fall in love with her. The MELARA packs a 105mm gun with a barrel length of 1.4 meters. With standard American M1 shells, it can reach up to 10.5 kilometers. With rocket-assisted projectiles, it stretches out to 13 kilometers. And in the wide-open Ukrainian steppe, this little gun barely gets a break, thanks to constant Russian assaults. We fire about 100 to 150 shells per gun per day. The main job of this howitzer is to cover Ukrainian infantry holding the line in the trenches right on the zero line. The best shots are when the enemy doesn't even get close and catches a big caliber present halfway in. In countries that are not at war, the cannon is demonstrated at shows for civilians. On the Ukrainian front, it works non-stop. New targets for the gunner appear around the clock. The intensity is crazy. When they start storming, we jump in to support our infantry. We start taking the Russians apart before they even reach our positions. And if they try to hide in dugouts, well, we hit the dugouts too. Even with MELARA's age, Ukrainian gunners are pulling off some serious miracles, like wiping out Russian assault groups with just a few well-placed shots. That kind of precision isn't just about the hardware. It's about the experience these guys bring to the fight. One crew here managed to hit a moving target and stop an enemy push cold. First shot, caught them with shrapnel. Third shot, killed all three. To get that kind of accuracy, they pair the gun with a drone. The UAV scouts, spots, and corrects their fire. Having eyes in the sky really multiplies your chances of wrecking the enemy. We were working against infantry. Around 10 guys moved out. We gave them a little scare so they wouldn't come closer, hit their dugout. At first, we clipped them. Then they scattered and ran for cover. The drone caught it all. And we nailed the dugout. One neat thing about the MELARA is that it can fire 105mm American M67 HEAT shells. These are your best friends when you need to punch through over 100mm of steel armor and stop an assault with heavy vehicles. Just recently, we fought off another assault, took out 11 vehicles, captured a tank, and the Russians scattered into the tree line. We watched them run, then cleared them out right there. The gun's rate of fire is 8 rounds per minute, but after 30 minutes of constant firing, that drops to 4 rounds per minute, and after an hour to 3 rounds per minute. To speed things up, Ukrainians prefer firing straight from the gun's trigger handle. When you shoot from the handle, it's instant. From the lanyard, you have to step back, pull the rope, it's a hassle. But with the handle, you just stay at the gun. Much faster. According to Infodefensa, 20 Ukrainian servicemen completed MELARA training in Europe. Their instructors were from Spain's 32nd Mixed Artillery Regiment based in Almeria. Here's where it gets interesting. In European armies, an OTO MELARA Mod 56 crew is 7 people. So, to fully train for service, you'd need 56 soldiers. 2 options here. Either those 20 trained gunners came back and taught their comrades, or Ukrainians are running these howitzers with smaller crews. Judging by field footage, the second option seems much more likely. This is how we clean the breech block. Here we service the barrel, adding oil so the recoil system works properly. And, of course, cleaning the muzzle brake, which loses its efficiency when it gets fouled up with soot. So, what's the reason for this? Lack of personnel, or just skilled soldiers who don't need extra hands? Honestly, it's a bit of both. A complex issue, but either way, they're making it work. While checking the gun's maintenance, we noticed another smart design feature. Italian engineers really thought this one through. They made it safe to extract a stuck round if the gun jams. Sounds like a small thing, but it says a lot about how much care went into the design. Here's what it looks like. There's a special stopper there. You screw it in. The fuse is inside. In the Russia-Ukraine war, both sides are facing an ammo shortage. Neither side's factories can fully meet frontline demand. The Russians are pulling shells out of North Korea's stockpiles, while Ukraine gets supplied by Western partners. For now, there's enough 105mm bores for the MELARA. But for how long? It's enough for now, but we always want more. Give us more, and we'll shoot 24/7. For now, it's okay, but it'd be great to have a bigger stockpile, something reliable to fall back on. Another challenge with these howitzers is spare parts and barrels. Right now, Ukrainian artillery crews are still making jokes about the age of the MELARA, but long-term finding parts for old guns is going to be a serious headache. This gun was made back in '96. Still works like clockwork. An old one, but a reliable one. You take care of it like a girlfriend. More attention, better quality care. In the end, it's not just about the age of the gun, it's about how it's used. With skilled crews and smart tactics, even legacy weapons can shape the battlefield. The MELARA proves that precision, mobility, and discipline still win fights. Your likes and comments about these guns really motivate us to keep making new artillery videos. Which gun should we cover next? Drop your pick in the comments, and we'll choose from the most liked ones.
This system reliably destroys every aerial target that enters our area of responsibility. 2 minutes, and it's done. Most air defense battles don't last longer than that. If it weren't for the uniforms, you'd think these guys were working in a bank office or trading stocks at some brokerage in Frankfurt. For us, it's just a dot on a screen that moves. After the launch, it disappears. Maybe it doesn't look as intense as a ground assault or tank battle. Full deployment takes about 10 minutes. That's pretty good. But it's actually way more dangerous than it seems. This job is all about one rule: be fast or be dead. These operators trained in Germany, they fight with German equipment. At this point, it almost feels like they're in the Bundeswehr. But this story isn't about them. It's about their weapon. I met the war while serving on a book system near the city of Hostomel. Then I decided it was time to grow and learn something new. Most people recognize this as a mobile surface-launched missile system. And yes, the launcher is a big part of it, but the real magic, the top secret stuff, is hiding inside those launch containers, the missiles. The feeling from the first launches, from the first operation, was truly impressive. Imagine having one thing that works with everything, like a golden ratio of weapons. And yes, the Germans may have just reinvented it. The IRIS-T, short for Infrared Imaging System Tail, was originally designed as a short-range air-to-air missile. Its trick? Actually, it has a bunch. First, its insane agility, thanks to the thrust vectoring and the control system. Each of its 4 fins has its own drive system, which means this missile can pull off some wild stunts. Right after launch, it can hit up to 60 Gs. Yeah, 60. That's why they sometimes call it the Acrobat missile. And get this, it can even do a full 180 midair and chase a target that's behind the launching aircraft. Not bad if something nasty is on your 6, right? IRIS-T hits speeds of Mach 3, that's over 3,000 kilometers per hour. Good luck outrunning that. Your like tells YouTube the video is worth watching, and helps us reach an even bigger audience. Aside from speed and agility, this missile is insanely accurate. To lock onto a target, IRIS-T uses a mix of guidance systems that complement each other. Satellite navigation, a radio command link, an inertial system, and an infrared seeker with a synthetic sapphire lens. Here's another cool trick. As it approaches the target, the missile builds an image and compares it to reference targets stored in its memory. That lets IRIS-T aim for the most vulnerable parts of the target and, more importantly, ignore flares and other decoys. And here's the real kicker. IRIS-T can be launched from almost any modern fighter jet. It's standard on Eurofighter Typhoons and works with certain variants of the F-16, F/A-18 Hornet, the Gripen, even the old-school Tornado. No joke. They even tested it on an F-4 Phantom at one point. And check this out. Here's an IRIS-T mounted under the wing of South Korea's KF-21 Boramae, 4++ generation multi-role jet. Rumor has it even the F-35 plays nice with it. More than a dozen air forces have picked IRIS-T over the Sidewinder. That's because its diameter, length, weight, center of gravity, and launcher interface are all compatible. Basically, it fits anywhere a Sidewinder would, and hits harder. So yeah, the IRIS-T conquered the skies. But the Germans weren't done. They brought it down to Earth, literally. And once again, they found that golden middle, a weapon that does everything. The IRIS-T SL surface launched. Program kicked off in 2007 with one idea in mind: launch an air-to-air missile from the ground. Technically challenging? Sure. Impossible? Not even close. Americans turned their AIM-7 Sparrow into the ship-launched RIM-7 Sea Sparrow. The French-Italian Aster system is based on the Mika air-to-air missile, and the American SlamRam ER uses AMRAAM airframes as its core. So DL Defense took the same path and nailed it. In 2018, they showcased the IRIS-T SLS surface launch standard on a tracked BV-410 platform with an integrated Saab Giraffe 1X radar. The next year, Sweden demoed their own version on the Eldenhet 98 vehicle. And in 2022, we saw the IRIS-T SLS mounted on an armored Moag Eagle 6x6. We have 2 types of ground-based IRIS-T, the SLS and the SLM. Ukraine's version of the IRIS-T SLS comes with a 4-missile launcher mounted on an Iveco Eurocargo 4x4 truck chassis. which basically means if you've got the money, the paperwork, and a pickup, Deal Defense could probably strap an IRIS-T to it. Just be ready for a very, very long wait. Okay, we're joking, but these systems really are in short supply. We need more systems because we have a lot, over 400 sites, that constantly need to be protected from enemy strikes. According to the German government, Ukraine has received 2 IRIS-T SLS batteries so far, with 6 more on the way. Not bad, but not a lot, especially when you consider how many critical infrastructure sites need protection and the system's limited range. Unfortunately, speeding up production just isn't realistic right now. That's why Ukraine's short-range air defense is a patchwork of whatever can shoot straight, from M2 Brownings to the legendary GEPARD. You can check out how they work in our earlier videos. Still, IRIS-T remains one of the most effective weapons in the game. The first ground-based IRIS-T systems arrived in Ukraine back in October 2022, and according to Deal Defense, by June 2024, they had taken down over 240 aerial targets with an almost perfect success rate. On the very first day on the job, all targets were shot down. It made a big impression. When it comes to my unit, our hit rate is 99%. IRIS-T SLS uses the original air-to-air missile, but since it's being launched from the ground, its range drops from 20 to around 12 kilometers. Still, a ceiling of 8 kilometers is a solid number for taking out drones. And there's more. There's at least one confirmed case of the SLS taking out a Russian KH-101 cruise missile. According to some reports, this is one of Putin's favorites. He even monitors the remaining stock himself. You're now watching the destruction of 2 KH-101 cruise missiles. In total, 4 KH-101s were taken down in that battle within just 30 seconds. The KH-101 is air-launched and has a range of up to 5,500 kilometers when fired from a Tu-95 MS or Tu-160 bomber. It's considered a tough target to intercept. One such missile struck Ukraine's largest children's hospital, Alkmaar. The wreckage found at the scene confirmed it. But Germany's not just sending short-range systems. They've also supplied Ukraine with IRIS-T SLM, the medium-range version. And get this, Ukraine received them before the German army did. What we see on our radar, we can share that information with neighboring air defense systems. With longer range and better radar, the IRIS-T SLM can track and eliminate targets from farther away. And honestly, this might be the most advanced air defense system of the entire war. It can take down strike drones, cruise missiles, helicopters, fighter jets. The radar station can spot targets up to 250 kilometers away. Each missile comes with a high explosive fragmentation warhead triggered by either a proximity radar fuse or a contact fuse. And that brings some serious perks. One time, a single missile took out 2 targets. Total fluke. 2 cruise missiles were flying side by side, one got hit, and the explosion took out the second one with shrapnel. The IRIS-T SLM has a range of up to 40 kilometers, with a ceiling of 20 kilometers, making it much better suited for intercepting missiles and aircraft. But to hit those numbers, the original IRIS-T air-to-air missile had to be completely overhauled and upsized. Think of it like inflating a balloon, or giving Arnie's biceps a boost. The SLM is also a more complex system overall. It's not just one launcher, it's a whole network. But here's the smart part. The system doesn't depend on a specific chassis. All components are built to fit standard 20-foot containers, which makes logistics much easier. It's built on a plug-and-fight architecture. The standard setup includes a radar unit, a control station with operator consoles, and launchers with 8 missiles each. And get this, the launcher can be up to 20 kilometers away from the command center, and the radar can share targeting data with other operators. That modular design is why IRIS-T was easily integrated into Ukraine's air defense grid. IRIS-T performs excellently. Its effectiveness shows that not a single enemy aerial target reaches its destination. After seeing real combat use in Ukraine, the IRIS-T SLM has become a bestseller, and its missile is now turning into the backbone of Europe's air defense. But Germany's Deal Defense isn't stopping there. The upcoming IRIS-T SLX, first revealed last year, is designed to reach 80 kilometers in range and hit targets at altitudes up to 30 kilometers. These specs are impressive, but that extra range will come from entirely new missiles, different from the ones used on the SLM. What kind of missiles are they? No official word yet, but we'll be watching closely because this channel is all about bringing you the latest in battlefield tech. So hit that subscribe button to stay in the loop. Also, Germany plans to integrate the IRIS-T SLM into its F-125 class frigates. There's even a naval version of the IRIS-T designed for submarines, known as IDAS for Type 209 and Type 212, A-subs of the German Navy. But we can't pretend it's all perfect. The IRIS-T system comes with two major downsides, and the first one? Price. Yeah, friend, this isn't exactly a budget buy. So one IRIS-T missile in either the air-to-air or surface-launched standard version costs 900,000 euros. The surface-launched medium variant is even more expensive. During the war, Ukraine received 658 missiles. Imagine the total bill. Meanwhile, a Shahed kamikaze drone costs around 45,000 to 50,000 euros. But this isn't just about money. Russia launches dozens to hundreds of Shaheds every day. Shooting them down with IRIS-Ts is like firing golden bullets at rats. You can guess who wins that game in the long run. The Germans understand this too. That's why the creators of IRIS-T are now working on something new. A small anti-drone missile called Cicada, previously known as M-Missile. It looks like it's getting close to serial production. The Cicada carries 0.5 kilograms of explosives, enough to destroy recon or long-range Shahed-type drones. It's part of a bigger system called Sky Sphere, which was shown off at a defense expo in Nuremberg. But how fast Germany can get these into mass production? That's still a big question. The second big drawback of the IRIS-T-based systems is that they can't shoot down ballistic missiles. Unlike the GEM-T or PAC-3 MSE missiles used in Patriot systems, which use a hit-to-kill principle with no warhead, the IRIS-T uses a fragmentation warhead. It's just not designed to take out high-speed ballistic threats. So, what's the plan? For now, Germany is buying Israel's Arrow 3 missile defense system. The US already gave the green light for the sale, needed because the Arrow 3 uses American tech and is partly funded by Washington. What topics should we cover next? Drop your ideas in the comments. We'll choose from the most liked ones.
This story begins with an assault near Pokrovsk.
One of the main rules for a tanker is hit fast and get out fast.
Russian tankers, not trusting their DIY grill cages, were praying to the angels to help them break through to a key height. But little did they know that a Ukrainian Leopard 2 was already waiting for them on that hilltop, fully loaded with tungsten core darts that can punch through just about anything. But first, the Russian convoy had to squeeze through this bottleneck in a half-destroyed village, and by the laws of the genre, Ukrainian drones were waiting for them. The first tank hit blocks the road for the others. The bottleneck works. The Russians are forced to turn back. At first glance, nothing unusual. Drones have long been the kings of the battlefield. You've probably gotten used to footage like this, but not everything is what it seems. Look closely at the first tank that stopped, the one with the mine plow. It didn't burn after the first hit. It kept standing against wave after wave. Ukrainian FPVs bounce off it like arrows off Achilles' shield. And those that do explode, they're clearly not getting through the armor. According to Russians, this tank took no fewer than 60 hits. Even if that's an exaggeration, the footage alone is insane. And here's the twist. After the battle, the tank remained in the gray zone for a while. Ukrainians never managed to torch it. Later, the Russians pulled it back, and it turned out the tank hadn't stopped because of the drones at all, but because its transmission broke. Look at this machine. Let's call it Achilles' shield. It walked through hell and came back nearly untouched. The improvised armor actually worked. Watch till the end to see how Ukrainians make this beast fall. That Russian command decided to slap the same protection onto more tanks and repeat the mad assault. But before we show you that fight, let's take a closer look at what makes Achilles' shield so special. Hit the like button, because your like is our weapon against YouTube's brutal algorithms. Thanks. First thing that jumps out are the chain dreadlocks. Steel ropes dangling like the fringe of a gypsy wagon. Here's how they work against drones. The FPV's shaped charge warhead detonates far from the actual armor, leaving the tank unharmed. Second, the heavy cage armor wrapped all around. Behind it, you see the core structure, a metal box. And what's stuffed inside that box? Yep, wooden logs. On top, an extra welded steel grill cage. Add to that a beefy 11-channel EW system, thermal imagers, and dual cameras, front and rear. But the craziest part is hidden inside Achilles' shield. You can only get in with a special ladder. Inside, there's even a compartment for infantry, lined with thick metal. And here's the wildest thing. The commander's station is in there too. For safety, the commander sits outside the main tank hull, like some IT guy in a coffee shop, directing the crew via cameras and intercom. Unreal. Well, looks like all the tanks are ready for the assault. Crews are loading ammunition. Now it's just a matter of attaching the mine plow to the lead tank, because every meter of the gray zone has been mined several times by both sides. And now, let's go to the battlefield. Alongside the 4 tanks carrying Achilles' shield, rolled in more vehicles with the usual grill cages strapped on top. And behind them, more armored friends. The whole convoy looks like it's headed to a picnic. You can already start feeling sorry for the Russian infantry clinging to their armor. Such parade-style convoys are rare these days, but just the sight of Achilles' shield gave everyone the feeling. This time, we'll break through for sure. Spoiler, no, they will not. Out in the open gray zone, the convoy's speed slowed. Because the lead tank with the mine plow couldn't move faster than 10 kilometers per hour. No, you're not looking at the pyramids of Egypt on the horizon. That's Donbass, baby. Its history is a bit like America's Wild West. Here, the Knights of the Wild Steppe, Ukrainian Cossacks, always ruled. Because of the convoy's snail pace and the long distance to Ukrainian lines, the defenders had time to prepare their welcome. A Leopard 2 rolled into position. Let's call him Harvester of Sorrow. Look, the camo makes it almost invisible. And of course, the Russians had no clue they were already walking into the harvest. The Harvester of Sorrow starts carving up the convoy with German precision. The Russians had no idea what was hitting them. Does Achilles' shield save them this time? As you can see, all those improvised add-ons are useless against DM-23A PFSDS rounds. Every shot from Leopard's 120mm cannon lands like a scythe strike. If it doesn't outright kill a tank, it tears all the extra junk clean off. Without Achilles' shield, those tanks are naked in the steppe. And naked, they can be killed by a simple FPV drone. Uncovering these frontline stories takes a massive effort. Support our mission by subscribing to the channel. The Russian formation falls apart. Some try to turn back home, but no, those who veer off the path hit mines. Others fire back, anywhere, just to fire. But it feels like nobody's walking away from today's meat grinder. The accuracy of German tanks is legendary. And honestly, Leopard itself has already become a legend of this war. You'll find several videos on our channel showing how it fights. There's even a video comparing the combat capabilities of the German tank with the American Abrams under real war conditions. So, let's not get sidetracked now. At some point though, hope flickers for the Russians. The Leopard falls silent. Maybe its ammo racks are empty? After all, a standard Leopard 2A4 carries up to 42 rounds. Nobody knows for sure. But Ukrainians had a reliable backup. Artillery was already locked on Russian coordinates. And FPV drones are circling above. So the harvest goes on. It doesn't stop even when the shooting dies down. They say the scariest sound in this war isn't explosions or artillery fire. It's silence. Because silence here is always deceptive. In that silence, you start to hear a thin, nervous buzzing, like a mosquito near your ear. Yeah, that's drones. Writing the new soundtrack of modern war. Their sound cuts your nerves like a razor. Doesn't matter if it's flying at you or not, because that buzz means game over. Attempts to shoot one down with small arms rarely work.
Нас разбили. Я выхожу один, Дюс остался там. Все пацаны, это я один, кто вышел. Это посадка. Нас просто... Дюса не могу вытащить.
Even the infantrymen who survived the first strikes and tried to hide in a sparse forest are now doomed to be buried without names. Do they stand a chance of surviving if they make it to nightfall? Maybe, but they can't go back because their commander's order is clear. Push toward Pokrovsk, hole up inside the buildings of the suburban village of Shevchenko, and wait for the next wave of assault troops. That's Russian tactics in action. Stockpiling forces behind Ukrainian lines. Some sit there for weeks, with no water, no food, and then either surrender or die.
Никогда не идите на СВО. Вы попадете в жопу.
And yet some do survive, and set ambushes for Ukrainian soldiers. So by morning, the harvest for the Leopard 2 begins again.
We mostly fire on buildings where drone operators are hiding, infantry, or where weapons and ammo might be stored.
But in dense urban terrain, you can't use artillery or a tank from a closed position. The buildings block the shot. So another Leopard 2A4 crew pushes into the city to fire the old-fashioned way. Direct fire. In the city, a tank faces just as many enemies. This Leopard 2A4 is draped with a mesh canopy and ringed with Contact 1 reactive armor. The heavy Leopard stands out against the streets where just yesterday there were shops and apartment blocks. Tense minutes. Because from any corner could pop a man with an anti-tank guided missile. And at any moment, a Russian drone with a shaped charge warhead might appear in the sky. And there it is, the panel block building where Russian infantry are holed up. These Soviet-era concrete buildings usually have walls up to 400 millimeters thick, reinforced with steel rods. For most jobs against dug-in infantry and buildings, the go-to round is the DM-11 programmable high explosive shell. The tank gun becomes a storming squad of its own. Roll up, fire, and the whole floor bursts apart like cardboard. Need to repeat? No problem. The goal is simple. Make it easier and safer for the Ukrainian infantry who will come later to finish the clearance. Position destroyed, but the tension doesn't fade. Russian recon already knows there's a Leopard 2 working inside the city. A tank may be fast, but for drones, 20 to 30 kilometers is nothing. Soon the Leo is glowing bright on Russian operators' screens. Hit. Another hit. And again. And again. The fifth drone finally punches through the Leopard's cage armor near the transmission. The engine stalls. The tank halts. On the radio. Try starting on emergency. And a miracle. The Leopard roars back to life and crawls away in manual mode. This Leo's got 9 lives just like a cat. Mission complete. The tank makes it back to base under cover. But the war rolls on. In Russian workshops, new cages are welded onto tanks, while Ukrainian Leopards get ready for their next hunt. Show must go on. These barrels, tracks, chunks of armor, transmission blocks, and engine parts could have been turned into roofs for schools and hospitals, or into greenhouses and grain depots. They could have built bridges, ferries, and docks. But for now, they remain here, monuments to a brutal war. These burned out tanks and APCS hold unique stories, and we're here to uncover them. Subscribe to our channel so we have someone to share them with. Thanks for watching.